Roland stood alone in the wide-open area surrounded by old buildings. Some of them had even caught on fire due to him swinging his fire whips around. Thus he needed to douse them with some water magic, luckily in his bag. He did have the wand he used for cleaning his house with water pressure. I need to report this to the guild. Along with that guy. He thought back to what happened today. Following Bernier's beating, he went to the city to disperse some street justice. There he met Armand, who attacked him. His reason was probably the test at the guild. There were a couple of choices here. He could just forget about it, return home with the backpack, and that would be it. With the lack of a police force, fights like this mostly went unattended unless someone reported them. The party of thugs would probably do no such thing, as they were the ones that started this whole predicament. This left him or Bernier as the witnesses that would need to go to the guards to seek justice. Though after he beat up the other party already, they might not even bother in following through. The city guards might even apprehend him for causing damage to the city or performing spells out in the open. Dropping the case with those ruffians was probably the best choice, considering that he did get back his items. That left the guild and Armand, who was trying to defend the perpetrators. This was something that he couldn't just look past anymore. It was clear to him that this person was not thinking straight, just tossing his weight around like he owned the place. Armand's level was past the 90s, which brought him close to the next class change. Past Tier 2, a person could change their classes every 25 levels, just as with the Tier 1 classes. The Tier 2 classes could be leveled up to the 50th level, which most people followed through, as there was a certain bonus and special skills if you maxed out. Some did switch every 25 levels though. For instance, the Tier 3 Elementalist Mage class required 4 classes of Fire, Wind, Earth, Ice Mage to be all leveled up to at least the 25th level. There were other class combinations if a person chose to raise 2 of those Elemental Mages to level 50. Frostfire Mage, for instance. There was also supposedly a stronger true version of the Elemental Mage if they managed to max out on all those Tier 2 classes before the change. It would take a lot longer, but the bonuses a caster would get by maxing out their levels with all the classes allowed for a prestige class. Due to how hard something like this was, almost no one actually went through with it. Woof! Yeah, I'm coming. Roland grasped Bernier's large backpack and carried it over his right shoulder. It was time to return home and sleep this whole thing off. His trip back home was luckily not as eventful as his way into the city. He evaded the pub where he fought the party of Tier 2 adventurers. While moving, he had to look at his armor. He had gone through quite a bit of spells in this fight. Everything seems fine. The armor seems more used out in the dungeon. But the flame whips, on the other hand. The experimental part that he used against Armand had dug through the steel prototype that he made. He had made it as a reusable part which he could replace later. The spell was on the stronger side as it pushed the capabilities of Tier 2 spells to their limit. He also discovered the biggest weakness of this type of design: it was hard to replace during combat. It was fine in a one-on-one battle, but not if it continued for a long time. When the second party member arrived, he needed to go back to his sword and shield. The whips would only function if he used his rune mending skill, but this would bring the rank down after activation. It was a skill mostly suited for a worst-case scenario and not in day-to-day combat. Unless I can implement some kind of reloading mechanism, this approach might prove fatal if I rely on it too much. With Agni riding on his shoulder, he left the city. The night had already come. With a little jolt to his helmet, he activated his night vision rune. Thanks to it, he could comfortably walk without needing to carry a torch. This had the boon of people not being able to spot him from afar, as he wasn't giving off any light. When they were close to the house, Agni was placed on the ground. The little guy quickly ran out to the entry gate and started to scratch against it. He then promptly bolted inside after Roland opened it up. Ugh! Gah! After closing everything tight, Roland heard Bernier's screams. Concerned with his wounds, he rushed inside the house only to spot Agni sitting on his chest and licking his face. The half-dwarf was trying to shove the puppy off him, but was unable to escape from the long tongue and slobber. I see that you are awake. Agni finally jumped off Bernier and ran into the kitchen. From it he brought back the wooden bowl that was made for him. He tossed it on the ground and then started barking. Sure, you've earned your reward. Roland chuckled as he tossed Bernier's backpack to the side. His tracking wolf had done quite the good job. The monster wolf's nose was quite a miraculous thing. With his pet around, he would be able to counter one of his biggest weaknesses. This was, of course, tracking and spotting hidden enemies. Bernier rubbed his face that was now covered in wolf slobber. The first thing he did was to look around. After being beaten, he was still surprised that he made it back to Roland's house. He then looked at his body. His broken leg was numb from the healing potion, but it was well enough for him to stand on it. "Boss, what did you—" "Oh yeah, I brought it back from your friends. I was sure to return the favor. They won't be walking straight for a while. You should probably rest for the night. You can sleep on the couch if you're too tired." From the way those thugs were talking about Bernier, it was clear that they knew him. Roland moved to the kitchen while Bernier slowly stood up from the ground. The half-dwarf started at his backpack with intent without saying a word. Roland, on the other hand, was placing some meat on Agni's bowl. Thanks to his runic refrigerator, it was easy to store. He even constructed an oven for cooking and baking that was powered by his runic engine. After returning to the living room, he spotted Bernier. The young man was holding the backpack and looking his way. "Is something wrong? Do you need another healing potion?" Before Roland could ask more questions, Bernier's face started contorting in strange ways. It all started with a single tear that ran down his cheek. The floodgates opened up soon after as Bernier started bawling his eyes out. Snot was not far behind as his incoherent wails filled Roland's room. "Wait, what?" He started moving his hands around in a random fashion as he clearly didn't expect to get this kind of reaction. Bernier was a young man, but he didn't expect him to cry like a child. Even Agni peeked out from the side with a large piece of meat in his mouth. He started running around the crying half-dwarf while mumbling something. Does it hurt that bad?" "And no, it's not about that. This is the first time someone has done something like this for me." "Ah!" Roland scratched the back of his neck while staring at his assistant, crying his heart out. He had heard some stories from Bernier's youth, how his parents died, and how he ended up here with no money, job, or friends. It was respectful that he was able to keep it together for so long while still having a smile on his face. He was also not someone that would blame others for the dark turn his life took. Still, he was a young man that was entering his 20s and alone in this world. Without no one to lean on, life was tough. Not many people were like Roland that was fine with living alone. He was in the minority as people were social creatures. Without others around, they would find it hard to live. This was quite an awkward situation for a socially inept person like Roland. Without knowing what to do, he moved over and placed his hand on Bernier's shoulder. Soon an awkward patting on the shoulder commenced as he tried to cheer his assistant up. His lack of interaction with other people had caused him to not really know what to do in such an occasion. The reaction he got was a sharp gaze from this half-dwarf. It made him flinch and take a step back while Bernier used his hand to wipe away some of that snoot. "I'll be sure to work even harder from now on. I'll repay you for this one day, boss." "Ah, sure. No, you don't understand. I will be forever grateful. I'll be your trusted follower for the rest of my life." It looked like Bernier was pledging his life to Roland in a sort of vow. The recipient wasn't really looking for anything in particular in return for his act of revenge. He mostly did it to not look weak and to send a message to anyone that would ever try to bully his workers. "You're being too melodramatic. Think you should go to sleep before you pass out again." Bernier's wounds were closed due to the potions, but that didn't mean that he was fully healed. He had many broken ribs and cut-up flesh that needed to be mended. These potions that Roland was using weren't magical elixirs. They mostly kicked the body's regenerative capabilities into overdrive to mend it. The materials required for the healing process had to be taken from the body as well as from the potion. This would leave the healed person weakened depending on the type of wound they had suffered. Of course, with higher quality potions, the strain on the body was lessened, and with a high vitality stat, this could also be counteracted. Bernier's had a fire in his eyes, but after crying his heart out and then getting pumped up, he started wobbling around. Roland had to support him with one hand onto the nearby couch. "Sorry, boss. I'll go to my workshop. It's fine, just rest here. For now, you've been through a lot today." "Boss!" Bernier looked like he was about to cry again after being helped to the couch. Roland, on the other hand, was trying to avoid this show of affection from the bearded half-dwarf. Luckily, Bernier was still quite tired, so after leaving him on the couch for a few minutes, he was dead asleep and snoring like a bear. I haven't used that sound-canceling spell in a while. He placed a blanket over his assistant and went away to get undressed and cleaned. Soon it was morning again, and the two men had a conversation with each other. Bernier explained in full detail about what this whole thing was about. So, they were nothing more than small-time gangsters? Roland commented after hearing the explanations. It looked like this group of adventurers used their Tier 2 status to strong-arm weak people into giving them money. They even did it to weaker adventurer parties like the one that Bernier was in before. It seemed like the guild was really not being managed well. On one end, there were people like Armand that liked to toss their weight around due to being slightly stronger than the regular adventurers. Then we had even worse elements like the party of thugs that exhorted other adventurers for money. This reveal made Roland worried. Something like this could only take place for a couple of reasons. 1. The guild master was either incompetent or didn't care enough to bother with people below a certain tier. It looked like the people being abused were mostly below Tier 2 or at the start of this tier. The test that he went through started looking more as a show of force to keep him in line. Luckily, he was able to turn the tables on the person performing the trial. Now another problem arose as he wanted to report this blatant abuse of power to the guild master. "Boss, are you really going to bring this up with the guild? I think you have done enough." Bernier was clearly against it. He was probably afraid that Roland could be putting himself in more trouble than he could handle. Of course, that party that attacked you needs to be banned from the guild. This was what Roland would like to happen, but if a full team of Tier 2 adventurers would be outright banned from the Adventurers Guild was to be seen. It was easy to remove Tier 1 adventurers from the picture as the materials that they brought to the guild were of low quality. On the other hand, people like these were already able to kill monsters below the 10th level in the dungeon, which would bring a lot of coin to the guild in return. But what if you get in trouble, boss? You don't need to go to this extent for someone like me. It's not all about you, Bernier. Don't want trash loitering around the Adventurers Guild. If we leave people like that be, they will only get worse. They need to be punished. Roland didn't want to be living in a city that just let adventurers like that roam uncontested. They would only grow big heads and become more unhinged the longer something like this continued. Sooner or later a fatality would happen. Bernier could have easily died yesterday if he wasn't treated by Roland. Bleeding out in the middle of nowhere. "We'll go to the guild today, but first I need to check my armor." Bernier looked a bit apprehensive about going to the guild. This was of course a normal reaction and Roland knew it. Who would want to face their old bullies right after being beaten half to death? "What are you waiting for?" "Huh." Roland opened up his secret chamber while Bernier was deep in thought. After this experience, he thought that Bernier required some cheering up. What would be better than showing him some of his runic items that he was working on? "Ah yes, coming boss." He didn't need to tell his half-dwarf assistant again as he sprinted down the stairs into the secret runic lair. Inside were all sorts of runic schematics, diagrams, and designs for Roland's inventions. The biggest one was in the back, which depicted his work in progress on the new and improved runic armor. "After we are done with the guild, I'll need to make you some runic equipment. I'll need to get you something to increase that meager amount of mana you have." Roland couldn't just give Bernier his own mana increasing skill. It required mana sense to be used, something that he didn't have. The only way of increasing mana capacity for people that didn't have that skill was through potions or enchanted items. With a big enough mana stone and high-quality runes, he would be able to fashion something like this for his assistant. He would also need to fashion a communication device for him if something like this ever happened again. "Pass me the hammer, Bernier. I need to do some repairs." "Aye, boss. Why did you stop me? We could have easily taken him down. He was probably out of mana." "You have never been good at judging others, Armand." An elf with golden hair was walking with a large muscular man. The man's arm guards looked to have been melted by some heat and he was also panting. The heavy breathing was caused by the backlash of a skill that he previously used. "What do you mean by that? If I didn't step in, you would have died, you big idiot." The elven woman delivered a swift kick to Armin's shin, but due to him having shin guards on the one that felt pain was her instead. How could I lose to someone relying on enchanted items? Just look at yourself. You probably haven't realized it yet. Armand looked at Lobelia, who was part of his adventurers' party. He wasn't sure what she meant by that statement, but soon he found himself leaning up against the alleyway. See, you're barely standing upright, and that armored man wasn't even tired. You know my skills, I could tell. But he was using those magic items constantly? Armand replied while wiping some sweat from his brow. He finally realized that his body was feeling weak. In his anger, he forgot to pace himself. He chased after Roland for a long time, even while activating his body enhancement skill. Then he was forced to be on the defensive against those fire whip attacks. He thought he would be able to outlast an avid magic item user, as everyone knew that they burned through a person's MP and sometimes even SP. Roland that he was facing, on the other hand, had truckloads of magic in reserve along with a high speed of mana recovery. This was also paired with his runic mastery skill that lowered the mana requirements on all runic items, and also his class-specific traits lowered it even further. That man must have a special class. His mana was comparable to a mage, and that was even after fighting you for so long. It can't be. We're lucky that he didn't chase you down. Why were you even fighting him in the first place? Well, you see. The two walked down the alley while talking. Armand said how the fight started. So he was assaulting people on the streets, and you gracefully, from the bottom of your heart, decided to help them out? Lobelia squinted while looking at Armin's explanation. It was clear that she knew this man long enough to recognize that this was a lie. Before she could continue with the cross-examination, two ladies with animal ears arrived at the scene. How could you leave us behind? You didn't even pay us yet. The two women looked quite annoyed, even more as they spotted Lobelia to Armin's side. As an elf, she was quite the looker. Thus another misconception occurred. Who is this hussy? Listen here, we saw him first. Haven't seen you around here. Are you a new girl? Which parlor do you belong to? Are you trying to weasel in on our turf? What are you talking about? I'm not part of any parlor. Lobelia looked at Armand, that was looking to the side and whistling as if nothing was happening. It looked like he was caught red-handed, but this female party member, and it was clear that she didn't appreciate this fact. So this is where you spend your coin. I'm going to tell Big Sis about this. You just wait. Wait, what? Armand started panicking and moved towards the elven girl that was about to leave. But before he could do that, the two ladies he was previously with blocked his path. Wait right there, lady killer. We aren't through with you. Pay up? Yes, pay up. You wouldn't want us to tell the madam about this. Now would you? The large man's face changed into one of fear as he backed away. He quickly moved his hand into his coin purse and gave the women the money. The two girls with the animal ears smiled at each other and backed off. You know, we could go to a private place. There is enough coin here for a little bonus session. Armand started sweating even more as he looked at the two ladies winking at him now. He managed to snap out of it to chase after his party member. The two ladies looked at each other and just shrugged. Easy money. The two pocketed their payout that they didn't need to work too hard for and moved back into the city. There were other clients they could service through this day. A day had passed since then, and Roland along with Bernier were moving towards the guild building. The half-dwarf was looking a bit skittish today. This was brought on by his unwillingness to cause trouble for himself and his boss. Roland was adamant about this issue as he feared being seen as weak if he didn't follow through till the end. In this world built on strength and connections, he could only rely on himself. Boss, are you sure about this? I fear that this might just bring more trouble. Bernier stopped in his tracks but then quickly flinched forward as something ferocious started nibbling on his ankle. See, even Agni wants you to go. It's just the Adventurers Guild. They won't do anything drastic. Roland wasn't sure about the outcome of this situation, but he was curious about what the guild would do about such an incident. Would they try to sweep it under the rug like nothing happened, or would they punish everyone included, with him included? He himself didn't feel like he was in the wrong, but he was prepared to pay a fine for wrecking things in the city. Only if the others didn't walk out of this without any repercussions, of course. Soon the two were right next to the guild building. It was quite noticeable by the smell of sweaty adventurers. People noticed the characteristic crimson armor that Roland was wearing, but by this point, they were used to it. Both of the craftsmen entered through the door and arrived in the busy building. As always, people were sticking to the notice board while others were waiting in line. This time around, Roland decided to go towards the other receptionist lady that looked like a librarian. The line moved fast enough as most people were just there to get rewards for completed contracts. "Good morning. How can I help you?" The woman did a little bow, which after she fixed her glasses afterward. She glanced both at Roland and then her eyes fell on Bernier. The half-dwarf flinched a bit. This office-looking lady had the air of no-nonsense around her. "I would like to file a complaint. Could you give me the form?" Roland, on the other hand, saw this as a big bonus. The woman wouldn't ask any silly questions or beat around the bush. With the helmet on top of his head, he was also immune to anyone staring at him. A complaint about the guild? Other adventurers? Both actually, one for an official guild member and another for an adventurer party. During his time here, Roland had informed himself about how this establishment worked. The guild loved contracts and paperwork. Every quest would be written down as a contract. The people hiring adventurers could then file a complaint if the adventurers stepped out of line. The guild had people that would then determine if the claims were true or not. Depending on the proceeding, the adventurer could be fined, but that also could happen to the job giver if they lied and didn't keep their side of the promise. Without filing the correct paperwork, nothing would happen, but after it was done, there was no stopping the bureaucratic machine. The guild workers would need to go through the motions of asking the people in the city and also the people involved in this incident. Most would try to avoid such a hassle and just leave it be. Not Roland, though. He wanted to see how this guild would make things right. Depending on the results, he would know how to proceed in the future and if he could trust the people here to be just in their reasoning. "Here, fill out these documents. Please list all the involved parties in the correct brackets." The receptionist lady explained everything thoroughly while pointing Roland to a small booth at the side. There he found a quill with some ink. He was very quick to write a small essay on what transpired that day. There was also a spot to include what he wanted as collateral for the scene that played out yesterday. He went with banning both Armand and the whole Tier 2 party of thugs from the guild, revoking their adventurer cards. He knew that this was a bit unrealistic, but when bartering it was best to list the highest price and then slowly go down to where both parties could agree on something. "Here, Bernier. You need to sign your name here and here." Bernier moved closer and wrote his name haphazardly, while also smearing the ink on the completed form. The half-dwarf's handwriting was an eyebrow raiser for Roland. He made a mental note to give his assistant some writing classes. Increasing his dexterity through scribing type skills could actually work for a crafting class like Bernier. Roland returned to the guild receptionist and handed her the papers. The woman looked through it, and for a moment he could tell that her poker face changed. It was a minor switch, but he could spot a slight twitch to the eyes when she was reading through his writing. "You wish to file this complaint against this adventurer party and our instructor?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" This woman was mostly known for not asking that many questions, so it was odd that she started questioning him about the incident. He had heard the names of two of the thugs that he faced, so he had listed them down. Armand was well known around here and looked to be treated as some rising star. He was quite young while being close to level 100 already. If not for Roland coming along to clip his wings a bit, he would have probably been still cruising along. Is she somehow connected to that party or that muscle brain? It wasn't really his place to ask about personal things, but it would be a problem if the woman decided to sweep things under the rug for some reason. "No, sir. I'll deliver these forms to the proper department." Similar to the police from his own world, there was a section of the guild that was responsible for internal affairs. The people from it would need to get to the bottom of this. "Is this all?" "Yes. This might take some time. You can either wait for further questioning or we will give you an appointment for later." "I'll return later. You can send the notice to my address." "How long will it take to clear this up?" Roland knew that things like this could take a while. Waiting around and twiddling their thumbs around wouldn't help with anything. They could return the next day to see if there was a set date or even wait for a letter to be sent to his house. "We should be able to set up a hearing within the week." the letter will cost extra, Mr. Wayland. As always, bonus features like having a courier deliver a letter cost extra. Even when filing these documents, he needed to drop a few small silver coins to get things going. This was fine as payment was seen as confirmation that something was wrong. Most people would not bother going through with things like this just by the fact that it cost money. If he lost the case, he would also need to pay a fine for using up everyone's precious time. See? Told you that today will just be some formalities. You can stop sweating. Roland commented at Bernier as the two were walking out from the Adventurers Guild. Sorry. I'm not that good with this kind of stuff. You'll have to get used to it. We'll have to go through the hearing. You'll probably have to look at those idiots that did that to you. Unless the party of thugs admitted everything or skipped town, they would need to meet them once more. It was similar to a court case with two parties accusing each other. He was sure that those guys will try to put the blame on him in one way or another. It didn't look that good after walking into the pub and beating all of them up. Luckily, violent exchanges like that weren't that looked down upon in this world. If he managed to prove to some degree that he had a reason for it, the guild would see it his way. Do I have to? Yes, you do. Don't worry, I'll be there. And not like they would do anything drastic during the hearing. Both of them left to go home. There were still wind turbines to be built and more cables to be placed. With the influx of enemies, Roland felt like he needed to move along with his defensive measures. For this reason, he was also heading towards the city and auction house. It was the time to pick up the gold that he made as well as see if there was something he could get. There was a certain rumor that there would be golem parts this time around. Roland wanted to get the full item, but a part with the operating system would be enough. He had enough know-how to connect the rest of the runic structures in working order. It would be best if you didn't drink before it though. Also don't forget to wash up. Now let's go to the auction house. All right, boss. The pair of craftsmen soon left the Adventurer Guild and wandered deeper into the city. They left a certain glasses-wearing woman staring at a stack of papers. Hey, Elodia. You look more angry than usual. Was that Mr. Wayland and his new friend? The elven receptionist peeked out of the corner while bringing over some large cups of warm tea. Before the stern-looking receptionist could notice, the elf was already looking through the forms out of the corner of her eye. Oh? Isn't that a complaint form? What would Mr. Wayland complain about? It's not me, is it? Hey, can I look at that? No, Solana, you can't. Elodia replied while hiding the rest of the papers. She glared at her coworker. She knew well that she wouldn't be able to hide any of this, but she still didn't like the nosy loudmouth elf and how she acted. Don't be a cheapskate, let me see. The scene soon changed to Elodia trying to hide the papers by hugging them against her chest and Solana trying to peek without spilling the tea. Hey, you two. Get back to work. An old man called out from afar, the very same one that explained tamed monsters to Roland. The two receptionist ladies straightened out and soon returned to their regular tasks. Time continued to pass by and it was time to close up the guild. Elodia, like the other workers, were now finally able to return to their homes after a hard day of work. Solana waved her goodbye while escaping into the city to have a good time. Elodia, on the other hand, had other things to take care of. First, she headed towards the market, picking out various food items. After scouring and haggling down the prices, she headed into one of the more regular city districts. She arrived at a large wooden house, but before she could enter, the door swung open. Big Sis is back. Yay! A group of 4 children burst out to give this stern-looking lady a big hug. 2 of the smaller children started clinging to her legs while the older ones helped her out with the groceries. Soon she was inside and cooking. The home was large, but there were many young children running inside. There was a clear lack of adults here. It looked as if she was the oldest. While the food was being made, the kids started shouting again as another person arrived. It's big brother and sister. They are back too. Another pair of young adults arrived and waltzed through the door. These 2 looked more rough around the edges and were wearing adventurer gear. Did you hear how much that stupid blacksmith wanted for the repair? It's your fault for damaging them in the first place. Elodia stepped out from the kitchen to see a rather muscular young man carrying 2 kids on his shoulders. Next to him was a cute elf that was actually only a half-elf. I told you to take off your boots before you come in, you're bringing dirt in. Wash your hands. The food will be ready soon. Sure, big sis Elodia. The elf replied but quieted down after noticing that her big sis was looking at the man next to her with scorn. Armand, we need to have a talk. Elodia soon ducked back into the kitchen while leaving Armand and Lobelia to think about what she meant by that. Hey, you swore that you wouldn't tell her anything. I even gave you a big silver coin. I didn't. Maybe she found it out some other way. The large building soon filled with loud young voices while the sun began to set. There we go. Thud. Roland pushed the large log with the propeller connected to it into the hole like last time. This was the last wind turbine, which made it the third one that was now in his backyard. Bernier was close by to fill out the hole with rocks and this world's version of cement. I think this puts us a bit in the red this month. With his expansion continuing through the months that Bernier was hired, Roland was slowly burning through his money. Due to the nature of these wind generators, he wanted to make them with the best materials he could afford. The lumber they were made from was also quite special. The fantasy wood was very resistant and would be unaffected by the elements. There were also metallic parts inside which were mostly composed of deep steel, which also had various appealing properties. The magical alchemistic materials that the copper wires were coated in also weren't cheap. They would also need to connect them to the four corners of the fence with the runic structures that delivered electrical shocks to any unforeseen guests. Now even more after he made a public appearance in the city and beat up some thugs. Should not be a problem after we receive the money from the auction house. Yeah. Wish they would lower the margins though. Roland was a bit maddened by the high transaction fee that this particular auction house was giving him. There was only one of them in this city, and they even increased the margins after finally expanding in size. This was also one of the reasons a black market started to appear. Bernier mentioned some rumors which they couldn't confirm, but it was quite natural for it to spring up. The information also carried something else. If a black market was being made, then the Thieves' Guild wouldn't be far behind. The city was finally becoming something to be desired, which would bring the criminal element over. I did spend a lot on that item. The prices here are ridiculous. The biggest reason they were close to being bankrupt was the toy that he bought. While waiting for the guild to respond to his complaint, they had spotted an old runic golem toy. It was about 30 centimeters in height and made from rock, but it was somewhat functional. Its design left a lot to be desired. From what he could tell, it was supposed to look like a turtle, but the craftsmanship wasn't that great. The thing looked like a big jagged rock with 4 legs attached to it and a little head with stones for eyes. The uses were also limited, but it could very slowly react to some basic spoken commands. Agni didn't seem to like it that much. I think he thought it was another pet. An image from the previous day popped into Roland's head of the time Agni saw the turtle walking through the backyard. The little wolf pup actually tried attacking it after a few sniffs. Luckily, Roland managed to peel him off the rock turtle without much damage happening. Now, with a basic golem in his possession, he would be able to work on that automated operating system. Regretfully, it proved to be quite convoluted and with a lot of lines of code. It would probably take him weeks or maybe months to get through it fully before being able to add his own flair. The small puppy was still in his unevolved state as Roland was keeping it from progressing. The skill related to mana stones was close to maxing out now, so the joyous occasion would probably be happening within this month's time. Okay, let's wait for this to set. This should be enough energy to run the whole workshop for now. Since Bernier's accident, he was allowed down into Roland's workshop. All of the runic tools were down there, which his assistant was now allowed to use. They would remain down there for now while the dummy workshop was still used for disguise purposes. Due to this, he decided to let Bernier expand the log shack to the side. If any thieves came around, he would at least not be inside the workshop during the robbery. He was even planning to connect the 2 parts with a tunnel and put in a runic thumbprint of sorts. With more gear at larger items came the need for expansion. He was going to be working on a prototype golem design that would need more space. The first one would be small and portable, but later on, Roland did want to make it at least human-sized. A group of golems patrolling the premises would probably keep most people away, but also paint a bullseye on his house. Only people having things worth protecting would spend so much money and time on costly defenses. It would be clear to anyone outside that there was money to be made by performing a little robbery. "Excuse me, I have a letter to a Mr. Wayland." While the two blacksmiths were about to get something to eat, a voice of a young boy was heard from behind the gate. Roland expected this letter to arrive at about this time. "Please leave your signature here." After showing the courier his adventurer card and signing his name, he was delivered a letter. On it was the date of the guild hearing that he signed up to. Roland wasn't wearing his armor anymore. The cat was out of the bag, so there was no reason to hide. Soon the boy left and Bernier peeked at the letter. What's the date? "In 3 days you better wash up and put on some good clothes. The guild master might be there." Roland chuckled while reading through the contents of the letter. Besides the date, there was also the location, which was of course at the guild. He was to show up there with any evidence that could confirm his case. It took close to a week for this date to be set up. The people from the guild had shown up at his doorstep a few days ago. They had questioned him and Bernier about the day, and Roland had even taken them to the spot where his assistant was brutally assaulted. After getting more information, they had left, but beforehand they had asked him if he really wanted to continue with the process. He knew that there were ways of clearing this up on the down low, but that wasn't his aim. Roland didn't want any money or guild benefits. He just wanted unqualified people like Armand to be punished for their unprofessional behavior. If the guild master would actually punish him remained to be seen. Nevertheless, he at least wanted to judge his character. By knowing the guild master's thought process, he would know how to act around him. There were a couple of ways this could go. It was possible that he would just dismiss the whole thing and do nothing. Armand would remain as an instructor and test other recruits as previously. Nothing would change and no one would be punished either. This was more of a neutral option, but the worst would be if Roland got punished instead. Armand was throwing his weight around as if he wasn't afraid of any repercussions. If the guild master revealed himself to be his uncle or the sort, then Roland could be in a heap of trouble. Then was the option of it going his way. Armand would be removed from his position, maybe even fined. Taking away the Thugs Guild cards would also be a nice bonus to this whole predicament. In Roland's opinion, they should serve jail time for acting like common thugs and also making the guild look bad in the process. But he carried out some vigilante justice himself, so he might also suffer. "Can't I wear my regular clothes?" Bernier replied while Roland was going through the possible outcomes. His half-dwarven friend had a certain lack of items. Clean clothes were one of them. The two men living here together were a little out of their element when it came to fashion and keeping things clean. "I think you need to go buy a new shirt and new pants." Roland glanced at the various stains on Bernier's clothes. There were also burn marks from some blacksmithing. Those sparks and embers sometimes did make it past the blacksmith's apron. "Maybe I should get someone to come to clean the house each week." He wasn't really that keen on mopping the floors and sweeping them. Bernier also had to work on his blacksmithing class, so they minimized house cleaning and cooking. "Hey boss, have you ever thought about opening up a shop here? I bet you could sell some of those swords for more than at the auction house. Some of those merchants would pay double for a custom-made sword." Bernier was quick to change the subject of the guild visit. After spending some time crafting blacksmithing tools, he had grown a need of sharing them. There was a particular need in each craftsman to show off their wares, and it was the same for these two. Even Roland liked his previous arrangement back in Edelgard. His name was known and people enjoyed his scrolls, but here he was still someone without a well-known brand. "A shop, huh? I might need to at least hire a clerk, best if it's a woman." Roland knew that it was always best to have a good-looking salesperson at the forefront of your store. Many of the high-class stores used elven women for this very purpose, as they were universally acclaimed beauties by almost all the other races. Bernier, on the other hand, wasn't that good to look at, but he would probably be good at explaining the items in detail. "A woman? I could ask some of the girls from the pub. I bet all of them would sell their knickers to get out of working there." For some reason, his assistant started drooling while imagining things, probably ones involving bar wenches and him being their boss in the new store. First, Roland would have to get things in order here before allowing more people to waltz in. Bernier was fine, but bringing more people brought in more trouble. He would have to come up with some good contracts to keep company secrets. He would also need a name for his company. Wayland Industries? Maybe something not involving my fake name. I'm sure you'd love to give them job interviews. You know me well, boss. Before that, you can go get yourself some clean pants and a shirt. Roland tossed some coins towards Bernier as he was serious about the half-dwarf's wardrobe. He at least had to make him look presentable to the adventurers. If you look more professional, then people would take you more seriously. Okay, boss. Just ask some of those wench friends of yours for a fitting shirt. Nothing too fancy. Bernier's and Roland didn't really have a knack for fashion. Both of them would rather create metal armor or other lighter gear to wear instead of formal clothes. Fancy dresses were more in line with nobles, but merchants and high rollers were also using them. What are you going to wear, boss? Me? Just the usual, but without the helmet this time around. He was already known for being a weirdo that used shiny runic armor and wore it everywhere. There was no use of him getting a tunic to this occasion. The armor would also give him some protection in the case of something going wrong. Without it, he was nothing more than a failed mage and a somewhat competent warrior. If Armand attacked him when he wasn't wearing it, and if he didn't have any of his items, the fight would surely go in his favor after a couple of exchanges. This was his biggest weakness, as he heavily relied on his runic items for battle. The only thing he could do was try to minimize them for such an occasion so that he could at least have something to use when in trouble. There was also another theory he was working on, which involved scribing the runes on his own body. Unfortunately, there was a big problem with the deterioration. The mana would already eat through leather scrolls and burn them up. It would do the same to his skin. He might be able to produce one effect at the cost of his limbs and while giving himself third-degree burns. At this point in time, it would be better to get the thinnest sheet of magic paper and just tape it to his body. At least he would have a one-time use item that wouldn't cause him to pass out. Roland could actually think that putting some adhesive to one side of the scroll and then placing it on his body wasn't such a bad idea. Thanks to the direct contact with his skin, he would be able to set it off at any time he wanted. It would probably be a valid way for a surprise attack after someone destroyed his armor. You sure love that armor, don't ya? If only I had more mana. Bernier started sulking as he knew that if he asked, Roland would create some runic equipment for him. Being a carpenter and a regular blacksmith, his stats weren't all that great. He wasn't suited for prolonged magical item use and would probably pass out quite fast if he ever tried to use Roland's crimson armor. There were some ways of making mana-boosting gear. Most of them used special alloys that could actually absorb ambient mana from the surroundings. Then, along with the mana stones, they would lower the casting requirements exponentially. They all had a large price attached to them, which was several times higher than deep steel he was using. This metal was only resistant to runic deterioration but didn't add any other bonuses besides that. Yes, unless you find me a crate filled with blue mithril, you can forget about it. Now, stop stalling. Go get yourself that fancy shirt, and don't come back until you have it. Time continued to pass, and in a few days, it was finally time to get the hearing over with. Roland and Bernier appeared at the guild together. The half-dwarven assistant had bought a nice-looking white shirt along with some dark pants. It fit on him well, and thankfully he was young, so his belly wasn't protruding that much compared to all the regular dwarves. Remember, just answer the questions truthfully. If we're lucky, this shouldn't take more than an hour. Okay, boss. Roland also forced Bernier to get a haircut and somehow control that scruffy beard of his. He knew that looking professional during a hearing like this could move things in his way. The two craftsmen entered through the main entrance without really turning any heads. At this point in time, Roland wasn't seen as anything out of the ordinary and was already known as Wayland the runesmith. They needed to wait for a second, but in time the glasses-wearing receptionist herself walked up to them. Mr. Wayland, please follow me. Roland nodded as he and Bernier were led further into the building. This was one of the larger buildings in the city with many side rooms. Inside were various facilities that the guild used to make money, but today they would be going into a middle-sized room. I wonder what they will decide on. He didn't have a good opinion of this guild, so Roland wasn't expecting much today. He at least hoped that some justice would be done today. With mixed feelings, he pushed the door open to where the hearing would take place. Inside were already people waiting for them, some known while others ones that he never saw before. It was time to get this over with. Hey Elodia, did something happen? Armand asked while dropping onto a chair. The wood started squeaking due to the man's increased weight, but somehow survived his large frame. It was already past sundown and most of the young kids were fast asleep. The few candles that were lighting up this place made it hard to see, but this was all that they could afford for now. Yes. Could you explain this? Elodia, who was a worker at the Adventurers Guild, placed down a piece of paper on the nearby table. It looked like one of the many forms that could be found at the Adventurers Guild. Armand looked at the piece of paper from the corner of his eye, not really knowing what this was about. What is this? Read it. Elodia waited while tapping her foot on the wooden floor. Armand raised a brow for a moment but finally leaned over to grab the piece of paper. He was nervous that they were having this talk as he thought that Lobelia had snitched on him. After catching up to the half-elven girl, he had managed to convince her to not tell anyone about what had happened that day. This required a little bribe, but it would keep him from having to explain it to Elodia here. He started going through this piece of paper, and the more he read, the more his forehead went up. This was a copy of the form that Roland had filled out. Elodia knew that this was against the guild rules, but she would bend those slightly for one of her own. That bastard! Where is he? I'm going to... Armand ripped through the piece of paper in a fit of rage. On the form that Roland filled out was a detailed recount of what had happened that day. It listed the name of the party that attacked Bernier and the people involved. Roland had asked his assistant about it and filled everything in. There was also a recount of Armand's involvement. How he ignored Roland's advice and didn't want to go to the guild to clear everything up. Roland had specifically written that he had asked Armand many times to stop fighting and go resolve it with the guild but was ignored instead. He also mentioned that the whole fight endangered the citizens in the city and that Armand was not fit to work for the guild. There were also some demands in there. One was for Armand to be fired from the guild and put on probation. A probation period could be put on a guild member for various reasons. It would cause them to not be able to use some of the facilities and also get less money for their work. This was mostly done to punish people that didn't perform their missions on time or failed them multiple times in a row. Sit down. Elodia raised her voice at Armand that jumped up to his feet. The ruckus even brought the half-elven girl over that was already listening in from the other side. She was there when her big sister called Armand over and she was afraid that he was in for a scolding. Hey you two. Why don't we calm down? Armand, if you raise your voice this much, you'll wake up the little ones, you big doofus. Lobelia whispered after closing the door behind herself. Lobelia, you know something about this. Explain yourself. Elodia knew that the young half-elf girl was hiding something from her as Armand, and she was acting strange ever since a few days ago. Even now she was convinced that they were hiding some facts. Finally, after some glares from their big sister, Armand and Lobelia opened up. They recounted the story from their point of view. Armand wanted to paint himself as a noble warrior that just wanted to help some friends from the guild. Roland, on the other hand, was described as a mustache-twirling villain that just beat up everyone that looked at him. You are friends with that Devon? Elodia recalled hearing that name. There were some previous complaints against that man and his party. They seemed to have been extorting Tier 1 adventurers, but whenever someone reported something they soon took that claim back. It was rumored that Devon and his thugs were threatening them, but without evidence or any witnesses. The guild couldn't punish them. I told you not to associate with people like those. And what were you doing in that district to begin with? The angry woman glared at both Armand and Lobelia that felt attacked. She only used one of her tracking skills to search for her idiot party member. Now she was also being questioned about her wandering close to the red light district of the city. I didn't do anything wrong. It's all that guy's fault. The guild might not see it your way. Armand was quickly corrected. How would they? I'm sure the old man will see it my way. Elodia gave out a sigh after hearing Armand, still not admitting that he was in the wrong in any shape or form. She thought back to a time long past where she had to take care of this idiot brother of hers. This was an orphanage that she helped set up in the city. The three of them also came from one of them. Everyone decided to move here when the new dungeon became known. She was forced to transfer here by the guild, and these two followed after. With time, they bought out one of the larger houses to help the children with no parents. Stop calling the guild master like that. This time around, he might not be able to help you, or could choose not to. What do you mean? Armand asked while trying to talk quietly. Elodia gave out a sigh while gathering the pieces of paper that were previously a copy of Roland's form. It doesn't matter. Can't you just go to this Wayland and apologize? He seemed like a reasonable person. He might take back his complaint. She knew that Armand was throwing his weight around lately, even more since he was close to the 100th level. His pugilist class would be maxed out at L50, and then he would be able to select a more prestigious one. The praises from stronger adventurers and the guild master only made him more arrogant. She knew that the guild leader might see this as a chance to take him down a peg. Me apologize? Never. I would never apologize to a coward like that. Coward? Elodia asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, we could have resolved it like men, but instead he went and done this. Like men? She asked once more while progressively sounding colder. A vein on her forehead started to appear while she grasped a book from the side. With a one-on-one fight, of course. Armand struck a battle pose but soon was hit with a large book straight to the face. Didn't you already lose a one-on-one fight to him before? What would have happened if Lobelia didn't arrive on time? The glasses-wearing woman alluded to the second fight that Roland and Armand had. If the half-elf didn't arrive, it looked like Armand would have lost the fight as his skill was taking a toll on him. You even asked her for help? Who is acting like a coward now? A barrage of books and pottery descended on Armand's face as Elodia started shouting at Armand's flawed logic. It was obvious that he had a thick head, and unless someone beat him down hard enough, he wouldn't give an inch. Hey, stop. The fight never finished, so I never lost. Armand shielded himself with his large hands while slowly evacuating from this room. From his perspective, the fight never reached a conclusion. In his experience, there was always a chance for a reversal during combat. One lucky punch was all that he needed to win the fight. Even though his skill deflated him quite a bit, he did have another trump card waiting. He was confident that if he timed it well, he would be the one standing victorious. Stop being a child and go apologize. Never. The conversation ended with Armand escaping through the door and quickly running out of the room. Some of the older kids were laughing at him, pointing fingers as the large man escaped outside. Get back here this instant. Ah, think we won't see him back tonight? You know how stubborn he gets. Do you really think he might lose his position in the guild? While holding a wooden plate up that she wanted to toss at the escaping Armand, Elodia gave out another sigh. It's a possibility. I don't know if that person will let it end unless that idiot gets punished in some way. The guild master is also interested in him. Elodia was part of the guild and stayed informed. She knew of the person named Wayland the runesmith. He was low-key, but ever since the advancement test he was getting inspected by the guild information section. There was even a file on him that was slowly being filled out due to the guild master's interest in him. But if he loses his position, then we will also lose all of our good selling rates. Staff members of the guild always got a better deal while selling things like mana stones and monster parts. They also could buy things like health potions at a lower price while just having to do some side work. Armand didn't actually need to work that much. He was mostly used to perform tests on new Tier 2 adventurers just like he did with Roland. Then sometimes he would be asked to perform certain quests by the guild that he couldn't refuse. Those could range from fetch quests to escort missions to other cities. People like him were given the position to act as a more trusted and elite force that the guild could use. They mostly went to work when a high-paying client showed up and the guild wanted to be sure that the request would go through. They didn't want random adventurers making them look bad in front of influential people. Thus, they would hire promising prospects to perform these tasks. I know. This month might be tight. Lobelia frowned at the prospect of losing Armand's premium rates. She was part of his party, so she would also be affected. Part of her income went to this place as well. They would be losing about 10% of their monthly wages if this happened. This apparently for the reason that their big brother wasn't able to halt his violent ways. Where does this Wayland live? I'll go and ask him to drop the complaint. That wouldn't be a good idea. Just help me clean this place. There were scattered books and other items around this room after Elodia unleashed some pent-up rage on her younger brother. None of the people here were related by blood, but everyone was treated as part of the family. But big sis, what if I can convince him otherwise? No man can resist my charms. The elven girl puffed out her chest as if trying to show off her assets. The big sister just glanced at this chest and gave it a pat. Maybe first try growing something here before you try charming anyone. Lobelia's pose quickly changed as she slumped forward, her hands covering her chest, which was on the smaller side. I'm still growing. It might actually be better if we don't convince that man to take back the complaint, said Elodia while Lobelia looked confused. How would that be better? We will lose money. That we will, but maybe that idiot might learn something from this. Lobelia looked to her big sister, and after thinking for a moment she nodded. Her older brother's behavior had been deteriorating ever since the guild master became interested in him. She knew that he had gone through a rough childhood. Most of his problems were always resolved thanks to his fists. He needs to understand that not all of his problems can be resolved with fists alone. Both of them nodded at each other and agreed not to go see Wayland. They hoped that this would teach Armand some humility, but that was only if the guild favored Wayland's claim. They were still part of his family though and didn't wish for any bad outcomes. Elodia wished that Armand would see the error of his ways, but still didn't want him to get banned from the guild, which was a possibility. The two continued to clean, and finally, the day of the hearing was upon them. Armand, being his stubborn self, never returned to the orphanage directly and talked through Lobelia while evading his older sister. Haven't had one of these in a while, and it's against Armand and some Tier 2 adventurers? An old man asked while looking over some papers. Roland would recognize this person as the man that helped him with Agni. Yes, Mr. Wilser. And it's that young man that is making the complaint? Yes, Mr. Wayland. H.M. The small gnome rubbed his chin while thinking back to the armored man that he taught some basics about monster taming. The hearing will be starting in 10 minutes. Mr. Wayland is already here and waiting. Elodia was talking while looking into the distance. She could see Roland in his usual red armor, but this time around his helmet was to the side. What she saw was quite the handsome young man with a strong jawline. He looked to be someone that wasn't even in his 20s, but she knew that looks could be deceiving and he could be much older. Well, at least he took off that silly helmet this time around. The gnome scoffed a bit while looking over the papers. Let us get this over with. There is much work to be done today. Elodia nodded while the old man walked away and into the room where the hearing would be taking place. Soon after, Armand finally appeared at the scene along with the guild master. Even though Armand was already a large man, the guild master dwarfed him by quite a bit. He was from a race that was considered small giants, known for their physical strength and warrior classes. Our little Armand has gotten himself into trouble. Isn't that right, Elodia? The guild master appeared with a big smile on his face. It was clear that he wasn't taking this very seriously, but Armand, that was next to him, wasn't smiling. Who are you calling little? Why are we even here, old man? You can just dismiss this. It seemed that her younger brother was still adamant in his beliefs. Luckily, even though the guild master was finding this whole predicament hilarious, he was still carrying out his duties. I don't know. Should I? Elodia stood there while hugging some papers against her chest. She still could not come to terms with how Armand acted around the guild master. The large man had somehow grown to like this small brother of hers and even helped him train, though it was always a one-sided beatdown where Armand ended up defeated. Yes, you should, or just let me fight him one-on-one. Ho ho. So you almost losing to him twice wasn't enough? I never lost to him. That's not what little Elodia here reported to me. The old man laughed while giving her a little wink. She didn't react in any way, just continued to stare at the two idiots with scorn. That's only because of that armor if he fought me fairly. Fairly, huh? The smile that the old large male had plastered all over his face finally faded. He turned to Armand that was trying to explain himself, but before he could, a large fist descended onto his head. He was quickly pressed to the ground due to the guild master's hit, almost getting hit out cold. If you think that the armor is the only reason that you lost, Then you still have a lot to learn, boy. Now stop whining like a wench and get in there. The guild master grabbed Armand by the neck and yanked him into the room where the hearing would be taking place. Elodia, tell them to get a move on, we don't have all day. Soon she walked over to the side of the accusers and guided them inside this room. In it, besides the guild master and old gnome, there were 2 other guild members. The only side that was missing was the party of 5 thugs that attacked Bernier. Mr. Wayland and Mr. Bernier, please take a seat. We will start the hearing soon. Elodia said while greeting Roland it was finally time to get this hearing started. Roland walked in through the room while wearing his red armor. This time around, though, he had his helmet down. This was an official hearing with even the guild master present. There was no use hiding his face. He would need to take it off anyway if they started asking questions. The room was about the size of a school classroom with a large desk with the guild workers sitting at it. He could see the woman with the glasses sitting to the side along with the gnome that explained taming-related skills to him. In the middle of the table he saw an unknown giant. It was clear from the first glance that he was someone belonging to the Goliath race. He was large and muscular and looked to be the one running the show here. Roland hadn't seen the guild master before, but he knew from the rumors about his characteristics. Why would the guild master be here? This was the first red flag. Normally there would be a higher-ranking worker from the guild present here, but not the guild master. Could this be why Armand was not afraid to attack other adventurers? Could he be backed by the guild master? If so, Roland could be the one getting banned from the guild instead. There were another 2 people sitting to the other side. It was an older woman and a middle-aged man. The man looked like a fighting instructor. His face was filled with scars and his body was also rather muscular. He was clearly someone belonging to the warrior profession. Next to him was an older woman in a robe. She gave him mage vibes. By the way, mana gathered around her. She was someone with a large amount just like Roland here. 5 people in total were behind that table. From what Roland could tell, these people would take a vote. You needed 3 votes in your favor to have the verdict go your way. There was also the guild master present though. He could outright shift the whole thing in Armin's favor. Roland feared that if he gave an order the others would not vote against his judgment. There was a set of 2 long tables on the opposite side. In one of them, he noticed a familiar face. It was the muscle-bound Armand who looked quite angry. He was staring daggers at the guild master for some reason. When Roland walked in, his target had changed. This was the first time they were actually face to face. It seemed that the fistfighter was a bit surprised at how young Roland was. Even though his frame was similar to an adult man, he was still only about 16 years old. The only person that actually saw his face before was the elven receptionist lady. She wasn't here though, so it was a first for everyone gathered. While being stared at, the woman with the glasses walked up to him. Mr. Wayland, Mr. Bernier, please take a seat. She pointed to the 2 chairs that were probably prepared for him and Bernier. They were at the table that was to the left of the one Armand was sitting at. The 2 nodded and slowly walked over to their seats. Roland purposely evaded Armin's menacing stare, which only caused the muscle idiot to get angrier. Those 5 idiots aren't there? Might have actually skipped town. For now, it looked like they were missing the party of the Tier 2 thugs that attacked Bernier. Not being here would actually work against them. They wouldn't be able to explain themselves, so Roland winning the case was almost guaranteed. The only one he would need to watch for is Armand then. It would seem that Mr. Devon and his party haven't arrived yet. Ms. Elodia, would you know anything about this? The one that spoke up was the old mage-looking granny. The old woman had a gentle smile on her face while looking at the receptionist lady and asking the question. One of our guild members should be bringing them over soon, she answered while the warrior-looking man next to the old woman grinned a bit. You mean Korgak? Hope he doesn't kill them before they get here, though that might speed things up. The man rubbed his chin while looking happy for some reason. He was probably imagining a violent ending for the party of 5 by the hands of this associate of theirs. Let us wait. If it's Korgak, then he should get them here. The guild master waved his hand while leaning back in his chair. Roland took this time to examine this man. This was apparently the most powerful adventurer in the city. a Tier 3 class holder that followed the warrior tree. If someone wanted to become a true guild master, this was the main requirement. You had to have successfully attained a Tier 3 class. This was a new city and a new guild, which made Roland believe that he was probably at the lower end of this Tier 3 class. Albrook was a developing city, and no established guild master would take the time to spend years developing it. Most of the time something like this would be given to new guild masters. Roland wasn't sure about this man's character, but he didn't seem like someone that enjoyed guild politics. He was sitting with his back leaned back and legs spread apart like he owned the place, which he did. He looked like the type that would settle things with his fists instead of diplomacy. Hope he won't think of something idiotic like having us both fight to clear things out. The victor gets the spoils. Something as silly as that would probably not come to place, as there were strict rules. The guild master would be breaking guild laws if he ordered such a verdict. On the other hand, Roland wasn't sure what he could do if such a decision was made. Not like he had anyone that he could file a complaint to. The only one that outranked this man would be another guild master from a larger guild. There were many guilds spread throughout the lands. It worked similar to a chain of stores, with the guild masters being managers in them. Then there was someone like a regional manager that the guild masters had to answer to. Above them finally was the strongest one out of them, a Tier 5 monster. This was also mostly where the journey of power ended for everyone. There weren't many people that could achieve something of that height in their lives. The experience it took was massive. Besides that, most people ended up retiring after achieving Tier 3, which was already seen as being one of the top elites. I'd have to go to one of those regional guild masters, huh? While thinking, his eyes met with the imposing-looking man. The man that looked to be chiseled out of granite smirked, which made Roland flinch a bit. It looked like he was about to say something, but before he could, the door slammed open and one of the thugs that attacked Bernier flew through it. Ah, finally. What took you so long, Korgak? Soon all four of them were in the room. Behind them was an imposing half-orc that looked quite similar to the one that he met as a slave. His face and bone structure were quite similar. The main difference was that his shade of green was paler. Korgak bring, now Korgak go. The way that he talked was also akin to what he remembered from Galgrim. He was quick to remove himself from the room after shoving the 5 adventurers in. They all had bruises on their bodies, and it was clear that they didn't come here of their own volition. Good. Everyone is here. Let us get this over with. The guild master leaned forward while smacking the table with his large hand. Elodia instructed the 5 to sit at the table with Armand. The 5, after realizing that the guild master was here along with some other powerful adventurers, were quick to shrink back. Like puppies with curled-up tails, they waddled over to their seats as the hearing finally commenced. We have gathered here due to Mr. Wayland's complaint about the party name, Dread End. Elodia started listing the names of everyone. Devin and his gang had quite the showy name, but not much to show for it. They were only lower-level Tier 2 adventurers with basic classes that didn't show much promise for the future. Dread End was seen being attacked by Mr. Wayland in the focus was on the battle at the pub. It seemed that the guild did their research. Elodia explained that Roland was seen walking up to them slowly, and that he asked for the backpack more than once before attacking. Devin and his boys were the first ones to draw the weapons, which put Roland in an advantageous position. Does anyone from Dread End have anything to add? That madman clearly attacked us. We were just defending ourselves. That's right. The ones that were being accused were unwilling to admit to their robbery. The problem with this was that it came to their word against his and Bernier's. The only thing that could help them were the witnesses. This was a bit concerning, as he had no idea who the guild would bring in or if they even took the time to do this. This was also why he was soon pleasantly surprised as they brought out the first witness, a middle-aged dwarf. Could you point out who Mr. Devin and his party members were following? Yes, it was him. I saw it with my very own eyes. He lies. Damn dwarf, I'm going to... Pipe down. A little scene unfolded that Roland didn't predict. The guild brought out this witness from somewhere, and apparently he saw Devin and his buddies following after Bernier. He described how he noticed them walking out of an alley and trailing after his assistant in detail. How they managed to find this guy was unknown to him, but someone did a good job. Dread was not happy about this surprise witness, but they quickly quieted down after the man next to the guild master shouted at them. It was clear that they knew him and were scared. The hearing continued, and it was going in Roland's and Bernier's favor. Some people from the pub were questioned, and they also mentioned how he left money behind after trashing the wall. I think I've heard enough. Dread will be suspended from the guild. We can't have our adventurers acting like common thugs. The guild master spoke out while the others nodded. These 5 made them look quite bad, and even though they were Tier 2 class holders, they could be replaced. I agree with the guild master, but this isn't enough. I say we give them to the city guards. They did almost kill a man. The one that brought this up was the old gnome. The others murmured for a moment before starting a vote between themselves. Everyone minus the man with scars on his face was for this idea, his reasoning being that he didn't like the nobles being involved in guild politics. The city guards? You think we'll take this lying down? Devon and his buddies quickly shot up to their feet before storming for the exit. They were already forced to arrive here due to the half-orc and were probably planning to escape from the beginning. Roland watched them tackle the large door that was locked. It couldn't take a full shoulder tackle from a Tier 2 tank and broke down instantly. He wasn't about to chase after them, though this was the Adventurers Guild, and they had enough people to handle something like this. Dread reached a bad ending as they didn't make it outside. The half-orc was still there on guard along with other instructors. After a little scuffle, the 5 thugs were apprehended. Well, I guess you didn't get a chance to say much, Bernier. Bernier was to the side wiping some sweat from his brow. Roland could see him flinch a bit as the people that broke his leg stormed out in haste. He wasn't even able to testify as the surprise witnesses took care of that for him. I just want to go back to the workshop and drink some wine. Hope they get sent to the mines. Bernier laughed weakly. Sending people to mine underground was a popular punishment for criminals. People like that would be mostly branded as criminal slaves and used for hard labor. In this world, there were no large prisons where the prisoners just stayed in without working like in Roland's previous world. Everyone was forced to work for their food, and if they didn't, then death was the only way out. You might want to hold that thought. This isn't over yet. Roland commented while looking at the one person that was sitting at the other table. Armand started out looking angry, but now he just looked bored. The young man had even dozed off during the questioning of the previous witnesses as if it didn't concern him. After a few minutes, another member from the guild popped his head through the door. We got them, guild master. Haha, good. Keep them locked up till the guards arrive. Then they will be their problem. It seemed that the guild master was finding these scenes quite amusing. Roland already noticed that this man acted quite relaxed and as if he didn't take many things all too seriously. If this was a good or bad thing, he wasn't quite sure. So, are we done here? The man with the scars asked while standing up. What about little Armand there? The old woman next to him commented while causing Armand to look at her with a frown. What about him? We got the ones responsible. Everyone can agree that it was just a misunderstanding between the adventurers. They can just shake on it like men. Roland remained seated while he listened. Half of his requirements had been fulfilled by the apprehension of the band of thugs. They were even going to go to jail, but if they got prosecuted and sentenced would remain to be seen. Shake on it. Roland finally raised his voice while the guild members looked at him. Why would you allow someone like that to still work here? He said while pointing to the man he was accusing. Someone like that? Armand called out from the side while looking at Roland with scorn. It was clear that he had not learned his lesson yet. How would you wish to resolve this issue then, young man? The one that asked was the old mage-looking lady. I'm not sure how the guild conducts itself, but I think someone that can't think before acting is unfit to be an instructor. He makes the whole guild look bad. Roland's main issue with Armand was that he was a blockhead that only wanted to solve his problems with fists. It would be fine if he was a regular adventurer, but he was part of a larger unit. He made the whole guild seem like a band of thugs, not much better than the people that they just sentenced. Hear that? You are making us look bad. The guild master gave out a chuckle while looking at the angered Armand. See, even now that idiot wants nothing more than to attack me. Again, just like he did before without thinking. Do you really want someone like that around? The issue with Armand attacking him after he cleared out Dread End was already known. Now he only needed to convince these people to see it his way. The best way to do this in his eyes was to make them feel like he made their organization look bad. People could start going to other businesses to sell their monster parts if the guild started being known for their unreasonable practices. I had enough of this nonsense. Just have the two fight and clear this out as men. The man with the scars proposed while most of the people that were sitting with him sided. That's why they think we are all muscle brains. The old woman commented while shaking her head. Yes, let us fight. Armand looked pumped for this option, though why Roland wasn't sure. He had already shown that he was more than able to beat this man in a one-on-one fight. Haven't you already lost to him twice? Sit down, you idiot. The guild master commented while slamming his hand on the table, which caused the other people to quiet down. That's only because of that armor. Be quiet, idiot. Hey you there, kid. The guild master called out to Roland while shouting at Armand. Did you make that armor yourself? He asked while Roland just nodded, not like he was hiding that he was a runesmith at this point in time. Interesting. Hey, doesn't the guild lack runesmiths? Why don't we sign a contract with this kid? Contract? Roland's eyes narrowed, not sure what this man was trying to do. We'll lower the rates of what the auction house is giving you. Better the rates? Roland had to take a moment to think. Getting more money was always nice. The auction house was kind of scalping the prices as there was no one going up against them. The guild was an entity that could compete with them, and some did expand to have their own stores that sold more than just healing potions. Shouldn't we end this hearing first? We don't have all day. The old gnome called out from the side as they did not reach a verdict yet. Right, the vote. All for firing little Armand here raised their hands. 2 hands were raised for and 2 against Armand being relieved of his position as an instructor. The ones that were against it was the man with the scars on his face, which didn't come as a surprise to Roland. The man was a similar type of person as Armand, and he wanted to settle it with a fistfight instead. The other person that was against it came as a surprise as the woman with the glasses that was a receptionist raised it. He could somewhat tell that she hesitantly raised that hand for some reason. Was this Armand guy blackmailing her, or did they have some history? The old lady and gnome that were clearly people that worked more with their brains were for it though. It all came down to the guild master now. Would he choose to fire Armand, or would he keep him here? The impression Roland had through the interactions here was that they two were close. It was as if the guild master was an older brother that liked to make fun of their younger sibling. He would constantly laugh at his anger outbreaks while pointing his finger, but not like Roland could do much about it. The real perpetrators were banned from the guild, so this was already a win for him. 2 against 2? Maybe little Elodia shouldn't have been assigned to this hearing. The man commented while rubbing his chin, his bald head shining in the room light. This comment only strengthened Roland in his beliefs that the woman was involved with Armand in one way or another. The woman in question just turned her face to the side while evading the gaze of the other people in the room. You put this old man in a tough position. He shrugged a bit while standing up. After a few steps he was in front of Armand that continued to be in a foul mood. The large bald man from the Goliath race smiled brightly, while the recipient looked even more dejected. Don't worry, Armand. You can keep your adventurer card. Here it comes. Roland wanted to give out a sigh as it seemed that this rowdy adventurer would be getting out of this without losing his position. I knew I could count on you, old man. Armand rejoiced and wanted to stand up while grinning in Roland's direction. Before he could go through with that, a large hand was placed on his shoulder and kept him in place. I'm not finished yet, brat. The man's voice got colder and the aura around him also changed. You can keep it, but it will need to be updated as your position as an instructor will become vacant. Old man, what are you? It seems like I've been too lax on you. Ever since you got here you have been picking fights with everyone that was up for it. Then when someone comes along that can contend with you, you do nothing but complain like a little brat. Soon Roland could see the guild master grabbing Armand's other shoulder and slowly lifting him up into the air. With both, His mid-sized palms clenching together. Even Armand with his large frame looked like a small child in comparison. I gave you too much freedom. And what do you do with it? Attack a runesmith in my city? Do you want our guild to go bankrupt or something? The conversation soon shifted into something that Roland didn't expect. It started to sound like the guild master was more concerned about offending a runesmith than about what Armand was actually doing. He is a human runesmith of all things. Do you know how rare those are? Do you realize how hard it is to find a runesmith that isn't forced into the Dwarven Union? Huh? Do you? Dwarven Union? Roland knew this name. It was a huge behemoth of United Dwarven Companies. At one point, all of the Dwarven craftsmen gathered under a large banner to hike up the prices of the magical items. They were the gatekeepers of 80% of all the magical weapons, armor, and items. Their race had a natural knack for smithing and creating, which also caused them to have the most runesmiths from everyone. Being a runesmith and a Dwarven runesmith was also seen differently. The race of craftsmen had a long history and shared secrets among each other. They were seen as superior item makers. When people had a choice between a human or a dwarf, they would always go with the latter for blacksmithing. Stop shaking me around, old man. The guild master continued to berate Armand while finally letting him down to the ground. He then turned over to Elodia while maintaining the menacing look. Go file the paperwork, and don't think I don't know what you were trying to do here. Next time something like this happens, you will also be out of a job. The woman with glasses went pale in the face while bowing before the guild master. My apologies. I'll go get it done swiftly. The other guild members that were here remained silent and soon started to stand up. Armand was a bit stunned by the decision, and it looked like he wanted to say something. One stare from the large man that owned this place was enough to make him not to. Okay. Everyone get back to work. This hearing is now over. Armand managed to stand up from the ground, and it looked like he wanted to contest this decision. Before he could do that, Elodia approached him, started to yank him out of the room. In time, Armand dropped his shoulders in defeat and followed along. The look of defeat plastered on his face. The two didn't look all that happy about this resolution, but the guild master word was the rule. They soon left, probably to carry out the orders. Armand would be keeping his adventurer card, but he would lose his position. He was still a promising silver rank adventurer, so this wasn't the end of the world for him. There were many ways to make money even without those bonuses he received by being an instructor. For Roland, this was enough of a punishment. He didn't want to push his luck with this guild master that was now showing some interest in him. At his word, the people started to stand up. Bernier, that was next to Roland, remained quite quiet during this whole predicament. The half-dwarf looked a bit pale, probably a bit affected by the guild master's killing aura. Everyone but you, kid, that is. Ha! Roland was about to call it a day, but was held back by a rather large hand. He considered himself to be tall, but this guild master made him look like a 10-year-old. Me? Is there something else? He looked up at the man. The baldy before him was back to being all smiles. This person was quite fast to change his mood. It was better not to get on his bad side, though. Otherwise you could be shaken around violently like Armand. Yes, human runesmith, we need to talk about money. Roland wanted to refuse at first, but after thinking it through he just nodded. This was the guild master he was talking with. There was a certain degree of respect that he was required to show here. Otherwise, he could be very well removed from the guild as well. Besides that, he was also interested in what this man was offering. It seemed that he wanted to strike a deal with him, probably to craft weapons for the guild while abandoning the auction house. About money. Not that many guilds offer runic weapons or armor. Exactly. The bald man nodded while the others slowly removed themselves from this room. Bernier remained next to Roland while not knowing what to do. He wasn't really an adventurer, so he didn't feel like the guild master here could order him around. The only person he would actually listen to was his own boss. It's fine, Bernier. Just wait for me, this shouldn't take long. Roland told Bernier to wait for him, mostly as he wasn't sure if his assistant should be walking back home alone without protection. He looked a bit meek today and was probably stressed after seeing Dread End try to escape from their faith. Okay, boss. Just don't drink too much. Bernier turned around while trying not to show his facial expression. You make me sound like some kind of drunkard boss. Roland didn't reply to that as he just stared at his assistant's back. It seemed that the mention of alcohol had at least helped Bernier recover his humor. You done? Yes. Follow me, kid. The guild master smirked while finally getting out of the room that the hearing took place in. Outside he could see some blood and cracks in the walls. It looked like Dread End did meet a demise. The half-orc was nowhere to be seen, probably stuck guarding the 5 ruffians after beating them up. The other people weren't there anymore either. Elodia was probably filing out some paperwork to get her younger brother removed from the guild roster. Just as the guild master ordered, he followed behind him. This was the first time he was this far back here, so he took time to look at this guild. They went through a long corridor with various doors on the side. Some of them were labeled while others remained a mystery. One room was used for monster part harvesting. Normally here they would just be allowed to deliver the parts to a side room while given a slip that proved what they left. A person could just leave a whole monster carcass and be given the regular market rate for it. They could also decide to wait, the guild would then sell off the parts, and depending on the quality they could get more gold. This way mostly brought in more money but took a lot longer. Most adventurers were fine with taking an average cut and using that gold instantly. There was a large aversion to banks in this world. They mostly functioned with merchants and nobles while the adventurers liked to carry their winnings around with themselves. On this level was where the guild instructors were stationed. Armand could have occupied one of these rooms. They were named instructors, but they were required to do many other tasks which could range from training people to monster slaying. Quite often they were hired by merchants or nobles to protect their kids that descended into the dungeon for the first time. While the young masters and misses were hunting monsters, they would guard them against any unforeseen disasters. This type of work was risky. If a noble child died during such a mission, the instructor would be held accountable. They could then end up as a slave or even dead depending on how influential their noble parents were. Besides that, he also spotted some potion-making rooms. The guild apparently did hire some alchemists to produce potions cheap. Ordering them from stores always brought in lower margins for them. This was probably also why the guild master was now interested in Roland. The guild offered some weapons, but they were mostly overpriced and only there for when an adventurer had no other choices or lacked time to get a proper weapon from a reputable store. After getting through this corridor, they moved upstairs where the guild master's office was. On the way, he could see some other offices belonging to different high-ranking officials. There were positions like vice guild master or a guild treasurer, and they were also here. Where he was going though was the office at the very end and with the biggest door. Take a seat, kid. The guild master pushed the door open with one hand and the two walked in. Roland took a second to look around this place, and the first thing that he noticed was the giant black desk at the end of the room. Behind it was an equally large-sized armchair where the guild master sat down in. It was clear that these items were custom-made for this baldy, as they were far too large for any regular human being. While looking for a seat, he also noticed the many monster heads hung up on the walls. They all looked to be evolved monsters or beasts. They were probably all hunted down by this man. He spotted a couple of chairs to the side. It was a bit strange how they varied by size, but it all made sense all things considered. Races here all varied in height, so having chairs to fit them all was actually a good idea. He grabbed the one that was human-sized and placed it in front of the desk where the bald man was sitting. So what would you like to discuss, Guild Master? Let's get right to the point then. I want you, kid? You want me? Roland flinched a bit at this reveal. He also noticed that the bald guild master was looking at him with passionate eyes, which brought him to one conclusion. Sorry, but I don't swing that way. Could this be why this muscle monster was hesitant to remove Armand from the guild faster? The guy was a handsome young man. What if this guy just liked to keep those types around? Hey! Stop looking at me like that and stop backing away, you stupid brat. The man slammed his hand on the giant desk, which shook around but somehow remained intact. It was clearly made from a superior wooden material that could take these tier 3 hits. I want you to work for the guild and only for the guild. Roland gave out a sigh of relief as he didn't think that he could win a one-on-one fight with this man. At most he could spray some icicles in his face and make a run for it. Why would you want to hire an unknown runesmith? Even one that is a human. Craftsmen that weren't dwarves were seen as slightly worse in a general sense. Their racial traits were just fashioned to work with molten metal and hammers. They also had a vast history and many hidden techniques that were not shared with any other races. That's why I want to hire you. You are unbound by them. A blank slate. While they were talking, Roland noticed a strange shift in the mana around the guildmaster's desk. Almost instantly after this strange feeling, a person barged in through the door with something in her hand. I brought it, guildmaster. The one bursting in through the door was the elven receptionist that he usually visited. The item that she was holding was wrapped up in cloth and was placed on the guildmaster's desk. Roland could somewhat tell what was in this cloth by the general shape. The guildmaster didn't wait long before pulling this cloth to the side and revealing the weapon inside. This is... Yes, it's one of yours. What they were looking at was a long sword that Roland had made about a month ago. It was created from deep steel and had a mana stone in the hilt along with 2 runic enchantments. The craftsmanship of the sword is only adequate. Roland took a critical hit to his pride instantly. He knew that he wasn't the best blacksmith and most of his weapons came out at an intermediate grade. But that isn't important. These runes, on the other hand, are perfect. You have a talent for rune smithing. His runes were a notch above the rest. Most new runesmiths that just started out would have a hard time inscribing a basic rune at the intermediate level. He, on the other hand, only produced the high and highest ones. One part of this was that he could improve on every schematic thanks to his skill. The other was his work ethic that brought him this far. Then another was the talent for mana which aided in the creation of these runes. Most dwarven runesmiths had a fatal weakness. Their race was not the best with mana as they were mostly given warrior and crafting professions. Their magicians were inferior in some ways to humans and elves, thus a lot of them chose to go with rune smithing or enchanting instead. Thank you, but what are you offering me here? Roland was not keen on working for anyone besides himself at this point. This didn't mean that he could not be swayed into a sort of partnership. This all depended on what he would get from this exchange. If it was just a small contract to limit himself to the guild with sales, then he would probably refuse. The rates in the auction were not that good, but the bidding wars that sometimes transpired there made up for it. The prices were sometimes hiked up to twice or more of what the item was worth. I see that you aren't convinced. Well, let us talk business then. Roland recalled the old gnome that he had a similar conversation before. He wasn't really that interested in this offer, but there was no problem in hearing this guild master out. Maybe the deal would be better than anticipated, and having the guild master on your side was always a good thing. So what do you think, kid? Should be a good deal for ya. Roland eyed the parchment in front of him. It had already been an hour since the hearing took place, and Armand was probably relieved of his position by now. He, on the other hand, was led up to the guild master's office and was now looking through a sort of contract. It wasn't an actual contract yet, though. Just a list of what he would be getting for working with the guild. He would need to stop selling his wares at the auction house. This was more or less the only thing that the guild wanted. His runic weapons would be placed in the guild run shops that were in the city as well as in this building. The guild operated in one main location, but that didn't mean that they didn't own other businesses in this city. They sponsored people that could bring in profits, like alchemists or monster butchers that were good at deconstructing monsters for parts. Roland was not too keen on giving up his freedom. Ever since Edelgard and the cultist debacle, he stopped trusting large companies. Even if they made a contract, it didn't mean that they would keep it, while he, on the other hand, would be bound to it. In return for signing himself over to the guild, he would receive several bonuses. From what he could tell, these bonuses were similar to what instructors like Armand were getting. Discounts to potions, more gold for monster parts, and access to some guild facilities if he ever wanted. I don't think I can make a decision right now. I'll borrow this and I'll tell you within the week. After going through the hearing, he was getting tired. Not physically but mentally, as he still wasn't used to being around so many people and talking with them. There was also Bernier that had been waiting for him for the past hour. He was starting to feel bad for his assistant as well as Agni that was left behind in a special room in his secret workshop. Not convinced? Anything that would sway your mind. The guild master gave out a sigh after hearing Roland's answer. The two had gone back and forth while going through the contract. He did notice that he started losing Roland's attention after mentioning giving up rights to selling items at the auction house. Sway my mind. Roland had gotten up by now and was about to head out of the guild master's office, but then he remembered something. There was a certain manufacturing method that he wanted to get his hands on. Well, if you can get me the schematics for the mana stone smelter, along with the recipe for the mana alloys. This was one of the rune smithing secrets that he desired to get. With the correct smelter and the recipe on how to make specific mana alloys, he would be able to ditch the flashy mana stone design. He would be able to just integrate it into the structure of the weapon or armor. This had multiple advantages, one being that there would be more surface for runic inscriptions. The other is that it would be impossible to knock the mana stone out of the weapon, which would ruin the whole runic structure. This advanced runesmith technique required two things. A special smelter that had a specific runic structure. One that only produced fire wasn't quite enough. He somewhat knew that this special smelter would shape the mana alloy in some way. Then he needed the actual manufacturing method. Otherwise, he could have to spend months or even years testing everything himself until something stuck. Mana stone smelter. That's quite the little contraption you want. But the guild master leaned back in his chair and started rubbing his chin. It was clear that he was thinking hard about the pros and cons of such a transaction. Roland knew that the price for something like that would be high. It wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. If this man had the connections, he might be able to get him what he needed. Give me a few weeks. I'll see what I can do. But you better prepare. The man slammed his large hand on the larger desk and made it shake some more before standing up. You'll have to make it worth my time, kid. Roland knew that this meant that he would need to make quite a lot of runic items for the guild. This didn't mean that he would need to craft everything himself. There were enough advanced blacksmiths that could prepare the items, and he would just add them his flair. Which was what the guild master was aiming for, as he already saw his average-looking weapons with the above-average runes. If you can find me those, then perhaps. He wouldn't just agree at this very moment, but he did want those schematics. An alloy like that would be perfect for something like a magical golem. Having it not be covered in mana stones would help out for something that needed to be durable. Perhaps? Listen here, kid. I'll have to contact some of my associates, but don't think that you'll get anything before signing that contract. Do you even know how much something like this costs? Roland nodded at the guild master's reasoning. Why would he go through getting a costly item only for Roland to say that he didn't want it anymore? He would be stuck with something he had no use for other than selling it on the auction house for a lesser price. Good point. Are you sure you can procure it? The guild master rubbed his chin again, but instead of a confident response, he just shrugged. As I said, give me some time. Apparently, he was also not sure if he could get his part of the deal done. Roland would need to return later or have them send him another letter. I see. I'll just read through this again, and you can get back to me once you have everything sorted out. Roland waved the parchment with the bonuses that the guild was offering him. The things in this list were tempting, but they weren't really a deal-breaker. If he had to choose between them and the manufacturing method, he would go with the runesmith knowledge. With it, he could just charge more for his wares, and they would also last longer. If it was possible, Roland would even pay extra just to get his hands on that knowledge. It seemed that this guild master wanted him badly on his side. Runecrafting was a rare profession that could elevate an adventurer to new heights. He was probably hoping to sell the weapons and armor, which would then cause the adventurers to hunt more monsters. With more dead monsters came more monster parts and even more gold. For someone that looked like a muscle-bound idiot, this guild master was quite cunning and hungry for money. I'll have one of the girls prepare the contract. The two exchanged some words before Roland left. Before going through with anything, the guild master would see if it was possible to get what he asked him for. If not, then they would be back at square one and a new exchange would need to be proposed. Sorry about that, we can go now? Roland arrived at the main guild area where all the adventurers were busy picking up new missions. He found Bernier at the pub section. The half-dwarf was noticeable due to the number of beer mugs on the table. Before he could scold him about his alcohol addiction, he noticed someone else sitting at his assistant's table. Armand. B-boss, you're finally here. Bernier looked ecstatic that Roland was back from his business talks. It was clear that something was wrong with this picture. Armand, that they had failed a complaint about, was in the process of drinking some alcohol. What's going on here? Roland whispered to Bernier while looking at the muscle brain from the corner of his eye. He just sat down next to me and started drinking and complaining. Bernier whispered back while trying to explain. After the hearing was over, Armand's instructor rights were revoked and he lost all of his nice bonuses. The two started whispering for a moment and Bernier gave a recount of what transpired after Roland went away. 40 minutes earlier. Hey barkeep, hit me up. Sure thing. Bernier called out to the person behind the counter and was given 2 mugs filled with alcohol. He set them down on a table that was free and began relaxing. The only thing that was on his mind was to get back home and how nice it felt to see those thugs being abused by that large half-orc. Serves those bastards well, good riddance. While holding up his mug in the air, he did a little cheer while some people wondered what was wrong with him. Bernier didn't care. Finally, things were looking up for him. There were plans of expanding the workshop and he was about to begin his Tier 2 journey. He was aiming to become an armorsmith to help out Roland. The biggest thing he was excited about was a proposition that he was given. His boss mentioned that he was spreading himself thin. He wanted to focus on runecrafting, but due to this his blacksmithing skills couldn't keep up. So then he offered Bernier to take some of that burden off him. The half-dwarf would be tasked to create the armor shell for him while he inscribed it with his runes. Roland would still craft the weapons himself, but the armor would be Bernier's task. Being someone that was dreaming of becoming an armor maker since a young age, this was something he couldn't refuse. The need to go back to his own workshop and work was making him all giddy. There were so many types of armor that he wanted to create. Thanks to Roland, he would already be able to work with deep steel and the runic tools would speed everything up. They only needed to expand the underground workshop so that he would have space to work there himself. The dummy log shed would be now mostly used as his living quarters. While thinking about the future, he heard a loud sound. As he turned to it, he could see the man that his boss filed a complaint against. Armand was by the reception and talking with the glasses-wearing receptionist lady. Bernier had nothing better to do, so he listened in while being slightly afraid that this man could try to take his revenge at a later date. Calm down, Armand. You brought this on yourself. On myself? I thought you were on my side. The two started arguing with each other. Armand mostly threw out empty accusations while acting like a child. Soon a smacking sound resounded and a red handprint appeared on his face. Bernier raised his eyebrow after seeing the receptionist lady deliver this slap. Why did I even bother with someone like you? When will you grow up? A moment of silence descended upon the Adventurers Guild. Armand was shouting quite loudly so other people had noticed the scene. Most of the warriors were laughing from the side while finding it funny that Armand lost his position. Now they were whispering and Bernier could hear them clearly. Poor Elodia. Heard she was running around the city searching for those witnesses. She did? Is that even part of her job as a receptionist? Apparently, the person that found those people to testify was the receptionist lady. Thanks to her, Dread End reached a timely demise. Bernier looked to the woman. If the scary muscle man wasn't there, he would actually go thank her for helping him and Roland with this case. He still was a bit perplexed by her actions, though. She helped them with that side of the hearing but also voted against punishing Armand when the time came. The only thing he could come up with is with her being too soft on this brother of hers. I bet she wanted to get Armand off the hook. Perhaps. On the other hand, the 2 guild workers that were talking thought she just did it to help her brother. If Amand got associated with Dread End, he could have been punished even more. The witnesses made it clear that he was just someone that arrived there randomly and was not there during Bernier's attack either. At least that is what he could make out from their conversation. Then it happened. Armand that had been slapped started walking towards the guild bar. At this point, Bernier moved his gaze back to his alcoholic beverage. He then heard a strange thumping sound followed by wood cracking. To his dismay, the person that had it in for his boss was now sitting at the table behind him. The two had their backs to each other, which caused Bernier a lot of stress. Hope boss comes back soon. It's already been 10 minutes. With not being able to control the situation, he just continued to chug on his drink while Armand behind him did the same. At first, it seemed that he was being civil, but after a couple of quick drinks, the angry grunts behind Bernier turned to strange mumbles. Ha! Roland's assistant then felt something large pushing against his back. When he turned around, he noticed that Armand was leaning back while having trouble keeping his balance. Is he drunk already? It seemed Armand had zero tolerance for alcohol after a couple of filled mugs. His face was all red and his speech was broken up. UHG Hewsett? Hey.
Dante no.
Bernier was noticed sitting alone while waiting for Roland to come back. Armand had lost all of his reasoning and slumped forward right next to the half-dwarf. Hick. Whatever. Wanna be my friend? No one respects me anymore. Hick. Bernier found a large muscular arm draped around his shoulder as Armand started hugging him, as if they were some old drinking buddies. This is how he spent the next 20 minutes while the muscle brain whined about losing his position. A few minutes before Roland arrived, he was able to flee as his drinking buddy had gotten too drunk to care. So that's what happened? Yes, boss. Think we should go. Roland was now looking at a drunk blockhead with his face against the table. His drink was spilled and he had a stupid expression on his face. Who gets this drunk in the middle of the day? This only made Roland look down on this young man even more. Due to this display of drunkenness, he was just making trouble for other people around him. Someone would need to clean up after him and maybe even carry him back home. Hope this guy learns something from this. Armand was, from what Roland knew, 22 years old, which in his eyes made him a young brat. He himself would be in his late 30s if he added his life from his previous world. In that world, someone like Armand would probably still be stuck in a university or working a blue-collar job. Roland didn't like him but could see how this world could shape someone like him. The real challenge for this young man was progressing past this point and learning from his mistakes. Let's go back home. The sight of a drunk and defeated Armand brought less joy to Roland than he expected. While trying to get to the bottom of why he felt this way, he was approached by the receptionist called Elodia. I'd like to apologue. Before the woman could speak up, he moved his hand up to stop her. Don't. It doesn't matter if you apologize to me. You didn't do anything wrong. Roland wasn't actually mad that this woman voted for her family member. He would have probably done the same if he was in her shoes. You should probably get this idiot a sobering potion before he makes a mess. Roland pointed to Armand that was wobbling around and slowly falling asleep. Elodia's eyebrows went into an angular shape as she looked at this brother of hers. Why, yes. Excuse me, Mr. Wayland. The woman still bowed before him while going over to Armand. It was finally time to return back to the workshop. That woman. Think I've seen her around the city before. Is that so? Ah. Bernier looked as if he realized something as they were returning. With nothing better to do, the conversation shifted to a certain woman wearing glasses. An orphanage, huh? Roland awkwardly went into his house while thinking about the conversation that he had with Bernier. With nothing much to talk about, the conversation shifted to Elodia. Bernier had seen her going around the city with some young children not more than 5 years old. At first, Bernier thought that maybe the woman was the mother, but soon he discovered the truth. Some of the shopkeepers spoke up about how she was a hard worker, how she tends to an orphanage with some other young adults. Did I make a mistake? It also came out during the conversation that Armand was apparently also from the said orphanage. Bernier had heard this fact during Armand's drunken stupor. He had complained that it would be hard to feed the kids while also paying off the house mortgage. Roland was now second-guessing his decision of kicking the man to the curb. Though he wasn't sure about the costs of that house, he felt that if Armand managed his money right, he should be able to pay for something like that. He didn't know how many mouths they were feeding or if they were duped into paying too much for the large building. It was apparently somewhere in the city in a more costly part. Well, that woman didn't seem that mad though. He recalled Elodia's reaction. She even apologized for her older brother. If they work through it, they should be fine. Woof. Ah. I'm coming, wait a moment. His thought process was interrupted by a muffled bark. He headed downstairs into his workshop where Agni was sitting in. The small wolf puppy was left here as he couldn't bring him over to the guild. This was the only place he could leave him while being sure that he wouldn't destroy it. The inside of the house was not a possibility as he felt that Agni would trash it. Then escape and track him to the Adventurers Guild. The possibility of the little puppy being then slain was high. People could take him for a regular monster. Some others could also try to capture him instead, then sell him on the black market as he was a rare breed. I see that I'll have to air this place out. Roland opened the slab of metal that was his door and was hit in the face by a strong smell. It was clear that his puppy had relieved himself here. Luckily for him, he had placed Agni in a large cage which he could just carry outside and wash. Woof! Agni ran about 3 circles around his master before bolting through the opening outside. The small guy was smart to understand Roland's facial expression as he looked at Agni's present that he left behind inside of his cage. Ugh! While holding his breath, he carried the metal cage outside. Thanks to his enhanced strength, this wasn't anything difficult. Ha! Maybe we should have taken him with us, boss. Bernier laughed from the side while Roland doused the cage with one of his water pressure wands. Ever since he started eating mana stones, the smell has been. Roland commented while using some flames on the metal cage to disinfect it. Does the mana make it extra fragrant? Bernier asked while peeking out of his log workshop. He was busy grinding away at some tools. Soon it would be time to get that tier 2 class. Roland had already given him a class change stone which would be coming out of his paycheck later. Now that you mention it, Roland brought up Agni's status screen while his wolf pup was running around the backyard. He zoomed in on the page with the skills and was pleasantly surprised. Mana Stone Eater did reach level 9. After seeing the skill finally reach the cap, he quickly went for the evolution options. After using the costly mana stones on his pet, he hoped that he would get another evolution that was even rarer than the gemstone wolf. Adolescent Volcanic Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A common canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in volcanic rocks. Adolescent Ruby Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. An uncommon canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in rubies. Adolescent Gemstone Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A rare canine-type monster found in deep dungeons. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane adorned with various gemstones. Hellhound Puppy. Fire, Fiend, Beast. An uncommon canine fiend type of monster. This type of monster is regularly seen accompanied by demonic beings. Adolescent Ash Wolf. Earth/Beast. A common canine-type wolf found in dungeons. They are characterized by having a white ashy fur pattern. Adolescent Mystical Ruby Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A rare variant of the Ruby Wolf monster, it is known for its high affinity for fire magic and high intelligence. Oh, a rare variant of an uncommon Ruby Wolf breed. There actually was another option that popped up. He now had an option to pick between 2 rare variants, a gemstone wolf or a mystical ruby wolf. What do you think, boy? Agni had stopped running around and was now sniffing Roland's leg. Due to him being in the city for so long, he had all kinds of scents stuck to him that this puppy could smell. Arf! The small wolf tilted his head to the side and then gave out a cute sneeze before walking away to dig up some holes. I figured. At this point in time, Roland had enough time to go through some monster tamer books that the city had to offer. He had managed to get a more thorough explanation of this gemstone wolf variant. It was a solid pick from what he could ascertain. This wolf was quite tanky. Its fur slowly changed into hardened gemstones which could take some punishment. On the other hand, the ruby variants were mostly known for their high speed and fire-type skills. Both types would grow into large wolves that could rival horses after a while, but the gemstone wolf would be bulkier. Now with the new variant out there, Roland felt like he knew what to get. What he needed was someone that was fast and not to tank hits for him. He was already a tank and a caster in one. There was no reason for him to have Agni fill that role. What he needed him for was to discover monsters as a tracker and scout type. Then, with the added magic affinity, the mystical ruby wolf could even give him some backline support. He was also trying to create golems, so he had not that much use for more tanky party members. Well, Agni, I'm not sure how this will feel, so brace yourself. At this moment, the red puppy was wiggling his ruby-tipped tail while his head was underground. There was not much around to damage, with the wind turbines being a bit to the side. I guess here goes nothing. Roland focused on the evolution option. It was akin to imagining a button press. The moment he did, the status window went blank for a moment before a prompt sprung up. Evolution in progress. He had thought that he had already gotten used to this game-like interface, but sometimes he was taken back by its functions. Roland glanced from the status window to where Agni was sticking out. A noticeable change was taking place as the puppy's body began to glow. The small posterior of the puppy began to expand and some of its fur began to shed. It started falling to the ground while another coat of fluff shifted in its place. The hind legs extended and small ruby crystals started to emerge above the paw area. Oh? Is Agni evolving? Why didn't you call me over, boss? Bernier noticed the shine from the backyard. He had been busy crafting, so his attention was elsewhere. You looked busy. Roland didn't wish to interrupt a blacksmith during their work, as he was also one. All sorts of things could go wrong if a person was interrupted, so he just went through with the evolution. It's going faster than I expected. Within a minute, the red glow subsided and Roland was looking at an enlarged backside of Agni. The rest of the body was still stuck underground, as he had chosen to go through with this while the puppy was digging a tunnel. He did get bigger. Should I go pull him out? Bernier asked while looking at Agni struggling to free himself from the small hole. After a few moments, though, the pooch managed to free himself. Agni started sneezing a bit, then quickly shaking, as if he was trying to dry himself after taking a dip in the river. Roland could now take a good look at his teenage puppy. The first thing that was characteristic was the assortment of gems on his legs. They went all the way up to his knees. His fur looked more robust and was also longer. His mane looked a lot bushier and he had a ruby sticking out of his forehead. His ruby-tipped tail got longer and the tip was quite a bit more pointy. The size of this adolescent wolf was close to a large dog. His head almost reached up to Roland's waist. A woo! Agni gave out a howl after cleaning himself and trotted over to where Roland was. He then circled around his master a couple of times before looking up to him. Showing off your new form? Roland smiled a bit and placed his hand on top of Agni's head. After ruffling up his fur, he gave the forehead gem a little poke. It was quite smooth and in a circular shape. It was quite small at about 2 centimeters in diameter, which was less than an inch. While petting his puppy, he brought up his status screen to see what had changed. Name: Adolescent Mystical Ruby Wolf. L26. X 0%. Type: Fire, Earth, Beast. HP: 313/313. MP: 341/341. SP: 499/499. Strength: 24. Agility: 39. Dexterity: 19. Vitality: 22. Endurance: 31. Intelligence: 23. Willpower: 20. Charisma: 17. Luck: 14. Agni got boosts to his stats akin to when he reached his Tier 2 Runesmith Lord class. There was a difference in people and monsters, as he could see now. After the evolution was done, there was no mention of the previous lesser evolved form. Only the adolescent mystical ruby wolf part was visible, as if he had it from the first level. Roland also noticed a trait that wasn't there before. Mystical Tier 1. Trait: increases MP by 10%. This is similar to that 1 mana trait that I have. Roland had the Blessed by Mana trait that increased his mana by a set percentage just like this. It was one of the skills that allowed him to use his magical armor at a high proficiency and without the worry of passing out. He went through Agni's skills and noticed something strange. Skills like Ruby Tail Whip had a plus sign after it. Bite plus L1, passive skill. Increases the strength of biting attacks. Fiery Bite plus L1 skill. Discharge of flames during a bite attack. Ruby Tail Whip plus L1, skill. Skill can elongate the ruby tail of the monster, which then can be used as a means of attack. It was apparent that these were the advanced versions of those skills. They were probably similar to the ones humans got when basic skills transformed into regular ones. He has this one?
Mana sense L1.
Passive skill. Allows the user to sense mana. He was surprised after finding one of his old passives in his tamed beasts repertoire. It was the skill that caused the original Roland to die and get the mana sickness disease. There were some skills missing though. There was no basic mana shaping, and basic mana regulation was also missing. He took a note of this, as this probably meant that Agni would not be able to cast spells quite yet. But this also meant that he might be able to do it after the next evolution. Maybe even this one if the skills get unlocked along the way. Roland rubbed his chin while thinking. There could be a couple of ways to unlock those magic caster skills. One of them would be just by leveling the wolf up. They would appear on their own and he wouldn't need to lift a finger. Then there was the more realistic one where Agni would need to level up the basic mana shaping skill to the maximum. After that, he might receive access to those two skills, either during this evolution or during the next one. He thought back to his youth, when he was training his mana sense skill before the change to the mage class. He had to concentrate quite a bit to get it up. Now his tamed monster would need to do the same. Roland glanced down at the now larger Agni, who was getting rubbed behind the ear by Bernier. The long canine tongue was out and flopping about while he had a silly expression on his face. Can this idiot even learn a skill like that? Arwo. Agni looked up to Roland with an accusing look. It was as if he read his thoughts the moment he thought them. He then escaped from Bernier's clutches and stood proudly. What are you? Roland wondered if his wolf companion was mad, but before he could apologize, Agni started doing something interesting. The gem on his forehead began to glow in a faint light. Is he actually? After focusing on the mana in the surrounding, Roland could tell that it was being absorbed into Agni's forehead gem. The moment the mana was absorbed, the gem started to glow brighter and brighter as to signalize that it was working. Heh, good boy. It seemed that Agni had mastered the mana sense skill and was even able to absorb the mana from the surroundings into his own body. This made Roland wonder if he could somehow teach Agni his mana reinforcement skill. Though to get it, the wolf would need the other basic mana skills that a mage received. It didn't look like the gem on the forehead had any uses. For now, it could only glow, which could only be useful in a dark cavern with no light. He beat me to it. Bernier shook his head in indignation as Agni had achieved his new evolution before the half-dwarf could progress to his Tier 2 class. How long till your level cap? Well, actually, I reached it this morning. Bernier smiled weakly while lowering his voice. That's great. Roland smiled back while looking at his assistant. He knew that Bernier had met all the requirements to get a new class, so he should be able to use the class change stone instantly. Is everything all right? He noticed that Bernier wasn't looking too happy about it, and he probably knew why. Afraid that you might fail? Ha! You know me well, boss. It was clear to Roland that this smithing job meant more to Bernier than it actually ever meant to him. He chose the path of the runesmith as it was the only one he thought could utilize the skills that he had and not due to him being passionate about it. On the other hand, his assistant was someone that wanted it badly. It's okay. Even if you don't pass on the first try, you can try again later. He tried to cheer him up as he knew that Bernier did actually have a knack for creating items. Thanks, boss. Got any tips? Roland did previously do some research concerning Tier 2 crafting classes, but he had already told Bernier what he should expect. If he was going for an armorsmith, then the test would be to create a piece of armor. It could be anything, a gauntlet, breastplate, or even a full suit of armor if he was unlucky. Think I told you whatever I could. Now it's up to you. Why do you think I told you to make all those armor pieces for the past month? Bernier nodded while glancing back to his workshop. In it, on the table, he could see the crystal that would begin the job change quest. I'll do it tonight. Both of them nodded at each other before going back to their own chores. Bernier continued practicing his craft while Roland went over to Agni. Not today, but soon he would need to take his teenage pup down into the dungeon to train again. Things aren't looking that bad. He looked over his home that was coming along nicely. The trouble in the city was cleared up, and it looked that the peaceful days would follow. Then the memories of certain cultists and thieves came flooding back into his mind, and a frown appeared on his face. I should go figure out that golem system. I should just activate it? Yeah. Do it as many times as you can. Okay, boss. Bernier and Roland were standing outside in the backyard. Agni was in the background chasing his own tail while the two were performing some tests. While holding a meter-long iron tube, Bernier started to insert mana into it. This tube had a couple of mana stones attached to them, and they lit up the moment the runic components were activated. Bernier could feel that a quick burst of high pressure was released from this tube, but nothing besides that. The initial activation made his hand jerk due to the blowback. He looked at Roland as if he was wondering if this was all. Continue. Roland replied while watching his assistant activate this metal tube 6 times before reaching towards his forehead. 6 times before the first headache? Yes, boss. Ouch, this stings. I don't know how you do it. Bernier started to rub his template as a similar sensation of when a person ate ice cream too fast washed over him. He wasn't sure why Roland gave him this tube, but he figured he would disclose the information soon. Good. Now. Roland took the tube back and inserted something into it before giving it back to his assistant. Bernier peeked inside but couldn't really make out what his boss placed in there. Okay. Now point it at the dummy and activate it again. After getting a low-grade mana potion, Bernier looked at a straw dummy that he had made a day before. Roland ordered him to fashion one made from wood for testing some new items. The dummy looked more like a scarecrow, as Bernier didn't really have any experience in making ones before. Sure, activating now. He held it out with 2 hands this time around and also gripped it harder as he was now used to the knockback. The moment he activated this tube again, he could see a round marble shooting out of it and going in the general direction of the straw dummy. The moment this large marble connected with the dummy, a small explosion occurred. This caused Bernier to jump back and fall onto his butt while Roland just observed it while standing next to him. Not bad. But I think you need some aiming practice. One side of the dummy had been blown away by this explosion. Roland was just testing a new weapon that he intended to give to his assistant. Bernier had a meager mana pool which didn't allow for much runic equipment. Due to this, Roland decided to go with the disposable item route, scrolls to be specific. This design was a smaller version of his runic grenades that he once used against the bandits. That time around he just threw the round casings which had his scrolls inside them. Now he wanted to design a sort of launcher so that Bernier would be able to defend himself from attackers. First, he needed to test Bernier's mana capacity and how many times he would be able to use his new weapon. Then he would just need to come up with a design that was easy to aim with. Things like grenade launchers from his own world came to mind, but here a person wouldn't need a trigger but just to inject some mana. It looked like 6 shots would be the limit for Bernier before he would need to drink a mana potion. Thus, an enlarged cylinder with 6 chambers for ammo would need to be made. He could always just give Bernier regular spell scrolls for protection, but having a weapon like this would help with aiming and a faster rate of fire. Roland was a bit surprised that no one came up with such a design. Most people still preferred to just use regular spell scrolls while holding them out against their enemies. Maybe due to the lack of gun-related technology, no one was interested in innovating in that direction. From what he knew, only large cannons like on the merchant ship he made the trip here existed. They were mostly relegated to siege weapons or defenses on castle towers. If you took into consideration that high-level archers could outperform modern-day firearms, then it made sense. His assistant, on the other hand, wasn't so good at throwing bombs. Thus something he could steady his aim with could be a lifesaver. I guess no one really cares about making weapons for the non-combative classes. Okay, that should do it. Think we can move on to producing a prototype. Roland wondered if there would be a market for such items. This weapon made sense to him, who could actually produce the ammo himself. But for an adventurer, paying 1 large silver or more for 1 mini grenade would quickly bankrupt them. Aye, boss, but you shouldn't forget about the guild. Don't forget the letter arrived. Roland grabbed the prototype rod that would be used for the launcher barrel. He wasn't really sure if he wanted to make it a 6-shooter or just a single. Bernier could just pop the grenade in through the top for a quick reload, which would simplify things but also make them slower. He was not someone that had ever been interested in guns that much, so he could mostly just borrow his ideas from the media he consumed and the current world's technology. Yeah, I remember. Did the guild master get those items for me? The bald guild master had promised to find him the manufacturing details for mana alloys along with how to build the smelter for it. It had been a couple of weeks since then, but only now had word reached them. There was also a possibility that he wasn't able to procure it and he would just give him the same sales pitch as before. I'll go there today. Stay here with Agni and train up those skills. Bernier had also finally advanced to the Tier 2 armorsmith class. From what Roland was told, the item that he had to make was a half-plate armor. Half-plate armor was similar to plate armor but lacked some parts like leg protection and a helmet. When asked about the time limit, Bernier was surprised. He was apparently allowed to take his time, and only when he was done the final product was tested by the class-up system. Roland wanted to file a complaint to the people that made this system. He always received a timer and had to rush through things. The reason for that was probably the rarity of the classes that he went for. Bernier chose the most generic one, which made the tests quite easy. It was still a Tier 2 class though, and with it, Bernier was the proud owner of the armorsmith class. Now finally he would be able to craft the armors that he always dreamed about. With the added skills, this would become easier. Roland had also taken in some knowledge that Bernier had to offer. He was the son of a dwarven blacksmith that had also been an armorsmith apparently. Thanks to this, Roland could learn a couple of smithing techniques that he wasn't clued in. With this more advanced Tier 2 class and heightened dexterity, it was easy to replicate what Bernier was proficient in. Boss. I'll use these if anything happens, so you don't need to worry. Bernier pointed to his hip where he had a couple of card-sized scrolls. The weapons weren't ready, so the best defense for Bernier were the magic scrolls. Roland wished to miniaturize this grenade launcher as much as he could, make it more portable like a real gun. For that, he needed to further his compression skill. Just too many things to do. Roland had been having trouble focusing on one thing lately. Agni needed further training as his level didn't go up much since he evolved into the larger form. He also was working on his golem design and still decrypting the runic code that would be the basis for it. Then there were his own skills and the defenses for his home, plus he also needed to be making weapons and earn money to support himself and his assistant. At least with Bernier helping him out now, he wouldn't need to focus on armor as much. The only downside to this was that the corresponding skills for armor crafting wouldn't be going up as much. He intended to combat this by making some armor parts together with his assistant. With some help he would be able to create more improvements and do it faster. Wonder if that Baldy really got those schematics. Roland closed the door behind him while also telling Agni to stay and protect the house. The Ruby Wolf was quite intelligent and could follow simple orders like this. At this point he would not chase after him into the city, nor would he destroy the inside of the house if left alone. It was truly astonishing how much a being could change by evolving. It was as if a 5-year-old child changed into a 15-year-old teenager that could be now left alone at home by his parents. This didn't mean that he could leave him there for long. The tamed beast would come looking for his master if he vanished for more than a day. Even though his face was already seen by the guild members, he still was used to covering it up with his helmet. Roland's armor was repaired and shiny as ever. The mana stones made it look even more expensive. He hoped to get this fixed with the mana alloy manufacturing method. It would let him be more inconspicuous as this armor made him stick out like a sore thumb. He wouldn't be surprised if someone decided to rob him one of these days just to get their hands on this piece of gear. Welcome, Mr. Wayland. The guild master is in his office, please wait here for a moment. After coming to the guild, he was greeted by the elven receptionist lady. The one wearing the glasses was still there, but when he glanced her way she evaded his gaze. He wasn't sure, but he attributed this to the way the hearing went and how she tried to sway it in one direction. He wasn't really mad at her, as she just wanted to protect someone from the orphanage that she was running. Roland was a bit preoccupied with himself, so he wasn't paying attention to how the people in this world had problems of their own. Poverty and lack of food being one of the biggest of those problems. When you looked at this kingdom and compared it to the modern world that he came from, it was similar to a third world country. The nobles were more akin to warlords than to politicians. They could do anything they wanted in their own territory without really having to put up with the commoners. The only thing that they would be afraid of would be people with higher tier classes. Strength was mightier than the coin in this world. Someone at a very high level could also throw their weight around. Unless they did something drastic, no one would stop them. This privilege only started after you approached Tier 3 though, and this was also one of Roland's main goals. Become as powerful as he could and then become free of the shackles that his noble birth was putting on him. You may enter now. After waiting for a bit, he was finally told to go to the guild master's office. On his way here, he spotted someone coming down from the upper level. There were 3 people coming his way. The moment he looked at them, he started to frown. Luckily, his face was covered by his helmet, so they couldn't see it. Nobles? The man in the front was clearly not a commoner. The fabrics and style didn't match up to what an adventurer would be wearing either. He also had 2 guards following behind him. They were wearing half-plate armor without any helmets. There was an unfamiliar crest that adorned their chest plate, but it also confirmed his suspicions. But not quite. A butler. After taking a moment to look at the noble, he noticed that something didn't add up. The clothes were costly, but the man didn't fit the bill. He was more in line with a messenger sent by a noble, which made more sense. Why would a noble venture into the Adventurers Guild by themselves and with only 2 guards? What do you think you are doing? Make way! Roland was a bit surprised by meeting this group, so he had spaced out while walking forward. Due to this, he forgot to move to the side to let them through. Even if these people weren't actual nobles, they were part of their organization. Going against them was close to spitting on the crest that they were wearing. Even if he didn't like the treatment, he knew that it was better to avoid any conflict. Thus, without replying to the angered butler, he decided to move to the side and let them through. Though he did show the proper manners, the old man decided to give him a few chosen words before moving along. Damn uncultured adventurers! At least you are smart enough to know your place. The guards that were with this man gave Roland a harsh look before all of them moved along. The man in the middle didn't look very similar to the butler back at home. That man had style and knew how to present himself. This person, on the other hand, was overweight and looked like a sleazeball. The clothes that he was wearing were also quite flashy, as if he wanted to bring attention that he was part of the noble caste. What was that all about? That crest? It does not belong to the noble house that owns this land. Roland stood there in the corridor while looking behind him. The people that passed him didn't seem to belong to the estate that ruled the city. This was actually the first time that he had seen a worker from a noble house in this city. Albrook was still in the process of development. More and more people were coming while searching for riches down in the dungeon. The noble house that ruled this area didn't seem to be that interested in this location. The most important spot was still the super dungeon that was in the middle of this large island. He turned around and headed up the stairs. The appearance of these people didn't have to mean much. The most plausible reason that they were here was to give a specific mission to the guild. If it was an important one, then probably some of the higher-ranked adventurers would be forced to take it. These sort of missions tasked by nobles were mostly placed in the hands of the guild instructors. He was not planning to get involved with nobles. The pay might have been good, but the dangers could be unknown. While thinking about what the butler might have wanted from the guild master, he knocked on the door. Come in. There was a little pause after he knocked, but the guild master was inside. Roland opened the large door and could see a bald man sitting behind his desk while looking at some papers. His brows were furrowed and his forehead was showing a lot of wrinkles. Due to this, Roland decided not to poke the hornet's nest. Sorry for the wait, kid, had to deal with a pompous fool. Take a seat. The old warrior stopped looking at the piece of parchment and Roland was allowed to sit. He removed his helmet now, but he was glad that he didn't show his face to the worker from the noble house. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? Roland looked up to the old man that had a smirk on his face while not really knowing what he was getting at. Good news. Ha! I managed to find a dwarf that is willing to sell those manufacturing secrets. But, he replied as he realized that there was something off. But he is a greedy little bastard. Here, take a look. Roland was handed a piece of paper. After he looked at it, he realized why this was the bad news. Tell me that this price is in small gold coins. You got a good sense of humor, kid. This price is a bit. Your skills are worth much, kid, but not that much. If you want us to make a deal, you'd have to cover half of that sum. Roland started making calculations in his head of how much he would need to sell to make a dent in this bill. It would at least take 4 or more years until he could pay up. Don't need to frown that much, kid. I can reduce that bill further, but you'll have to do something for me. The guild master leaned back while showing off his pearly whites. Roland's forehead started to show a bit of a sheen as he didn't like where this was going. You want me to be a babysitter? Ha! That's what I like about you, kid. You catch on fast. Roland was rubbing his temples while looking at the guild master. The man was dangling the manufacturing methods to the mana alloys and to the special smelter in front of him. The horrendous price seemed like it was just an excuse to shove a particular mission on him, one that involved the nobles. This mission isn't even that hard, kid. You just join the expedition and protect those snooty noble brats. The guild master had already revealed what he wanted Roland to do. In a month's time, a group of noble youths would arrive in this city. These kids were members of influential noble families that studied at the various noble academies. Some would be from the Knight Academy, the same one that Roland was supposed to go to when he was still living at the Arden estate. He wasn't sure if it was exactly the same one, as there were more of them across this kingdom. The Knight Academy wasn't the only one that was sending young nobles over, though. It was a joint venture with the Magic Academy. From what Roland knew, this was something the older students had to do when they were close to graduation. The academies would send them out to do missions like this. They would need to venture towards dungeons for a time with a couple of instructors and be judged. It was something like a rite of passage where they needed to prove that they could fight under pressure. This dungeon had not yet fully been explored, but the levels could be rated. The first 10 levels were good for anyone to get the hang of it. The level Roland had been venturing to was also rated as something that silver adventurers like him would be able to handle. No monsters above the 150th level had been spotted, which was the Tier 3 barrier. Why do you want me to be there? I'm sure there are other adventurers. Ha! The guild master gave out a sigh as his big grin subsided. I wish that was true, but you recall our little Armand? Yes. He was actually someone that was more dependable than most of those other idiots. You must be joking. How could he be? Think you two got off on the wrong foot. He is surprisingly dependable when it comes to fighting. Roland didn't reply to that as he started weighing the options. It seemed that this guild was still not fully operational. If they were, then this guild master wouldn't be asking him to take on an important mission like this. They were talking about noble children here. They were the future of their houses. If something went wrong during the mission, then their heads would roll. He would need to risk his life to protect those young brats on the off chance that a unique monster appeared. You worry too much, kid. You'll only be going into the volcano area. Those brats are there to gain some battle experience. They will also have instructors from the academy with them. You and the other adventurers will only need to guide them there. And act as bait if something goes wrong? Can't hide anything from you, kid, but that's why I like ya. Listen, you can either sign up for this mission or cover the costs for the items you want instead. Let me think about it. Sure, you have a week. Those noble brats will be arriving in a month, but before that, I need to have the team ready. This was understandable. The mission was quite important, so the participants had to be picked wisely. There was always a certain ratio that went into a party of adventurers. The basic composition had some warriors along with backline supporters like archers. A healer would also be needed, but those were hard to come by, thus most people used potions instead. Then there were unique spots occupied by classes like mages that could fill more roles. I understand. After some more chit-chat, he finally left the guild master's office. There were a couple of things he needed to think about. The most important one, if it was smart to get involved with the nobles. While heading home, he contemplated on what was the correct thing to do. The guild master wanted him to be there due to his magic craftsman class. He did mention during the conversation that having someone there that could repair runic weapons would be handy. He would be also responsible for certain heat-mitigating equipment that would be used. Roland also proved himself to be stronger than Armand, who was close to the 100th level. This would put him close to gold rank adventurers that had to have a minimal level of 100 and capped out at 150. Past the 150th level was the Tier 3 bump. After reaching that, a person was able to advance from gold to platinum rank as an adventurer. The mission was to venture below the labyrinth where he battled the Ruby Golem. Then remain in the lower regions for a few weeks. It was supposed to be a test for the noble sons and ladies that the academy organized. Down below, he would also need to answer to the nobles. The group of adventurers, as he had mentioned before, was there as guides and also meat shields. If something did go wrong, they were required to use their bodies while the nobles escaped. This was only if there was some kind of unforeseen event. If everything went as planned, then it would be a very boring few weeks in a heated dungeon. He would only need to make some repairs to the equipment and together with the other adventurers work as a lookout. Yet, because this was a mission given by the nobles, he would receive a massive reward. The high nobles were willing to pay a lot to have their kids protected. There would also be a platinum rank adventurer coming along, which made Roland consider this mission. It was the fastest way of getting what he wanted. With the new technology, he would be able to create a competent battle golem body. The only real downside was working with nobles that he wished to avoid. The responsibility seemed to be high, but the job looked to not be that hard. He had already ventured into the dungeon many times, and the Tier 2 monsters weren't really a problem. From his perspective, the mission wasn't that dangerous but mostly annoying. He would need to take orders from noble children and act as a chaperone. I wonder how those brats are doing. While walking through the city, he started thinking of his own family. He did have 3 brothers and sisters, with just one sister being younger than him. Roland was seen as almost the youngest child in the family, but if he added the age from his previous world, he would be the oldest. I bet they don't even remember how I look by now. It had been many years since he had left that estate and was successful in slowly cementing his life here. He didn't feel like a noble anymore, just your regular commoner with a knack for crafting. Roland still felt a bit guilty about the lie that he told to Lucienne, but the girl was really young back then, only 3 years of age. The possibility of him leaving a long-lasting impression on her was quite faint. That will be 8 large silver coins. Roland placed some items into his storage bag while looking at his coin purse. There wasn't that much left in there. After spending quite a bit on the golem toy and then further house renovations, he was slowly becoming poor. His savings that he received from his severance package while leaving Edelgard had also dried up. Most of it went into the house renovations and deep steel that he used for his runic armor. If he wanted to get his hands on those manufacturing schematics, he would probably need to take the job or wait some years till he had enough money. The biggest downside to this was the possibility of the offer not being on the table down the line. He knew that these sorts of things were kept hidden from other races. The dwarves didn't like their secrets being spread around. The possibility of something like this being up on the auction was low. He would need to visit the black market for something like this and pay a premium price, which might be even worse than what the guild master was offering him. I think you should take the offer, boss. Dwarven knowledge like that almost never leaves a dwarf forge. Roland was now back at his own house. Both he and Bernier were down in the rune forge crafting some gear. He had brought up this with his assistant, as he also needed to know about this. You think so as well, huh? I know those old fogies. They would never sell outside their little circle. Bernier replied with a somewhat annoyed tone. Roland knew that the half-dwarf had a run-in with many blacksmiths, and they all denied him entrance. He knew well how this race liked to keep their secrets hidden and only allowed the techniques to be passed on to true dwarves. That guild master must be crafty if he managed to procure this kind of knowledge. Wonder how he did it. Clang. Bernier's hammer descended on some metal as he got it into the right shape. The young Tier 2 craftsman was working on a breastplate. It wasn't for him but to be sold off later after some mana stones and runes were added to it. He could have access to the black market, or someone owed him a favor.
Asterisk per asterisk.
Roland replied while sharpening a sword on his runic grindstone. With the added wind turbines outside, he and Bernier could use them at the same time. While working together, Roland could also compare his smithing skills to Bernier's. His assistant had lower stats. He couldn't hold a candle to Roland's dexterity and strength, but he made this up with knowledge. Bernier had spent his young life looking at his father crafting. Thanks to this, blacksmithing came naturally. The only thing that slowed down his progress was him getting a carpenter job as his default class. Roland looked at his sword that was finished. With some pointers and the right tools at his disposal, he was finally able to make a higher grade item. After adding some highest graded runes, this sword would go for quite the penny. Regretfully, even with this, it wouldn't be enough to pay for those manufacturing schematics. He also needed to consider the costs of the golem that he was working on. I think this will be the fastest way. Roland also felt that he was still too weak. Even at Tier 2, he didn't feel like he would be able to handle a Tier 3 person in any way, shape, or form. The members from that cult were still engraved deep in his mind. The fear that he felt during that night was still something that haunted him to this day. As things were now, he felt that he would not be able to protect himself or the people around him. Bernier was a non-combatant and Agni was quite young. Due to the money problem, he wasn't able to wander down into the dungeon as often and level his monster. He would gain experience from crafting, but that would not be the case for Agni. The Ruby Wolf needed actual combat experience. Good sword, boss. What are you going to put on it? Roland was brought out of his trance by Bernier. Enhanced sharpening and strengthening seems to be popular with these. He replied, these two enchantments were as popular as ever. There existed Tier 2 versions of them that used up more mana but also produced better effects. Good choice. Bernier, how do you feel about living here alone for a few weeks? This was one of the biggest issues with Roland venturing out to the deeper parts of the dungeon. Normally, they would leave their most precious items in a vault in the workshop. It was protected by many runic traps and locks. They would not leave for more than a day at a time. They would also take some of their items on the short expedition, so even if someone robbed the house, they would have part of their wealth. Now, on the other hand, he would need to leave the house in the care of his assistant. This would be the prime moment for any thieves to show up, when the strongest person was away. Don't worry, boss. I can take care of myself. Hey, stop looking at me like that. Bernier moved his head to the side as Roland wasn't buying it. Not so long ago, he was beaten up by adventurers without even landing one good hit. These thugs were then single-handedly taken out by Roland. We have about a month. Roland rubbed his chin as he thought about the logistics. Bernier would need to stay here as he didn't feel that he would be allowed to go. He also didn't want to leave the house unattended for a whole month. If something did happen, Bernier could still go to the city and ask for some help there. I'd be taking Agni with me. He started to formulate a plan, one that involved Bernier defending this home alone. Agni would need to come with Roland as he feared that the wolf would not listen to Bernier. He could even wander down into the dungeon alone in search of his master. It was also a good opportunity for his wolf to earn some experience. They would be down there for a while, so it was paramount to use this time to gain more power. I won't be able to create the golem in a month, but we can strengthen the fence. And you will need a weapon. A weapon? I'm not really good with swords or axes. I was thinking of something less close and personal. A plan for his future departure entered his mind. He started contemplating on what would be the best option for this dwarf. He came to the conclusion that ranged weaponry would be the best as Bernier didn't possess any type of fighting skills. This could be circumvented by the use of magical items which Roland was able to create. After we are finished here, go buy me some magic ink and a lot of magic paper. The decision was made. He would be going down into the dungeon together with the nobles. Before that, some preparations needed to be made. He would need to get this house and his assistant ready for whatever event that could go wrong. He also remembered how his last expedition ended up. Roland needed to procure life-saving items for himself as well. If a Tier 3 monster appeared, he needed some kind of trump card. He already had a few ideas about that, but it would cost more money. Think we will need to sell more items to the auction house this month. Let's get back to work. Aye, boss. The two craftsmen continued with their work. They needed more funds to create better equipment and time was running out. Luckily for them, with the runic tools and fully operational wind turbines, they would be able to hasten the process. I might have to give that runic printing press idea a try. What Bernier would be getting would be a lot of runic scroll-related weapons, along with a few others that Roland wasn't quite decided upon. Soon the hours and days started flying by. The weather continued to be warm and pleasant. Roland had confirmed that he would be participating in this expedition. He was given the rundown by the guild master about what his duties would be. The leader of the party would apparently be a Tier 3 adventurer that would arrive later from another guild. Roland's duties would be to keep an eye out for the nobles and also to repair the weapons and armor along the way. The faithful day of his departure finally arrived. What was left to do was do one last check before he said his farewells to Bernier and left the house in his care. The time for the dungeon expedition was just 1 day away. Roland and Bernier were both inside the workshop while Agni was keeping watch outside. There was some business Roland needed to take care of at the guild today before the nobles arrived. He needed to meet up with his temporary party members as everyone would be given a specific job that would fit this mission. The party leader had apparently arrived and he would be assigning the positions. This brought Roland back to that one other large expedition that he was a part of. That time he was relegated to the back line and placed in a team with lower-level adventurers. While this time his worth had increased, he wasn't sure where he would end up in. There was a reason why he wasn't worrying as much though. The guild master wanted his rune smithing skills. It would be counterproductive of him to send him towards his demise. That's why a position in the back line was more than likely. Before going out to the city, there were a few things that he and Bernier needed to discuss. He would be leaving together with Agni for a few weeks. Apparently, the noble youths needed to complete some sort of exam. For this, they needed to last for a prolonged amount of time while surrounded by enemies. It was something that this kingdom thought out to train their younger generation for the coming battles. This wasn't an era of peace, and the nobles would be the future commanders and generals. Everyone needed to be able to protect themselves or at least know how to use their troops and ration their supplies. From what Roland knew, he and the adventurers were more of a backup plan. They were there to guide the people inside and make sure that nothing goes wrong. The nobles from the academy would have their own soldiers and provisions that they needed to figure out how to use. Only when something unexpected happened would the adventurers get involved. They were there to lure away any potential threats that the nobles wouldn't be able to handle. Things tended to go towards the unexpected in his life. Even at that previous expedition, he didn't think that he would get buried in the mine and then almost die against a Tier 3 monster. Okay, let us go over this one last time. Roland handed Bernier an improved version of the runic grenade launcher that he had built throughout this month. It did not look like a basic tube now, but as a proper ranged weapon, not like one that you would find in this world though. The most noticeable thing was the middle part, which had a large-sized cylinder. It looked like an enlarged revolver cylinder with 6 chambers. It wasn't quite like it, as there was a manual crank next to the grip of this launcher. Bernier would need to crank it to make the chambers rotate into place before firing off one of the runic grenades that Roland had prepared beforehand. The handle was made from wood and fitted with Bernier's hands in mind. Being half-dwarf left the young man with thick hands, so even if Roland tried it, he would be able to shoot this weapon. There was a secondary grip at the front part that connected to the barrel. It was there to aid with the aiming, as the weapon had some kickback to it. As with all of his creations, this one also had some mana stones embedded in the design. They were all green, as instead of small explosions that were produced by gunpowder, this one operated more like an airsoft gun. The mana usage was actually lessened with the wind pressure rune than if he used a small explosion type rune instead. For the ammo, he used small runic scrolls with various spells. It was all set up that when the orb that the scroll was in collided with something, it would be activated. Most of them would just explode while causing residual damage with shrapnel that came from the metal casing. But there were various spell combinations that Roland had shown Bernier. If he was smart about it, he could clear out more enemies with less. Roland would like to have this weapon spin the chamber on its own, but there wasn't any time to figure out the mechanism. He wasn't much of a gun nut in his previous life, so he went with a more mechanical approach and a crank that spun the cylinders around instead. The thing that he made was more of a portable runic cannon than a proper gun. He even received the Cannon Craftsman title for it. Maybe if he was able to make a revolver or something similar, he would be able to attain a gunsmith title. Though he wasn't sure if he wanted to go in this direction. He already had reusable runic equipment that didn't require him to create reusable ammo. Someone like Bernier was more suited for that path choice, as he didn't have any battle skills to speak of. You sure come up with peculiar things, boss. Bernier held the portable cannon in his hands and pointed it in a direction. He was a Tier 2 blacksmith, so it wasn't that hard for him to use it with one hand either. Remember to only use this when you really need it and keep your distance. Most people should just run after a few warning shots. I'd be running for the mountains if someone used this thing against me. Bernier had used this launcher a few times on the straw dummies in the backyard. He had riddled the ground with holes from the explosions, but after a while, he got the hang of it. After some use, he had even gotten the basic cannoneer skill. This skill slightly boosted a person's aim whenever they used cannon-type weapons. Apparently, the armorsmith class was enough to allow him to get that skill. You'll also need this. Remember to bury them discreetly. Next came the mine scrolls. Agni would be away for the time being, so there was no danger of the Ruby Wolf to set off the traps. After Roland was gone, Bernier was tasked to place these scrolls around the house and mostly close to where the fence was. The moment someone jumped over it, they would set it off. The fence would also be charged up with some electricity. This would just give everyone a little jolt to keep them from advancing forward. Roland was slightly afraid that some kids could decide to pay the strange craftsman a visit. He didn't want to have any child deaths on his conscience. If they decided to jump over to the other side even after reading all the warning signs and after passing the electric fence, then it was on them. Lessening the strength of the mine scrolls would just endanger his assistant and his own home. What about these? Bernier took out something that looked like a deck of cards. These were the same mini-scrolls that Roland used, and now they were also given to Bernier. Use them if the runic launcher fails you. Remember, even if they are scrolls, they still require some mana to activate. Bernier nodded while placing the tiny scrolls in his pocket. The scrolls would be a last-ditch effort before an enemy got into close proximity. Roland even explained a few tactics that he used when he was still a runic mana scribe. The biggest downside here was that Bernier would not enhance these runic scrolls and would not be able to activate them as much as Roland could. It would be best to use one of the camouflage spells and then just run. Don't try to be a hero. Bernier rubbed his nose while Roland reminded him that this was only for protection. He feared that his assistant would try to defend this house to the bitter end. After getting beaten up by those adventurers, he felt like Bernier now had a chip on his shoulder, one that wouldn't go away unless he defeated someone in some kind of fight. You can try using the escape tunnel if there is no other choice. Through the month, the two had dug into the workshop, expanding it in the process. Roland had also implemented an escape tunnel that would lead them out into a forest area behind the house. There was not enough time to finish it in time, so Bernier would need to either dig himself out or use an explosive scroll. There were also other defensive items and also a detection device that could be used to check for enemies. This was something that Bernier was already aware of, so there was no reason to double-check. Boss, I've been meaning to ask you. Yes. Roland looked at Bernier that was trying not to avoid that piercing gaze. Never mind. I'll ask you when you return. Be sure to come back in one piece. I can't run this workshop without you. Roland just nodded while also packing up some things. His suit of armor went through some modifications, and he also scribed himself a nice batch of scrolls. Now help me put on my armor. I leave tomorrow but need to get that meeting over with. Also see if you can get Agni into his, without him biting through the leather. He wasn't the only one that would be using runic equipment anymore. His Ruby Wolf companion had also been given some upgrades. It covered the general weak points like the neck, underbelly, and the chest area while leaving the legs unprotected. Agni needed them to still keep his speed advantage. This wolf armor was quite light and was made from a special metal that was lighter but less resistant than deep steel. Just like Roland's, it came in a darker red color and had some mana stones poking out. With the mystical monster trait, Agni was able to use more runic spells, Just like before, he was given a protective shield along with a boost to his speed. "I'll try, boss, but no promises." After dressing up in his work suit, Roland headed into the city, his destination being the Adventurers Guild. On the inside, he was greeted by the usual smell of unwashed men and cheap booze. The elven lady pointed him in the right direction, which was the meeting room of the scouting party that he would be a part of. "This is it." He looked at the piece of paper that he was given. This was proof that he was part of the expedition crew. There was also a side note which had the room number written on it. With this in mind, he straightened up and finally he knocked on the door. He was still not that comfortable with meeting new people, so he steeled his resolve. "Please come in, it's open." Roland was a bit early. He was someone that didn't like to make people wait for him. When there was an event, he would always arrive at least 15 minutes early. Quite a few people were the opposite though, which sometimes resulted in him having to wait for a prolonged span of time. "Excuse me." He grabbed the handle and pushed the door open and discovered that there was only one person in this room. "Dark red armor? Are you perhaps a member of the Rising Sun Knight Order?" Inside he spotted an unfamiliar-looking woman. After the use of his identification skill, he could tell that just like him, she was an adventurer at the Tier 2 rank that was close to the 100th level. She had a peculiar getup that reminded Roland of what nuns in his old world used to wear. She had it all, the black veil and under it a white form-fitting coif. The tunic was a mix of white and yellow colors. Roland couldn't see it from this side, but on the back, there was a large drawing of the sun. A member from the Church of Solaria? It was clear that this person was part of the religious cult that roamed this land. This being the gathering place for the party meant that she was probably the healer. Her face was hard to make out as she was also wearing a dark veil, but she had one characteristic trait. Animal ears? A cat. He wasn't sure what type of beastman race she belonged to, but her ears were pushing that religious headpiece out. It produced the shape of large pointy animal ears that could belong to various beastman races. "Oh? Was I mistaken? I don't see the rising sun crest." Roland just entered and stood there for a moment as he analyzed the woman's stats. Thus it seemed like he was just spacing out. The woman, on the other hand, continued to speculate on his true identity. There were various knightly orders that worked for the Church of Solaria. He was not aware that they wore similar armors to him, though. He had also switched to using a sun-like symbol for his wares, so this could have added to the confusion as well. "I'm not part of the church. I'm just an adventurer that was hired for this expedition." The woman was still talking, so he quickly answered in the hopes of ending the conversation early. "Oh my, is that so? Would you like some tea while we wait for the others?" He stepped forward while the woman was talking. From the way her voice sounded, he put her at an age above 20, but nothing too specific. Roland wanted to sit to the side and just wait, but then the offer came. The nun had brought out a full tea set and the kettle was even giving off steam. "Ah no, thank you." Roland wasn't one to socialize with others. Talking to them with anything more than business in mind felt like a chore. Also, due to nobles being involved in this new expedition, he decided to keep his helmet on. There was no way that he would risk being recognized by someone that knew his family. "Are you sure? This Albrook honey is truly delicious with this black tea. You might regret it." "Why yes, I'm fine." After awkwardly walking to one of the chairs, he finally sat down. This room looked similar to the one that he and Bernier had the hearing in. There were several tables with chairs at them, with enough for most people to sit alone. It was time to wait. The nun realized that Roland wasn't willing to join her, so she didn't push it. Instead, she continued sipping some tea while humming a delicate tune. "Is this the place?" "Yeah, just go in." In time, more people started to arrive, though it was surprising that the very next two people were someone that he knew. "Huh. Eh?" First was a golden-haired girl with long ears that flinched back and almost fell over after noticing him sitting in the back. She was held in place by the person that was coming in after her. "What's wrong with you, Lobelia?" Roland couldn't see the person that was talking, but he recognized that voice. The person to whom that voice belonged pushed this half-elf forward and revealed himself to be Armand. What are those two doing here? It was hard not to notice them at this point. At first, Roland hoped that they might have walked into the wrong gathering room. Their actions didn't reflect this fact as Armand just strutted in like he owned this place. Only after Lobelia indicated to where Roland was sitting with her head did his old opponent notice him. "What are you doing here?" "That's what I would like to know." Armand and Roland glared at each other, though due to his helmet being still on this went unnoticed by the party of two. "Calm down, Armand." The half-elven girl started yanking on Armand's arm as she knew well that this wouldn't lead to anything good. "How can I calm down if this bastard is in here?" "Ha-ha. He didn't mean it." Roland started feeling bad not for Armand but for the girl that was with him. He also recalled the woman with the glasses that probably needed to put up with this idiot's character. "Did you forget what Big Sis told you? Go and apologize." Lobelia delivered a swift kick to Armand's shin, but the man didn't seem convinced. Before a big scene could happen, a large green hand started pushing into Armand and another person walked in through the door. "Why you make noise?" This deep voice belonged to the half-orc that he had also seen on the day of the hearing. As Roland recalled, his name was Korgak, and he did make quick work of that band of thugs. Soon the other party members started to arrive. It was time to start the strategic meeting and get ready for the lengthy expedition that would take a few weeks. Roland was able to get a good seat in the back thanks to arriving early. Thanks to this, he was able to examine everyone that would be taking part in this expedition. The first person was the nun that arrived earlier than he did. Then there was the duo of Armand and Lobelia that he had the pleasure of meeting again. It didn't seem that this martial artist had any goodwill towards him. This was understandable as not much time had passed since his firing. Then there were the members that he was less familiar with, like Korgak the half-orc. This warrior didn't talk much but seemed like he followed orders from people above him, like the guild master that was also here this very moment. He was talking with the man who would be the party leader of this expedition. This man seemed to have some kind of ranger class. He was wearing lighter armor that was covered by a dark green robe. He looked to be someone in his later 30s and was of the human race. He had a somewhat scruffy-looking beard that had some white patches here and there. That was actually it. With him, the party consisted of only 6 people. Armand and the half-orc were the warriors of the party, while the half-elf and the team leader were probably the trackers and for monster detection. The nun was clearly the healer, but where they would place him remained to be seen. He had a wide array of runes that could be used from various ranges. People who looked from the outside might think that he was some kind of magic warrior with a wide range of skills, a jack-of-all-trades type. In reality, he was very much focused on his crafting and mana capacity to utilize his runes. "Okay, let us start this meeting." Roland heard the guild master speaking out while also glaring in Armand's direction. The young pugilist was sulking after getting a smack on the head by a giant fist. Luckily, one hit was enough to silence the room, and now he and the party leader were discussing the plan. "I think everyone knows the basics of this mission. You all will be heading into the dungeon to babysit some noble brats." Armand was quick to recover as he and his half-elven friend chuckled at the words of the guild master. "Your main job will be to escort the nobles into the volcanic area below the 10th level of the labyrinth. Afterward, you will remain as lookouts. You will keep an eye out for any abnormalities. Only get involved if their lives are in danger." There wasn't much new information, just like he knew this was a test for the nobles and how they can take stressful situations. There would be one leader that needed to command the troops. They would need to clear out monsters while venturing into the deeper reaches of the dungeon. All of these nobles were fresh Tier 2 holders that would be mostly in their early 50s. Due to spending a lot of time at the noble academies, the noble youths lagged in terms of battle experience behind the common adventurers. They made it up with the levels of their skills and better classes that were planned out from the start. For instance, the knight class was locked away to people of noble descent. A person needed a hidden trait of noble birth to be able to procure it. A commoner would only be allowed to get lesser classes like shield warrior or spear warrior instead. The runesmith lord class could also have been triggered by Roland's noble roots. Abnormalities? Like a Tier 3 monster. He raised his hand and asked while some of the party members looked at him. "I see that you catch on fast. Wayland, was it?" "Let me answer that." Instead of the guild master, it was the team leader that spoke up. But first let me introduce myself. My name is Silvio and I will be the leader of this party. Everyone nodded at the introduction as the man continued to speak. Yes, if a Tier 3 monster appears, we are tasked to stall it while the nobles evacuate, even at the cost of our lives. You serious? This time it was Armand that replied. He smacked his hand on the table that made it rattle around. Why should we risk our lives for some pompous nobles? Why else for the money? The man grinned while looking at Armand. Everyone here would be getting paid an extravagant amount of money. Roland knew this after a big chunk of what he needed for that manufacturing knowledge would be paid for through this single mission. You have all signed the contracts. You know what will happen if you abandon the mission. Before this meeting even started, Roland was also called over to the guild during the recruitment drive. He needed to sign a document that would put him in a lot of trouble if he didn't prioritize the nobles. This was a serious mission that the guild couldn't afford to botch. If it's so important, why doesn't the guild send in more platinum adventurers? This time around it was Lobelia that posed this question. There are several reasons, but the most obvious one is that we don't just grow on trees. Silvio shrugged while shaking his head. The nobles also asked for adventurers that are only at the silver rank. Do you need me to explain this? He asked while indicating that it was something obvious. Roland knew what the reason was, but two certain party members still had question marks above their heads. It's the levels. They don't want to lose out on the experience. The team leader noticed this, so after giving out a sigh, he just gave out the information. Due to how this leveling system worked, it was unfavorable to have high-tier people around when farming for experience. They still allowed a Tier 3 adventurer to come along just in case. If the adventurer party stayed far enough and didn't participate in the battles, the nobles would not suffer any debuffs to their experience. Well, not like it matters to me. As I see it, this is easy money. The older man grinned. It was clear that, from his perspective, the nobles were just throwing the money away. The dungeon had been mostly mapped out and there were no Tier 3 monsters around. If only Tier 2 monsters appeared, it would probably be a low-danger mission for this platinum rank adventurer. The only real uncomfortable part would be living down in a heated dungeon for so long. Roland was already prepared for that situation, but he had never field-tested his equipment for a prolonged time. This would be a good chance to gather some valuable data for his future creations. Him being on this expedition had a lot to do with the dungeon's climate. The guild master did hire him probably with this in mind, as he was the only person in this party that could use frost and cooling magic. This is also why, when the question came up, he knew that he would need to do a little speech. That's all fine, but how do you expect us to last for weeks while surrounded by hot lava? Surprisingly, it was Armand that posed this question. Before answering, the party leader looked towards Roland and then quickly turned over to the guild master. The guild master assured me that one of the party members here would take care of that. If I'm not mistaken, it's the young man in the red armor. The people turned to him with surprised looks. They had seen him fight, but he still acted more as a warrior type that just used some magical items to get ahead of the competition. Yeah, little Wayland here will take care of that with one of his runic creations, mind explaining? The guild master called out to Roland, who groaned inwardly. This would be the most uncomfortable part of the meeting, but he had come prepared. Yes. He nodded while standing up from his seat and walking over to where Silvio and the guild master were sitting. After arriving, he was given some space. He saw the other 4 party members looking at him. Feels like I'm back at school. Roland never liked the presentations that the school system forced on them. He was never able to get good grades then, as he was always stiff at presenting while a crowd of people looked at him. After giving out a small sigh, he took out a large piece of parchment. There was a board behind him to which he could place this parchment on. After using some tacks that he had Bernier make, he attached a diagram of some sort of tent on that wooden board. What's that, a tent? Won't that thing just burn up? Armand asked in a mocking tone, as if this was something that Roland didn't know. Yes, it's a tent, but it's a runic tent. It's made to resist the heat of the volcanic area. Roland tried to ignore Armand while pointing to the outside material that the tent was composed of. The design was more modern, as he took inspiration from regular camping tents. The roof part was slanted at an angle and was held up by a scaffolding made from hollow metal pipes. The tent leather that it's composed of is made from volcanic salamander leather. It is resistant to the heat, which will help insulate it. Won't we just be cooked inside? Armand asked a question again, but then flinched as he noticed the guild master looking at him. Roland really hoped that this guy wouldn't become a burden on the entire party, as everyone's lives depended on good cooperation. No, the air inside will be cooled and filtered. It will feel rather refreshing. This is not a regular tent. It has a runic structure in its scaffolding that will run on Elakian's fluid. We just need to bring enough to last us a month. I propose we take enough for 2 months to be on the safe side. Elakian's fluid? The half-orc called out from the front with confusion, as he clearly had no idea what Roland was talking about. People also call it mana fluid. Just think of it as fuel for the magic. The mana fluid was named by its inventor. This fluid was similar to gasoline from his old world, as it was fuel for magic items. It was quite easy to handle. You just needed to place this fluid in a container and connect it to the desired magic item with the correct runic structure. It would then power it in a similar fashion as his wind turbines powered his entire workshop. This fluid came in 2 variants, one was natural and the other one was synthetic. It could be found in spots that were rich in mana or created by alchemists from mana stones. If the mana was rich enough, the fluid could even crystallize. It took on the shape of blue semi-transparent crystals that could be confused for mana stones. Roland also found this confusing, as the mana fluid was somehow a refined form of those mana stones, but it worked differently. He wasn't an alchemist, so he would probably never go down that path. Instead, he would need to improve on the generators he made. The best option seemed geothermal, as he was on a volcanic island. This mana fluid was a renewable source of energy, all thanks to the dungeons. It was one more reason why it was forbidden from destroying the dungeon cores. There were far too many resources at stake here. This fluid was the next best thing, as Roland had no portable generator. It did cross his mind to make one, as it would only require steam to generate mechanical force and would work similarly to his steam engine. The tent also possessed some supplementary runes and mana stones to lower the mana usage as much as the deep steel could handle. This tent design wasn't something that he had entirely come up with by himself, as some other craftsmen used similar products. He had been given the schematics by the guild master and he just updated it to fit his own vision. During the report, he also explained how they would be using these tents. They would have 2 of them and 2 people would be sleeping in each one, which would place the remaining outside as lookouts. Luckily for Roland, he would be exempt from this duty, as he was a special craftsman coming along. The ones keeping watch would be the 2 warriors and 2 scout types that were the team leader and Armin's half-elven friend. The cleric would also be exempt from this burden. Wayland here will also repair your equipment if it gets damaged. He was through with his presentation and finally returned to his seat. Finally, they switched to what everyone was tasked to do. He would need to, as mentioned, perform repairs and also keep the tents in working order. Armand and Korgak were the frontline fighters as expected. The nun from the Sun Church would remain in the middle of the formation as the only healer. He would stay behind her with Lobelia and would need to watch out for any sneak attacks. Then Silvio would be the frontman, guiding everyone into the dungeon. He was clearly here to keep the nobles safe. His class was tracking and detection related, which should keep the party safe from any unforeseen events. The biggest downside to his class was that it wasn't geared for combat that much. The man's main weapon was still a bow with a dagger as a sidearm. He was still a Tier 3 class holder, so he remained the strongest person in this party. Well then, everyone knows Wayland and me now. How about the rest of you introduce yourselves? Korgak is Korgak, was what Korgak said almost instantly when the question was given. The others just nodded while everyone started introducing themselves. I'm Lobelia, the prettiest maiden in this city. The half-elven girl was the next one. She stuck out her chest proudly while striking some kind of strange, uncomfortable pose that made Roland worry about her spine. I haven't heard of a maiden that can drink an old dwarf under the table, was what Armand said after the presentation. He was given a quick hit to the shoulder right afterward. He was also the next one in line to introduce himself. Similar to his companion, he struck a gallant pose with his chest out. I am Armand, The man that will become a legend here. PFFF. Legend, he says. Lobelia burst out in laughter right after her big brother made a fool of himself. Roland's face was covered, but he wanted to just facepalm at these two idiots shouting at each other. The last person was the nun, and probably the only one here besides the party leader that Roland was interested in. Praise the sun and the goddess Solaria. I am Sister Kasia. I'll be sure to keep everyone alive through this journey. Would anyone like some tea? The woman smiled while holding out a kettle with the tea in it. Everyone besides one person in the room declined. Korgak wants. After a moment, Roland was looking at two huge green fingers holding a tiny teacup. The half-orc quickly downed the warm brew and even asked for a refill. Okay. Everyone, we will meet up at sunrise tomorrow morning. Get some sleep, as you might not be able to afterward. Everyone parted their ways and headed out to prepare for the next day. Roland went straight home to check up on the tents that he would be required to conserve. He used the rest of the day to check and then to recheck every piece of equipment that he was taking with him. Not everyone was like him. Korgak the half-orc headed straight to the pub to drink himself silly. Armand sneaked out into the pleasure district while Lobelia wasn't looking. Sister Kasia used this chance to speak the gospel inside of the Adventurers Guild. The church didn't have the chance to position themselves well in this city quite yet. So the people were now reminded of how annoying these zealots actually were. Well, Agni, it's time to head out. Woof! Bring back some souvenirs, boss. Roland chuckled a bit while parting with Bernier and his home. It was time to meet up with the new party of adventurers and see what kind of bratty nobles he would need to babysit. His armor had been polished and looked pristine. He was only missing a nice flowing cape to make him look like a knight lord. Okay, let's get this over with. He mumbled to himself as he approached the city, the red sun rays hitting his armor as the sun rose on the horizon. It's hot. A young lady with long blue hair was peeking out from within a lush-looking carriage. She could see the outlines of a city in the background. The interior was quite spacious, and the moment she closed the blinds, the warm air was unable to pass inside. So this is Albrook? Why do we have to be the ones being sent to the sticks? Another voice that belonged to a girl was also heard. This one was more high-pitched and belonged to a golden-haired girl. Charlene, you shouldn't say that. It's our fault for being late with picking our assignment. What if the locals hear you? What of them? You care too much about those commoners, Lucille. The blonde girl by the name of Charlene looked slightly annoyed. Both of these girls were wearing very similar clothes. It was clear that they were some kind of uniform. But aren't they interesting? They were able to build this city and are able to live near a dangerous dungeon. That's all because they have us. How could they build the city without us nobles guiding them? I'm sure if they tried, they could manage themselves. Ha! My papa always says that the commoners are like headless chickens without us. Ah, if the Viscount says so. Lucille smiled a bit, but it seemed that the girl didn't want to continue this conversation anymore. Her friend here had clearly made up her mind, and she would be unable to change it. Do you think we will be able to pass the last test? Lucille asked while peeking through the blinds some more. Why shouldn't we? It's just another dungeon. We also have the knights with us. I'll be counting on your ice magic to keep us cool, Lucille. You can count on me. The two girls continued to laugh and chat and soon heard a knock on the door. Lady Lucille, Lady Charlene. We will be arriving in a few minutes. A voice of a young man was heard by the two, and they instantly knew who it was. Thank you, Sir Robert. Lucille blushed a bit as she saw the young man after moving the blinds to the side. He was riding on a horse. He was of above-average height and wearing shiny half-plate armor. This man was packing a bit more meat than the regular youth his age. His hair was of brown coloring and he looked manly. The lady and the knight's gaze met for a moment. The intense stare that the two were giving of towards each other was stopped by Charlene. Shouldn't you be going back, Sir Robert? Ah, excuse me, my lady. The young man moved his head to the side while also slightly blushing and finally trotted off on his horse. He joined up with other men dressed in similar armor. All of them had a certain crest that didn't belong to any noble family but to the academy they hailed from. The crest looked like an armored knight on a horse. He was holding a lance and pointing it into the air. The carriage that the two girls were riding on also had a certain crest. It was a different one. It had a depiction of a robed man holding a staff. "You should stop talking to that person, Lucille." "Ha! We weren't really talking." The girl with the blue hair snapped back to reality while holding her red cheeks. It was clear that the two were attracted to each other, but there were certain problems that came with that. "He hails from a baron's estate. He isn't even the heir, Lucille. You need to find yourself a proper husband that is at least a viscount. How about Lord Abington instead? He shows a lot of promise." Lord Abington. Lucille lowered her head while thinking about the young man that her friend was talking about. He was a few years older, and she saw him a couple of times at some noble parties, but she didn't know much about him. On the other hand, Sir Robert was someone that she kept running into from time to time. The two had bonded a bit through the years, but she was also a daughter of a viscount. The youth was not a full noble, as he came from a mistress instead of the lady of the house. He had no rights to his estate unless the heir died. "Don't even think about taking Lord Percival. He is mine." Lucille then thought to the person Charlene mentioned. He was the heir of a count estate, but there were bad rumors around him. Apparently, he was a giant womanizer that liked to sleep around. Her friend here didn't think that the rumors were true and was more interested in the wealth and title she could grab from a marriage. She was a young lady that spent quite a bit of her life reading romance novels. She preferred the young knight to the older noble men that she met at parties. Her friends called her immature and warned them about silly acts of romance that didn't further the noble cause. "Lord Percival isn't really my type." "Good. Now help me fix my hair." The two girls pulled out their pocket mirrors and started looking each other over. They were stuck in this carriage for quite a bit and could not look bad when leaving it. Their looks still remained important as they were ladies in their prime. Even well after achieving their mage classes, this concern about their appearance remained. On the outside, the group of nobles was greeted at the gate with a salute from many guards. If Roland was here, he would have a good laugh at how properly the guards were working for a change. Nobles were not people that would visit such cities that weren't even properly developed. The noble house that this territory belonged to didn't even have any of their family members stationed here. Most of the time, younger members of the family would be tasked with something like this, while their elders remained in the big established cities. This also depended on the number of offsprings. If there was no noble family member, then someone like the city's mayor would be given the job. To the noble house, the mayor was nothing more than a servant, not even at the level of the official butler of their house. He was only there to make sure that they were getting the taxes and that no one was being disrespectful towards their name. This same mayor was looking out through his mansion window while his sweat was gathering on his forehead. He knew that this day would come, and he dreaded the thought of anything happening to these noble brats in his city. He wasn't directly involved in this expedition, but he might be held responsible if anything went wrong. "Relax, you old fart." "How could I relax? The Duke will have my head if anything happens to those noble ladies. Even though they are only the daughters of viscounts, they are both mages. That's why I don't like those noble bastards, treating each other like breeding livestock." A familiar figure was sitting down on a large couch that was barely containing his frame. His bald head and grayish skin was a dead giveaway of his identity. "Orden, shouldn't you be at the guild? What if one of your adventurers does something stupid? You can't have anyone offending any of those nobles. Some of those knights are also from influential families." "My guys aren't that stupid." "Well, maybe there is one." The guild master scratched his head while standing up. A face of a particular airhead guild member entered his mind as this question fell. "I'll take my leave then. You worry too much. My men have been clued in. They are there to guide them into the dungeon. Nothing more." After reassuring that his adventurers wouldn't be picking any fights with the noble lords and ladies, he departed. This was mostly a pretext to get out of the mayor's mansion. He knew that the overweight butler that visited him a month ago would be coming here as well. That man was quite unpleasant and condescending. He would be coming here to impose on the mayor's hospitality and also to discuss business. Orden did not want to be here as he feared that he might punch that fatty the moment his double chin came into view. The party members aren't the best, but nothing much I can do with these limited resources. Hope I'm not wrong about that kid. The guild master thought back to how he reeled the runesmith youth in. Due to the trinket Roland was wearing, he couldn't figure out his real class, but he was sure that he wasn't the average runesmith. When he compared him to the craftsman dwarves, there was a stark difference. For one, his fighting capabilities were far ahead of what a dwarven runesmith was capable of. It was clear that he also had a way to use his own runic weapons more freely. He didn't seem to suffer through the biggest weakness that magical armor or weapons put a user through, this being the high mana usage. It was clear that he either had a massive pool of mana or some special class skill that allowed him to do this. The other thing was his combat ability. He had been clearly trained by someone. Mages and craftsmen that the runesmith class came from mostly did not have proper combat training. Him being able to win against Armand 2 times clearly showed that he was capable. There weren't really many smart people in this guild, and Roland seemed like the closest thing to a mage that this city had. There were a few older spell slingers that were working here, but they were too old to take part in expeditions like this. Having someone that was aware of the mana around them was always a big advantage in a dungeon. There was also the Tier 3 party leader. He was an expert tracker and good at detecting ambushes plus also traps. He went with this man instead of someone that would be better at actual fighting. It was safer this way, as avoiding combat was what he was going for. Their work would mostly consist of acting like scouts. The battle portion would be supplied by the noble knights. "Greetings, guild master. You're looking tired today." Orden was greeted by the elven receptionist girl. She was rubbing her eyes while also drinking a cup of warm tea. It was early in the morning, and it would take some time before the nobles returned from the mayor's house. They had some time to get ready, and he wanted to have a little talk with everyone before they left, mostly with Armand and Korgak. These were the 2 meatheads of the party. Korgak was violent when he had to, but he wouldn't step out of line as long as there was someone in the party that he respected. With the team leader being Tier 3, this part was secured. Unless the nobles actually attacked the party, there was no real danger of the half-orc running wild. On the other hand, his old golden boy Armand was more headstrong. He feared that if some of the noble brats got under his skin, he might do something stupid. The guild master wasn't quite sure himself why he was putting faith into the young man, but he somehow reminded him of himself when he was young. Armand had a certain look in his eye. He was hungry for more. He always took on the harder missions and came out victorious. It might have seemed that he didn't take anyone else into account, but he actually prioritized his party members over himself during combat. He was someone that could be relied on. The biggest problem here was that he had a hard time admitting to his wrongdoings. The guild master wanted Roland and Armand to figure things out down in the dungeon. He was of the mind that if 2 men were forced to work together with each other for survival, they would somehow figure things out along the way. He was banking on this happening during this expedition. Getting Roland to take this mission might have been a little rouse that he had set up. The manufacturing schematics that the young runesmith was aiming for were given to him via an old promise. The price wasn't actually that high, as the runesmith was someone that he had once saved before. The old dwarf was hard to convince, but after bringing up old history, he caved in to the demands. He had made a promise that he would keep. Orden also reassured that he would be giving this knowledge to a runesmith and not sell it on the auction. The guild master was aware of how craftsman types thought. Just as he thought, Roland was unable to pass up on something like this. The small danger of the dungeon was not enough to sway a proper runesmith away from more knowledge. "If you think that I look tired, you should have seen the mayor. That poor bastard looks like he didn't shit for at least a week." The guild master laughed while the elven receptionist scrunched up her nose at the thought of the mayor's bowel movements. "Is everyone here?" "Almost. I haven't seen Korgak yet. Lobelia and Armand just came in. Mr. Wayland and that person from the Solaria Church have been waiting since early morning. Mr. Silvio is also here." "Ha! We can start the meeting without that blockhead. Just have him wait if he comes over." The guild master was sure that the half-orc would arrive smelling of cheap alcohol. It would be actually better if he wasn't there when the nobles arrived. "Where are they now?" "I instructed them to go into one of the waiting rooms." "Woof, Woof, woof. While talking to the receptionist, the guild master heard a loud barking sound. The sound was clearly coming from the main corridor that led up to his office as well as to most of the other guild rooms. Did someone bring a dog to the guild? Mr. Wayland brought his tamed monster over. I think he wants to take it on the mission. Well, that's fine. But why is it being so loud? Beats me. It looked quite gentle when I saw it. Maybe someone stepped on its paw? The elven girl shrugged while the guild master moved towards the corridor that the noise was coming from. After pushing the door open, he saw that all the commotion was about. Those two really don't get along. He saw both Armand and Roland looking at each other. Lobelia was standing next to Armand while Agni was barking at the large muscle man. Both of them looked like they were going to fight, which just made the guild master here nervous. Before he could go over to deliver a fist to Armand's head, the young man took a step forward and did something unexpected. Huh? Could you repeat that? Armand started to nervously scratch the back of his neck, his gaze wavering while not meeting Roland's eyes. Orden could see him move his lips, but he wasn't sure what he was saying. This became apparent after the next line. I said I'm sorry. Now get out of my way. Armand burst out in rage while quickly running into the room that the meeting would be taking place. Huh? He apologized. You'll have to excuse him, Wayland. It was hard to convince him to do this. I'm surprised that he even went through with it in the first place. Orden then heard Lobelia call out to Roland while laughing. It was clear that Armand was somehow convinced by someone to give out an apology. It was quite forced and not really genuine, but it looked like a good start. At least to this guild master it did. What Roland felt about the whole thing remained to be seen. I see, were the words that left Roland's mouth. Then finally noticed the guild master standing to the side and greeted him with a small nod. Well, I see that you two are getting along just fine. Hope you invite this old man to your wedding. Roland's face contorted in various ways. This day his helmet was off so everyone could tell how uncomfortable that comment made him. The party of 5 with a half-orc missing had a quick talk before the mission started. Before the guild master let them leave, the elven receptionist knocked on the door and peeked in. Excuse me, guild master. A knight has arrived and he wants to see you. Finally they are here. You lot get ready and remember what I told you. Everyone headed outside. Some of the party members like Lobelia were interested in how this noble knight would look like. The exit was along the way and Roland was in the front. He opened the door and took a step forward but then froze in place instantly. Lobelia that was behind him bumped into his armor and almost fell back onto her posterior. Hey, why did you stop? She then saw the armored man quickly taking a step back into the corridor while hugging the wall. She saw him quickly place his helmet onto his head while slightly fidgeting. Confused at his reaction, she looked outside. There stood a young knight of unknown origins leaning up against the wall and waiting. Oof. Hey, what's your problem? You think that just because you can sense mana that it makes you better than me? What are you even talking about? I never said anything like that. Is your head made out of mush? Shut up. Hey, stop it. 2 children of young ages were seen fighting. One was clearly older than the other and the height difference was apparent. The smaller child was covering their head while the larger one was hitting it. Soon some servants came and were able to pull the larger boy of the smaller one. Let me go. Young Master Robert, you mustn't. The Lord has forbidden such behavior. Young Master Roland, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? While the youth by the name of Robert was pulled away while flailing around, an older maid could be seen hugging the younger boy. What took you so long? The boy replied while rubbing his bloody nose. It was a bit odd that the younger boy was more composed and was not even crying. The older boy, on the other hand, burst out in tears the moment the adults arrived and started reprimanding him. What happened? Lady Francine, young Master Robert attacked Master Roland again. The lady that arrived now started tending to the older boy while just giving Roland a side glance. Without saying anything, she started walking away. It didn't seem like she would punish the boy named Robert, nor did she help the one called Roland. Hey! Master Roland? The boy that was close to 6 years of age gave out a sigh while dusting off his clothes. It's fine, Martha. I'm used to this. "Oh, Master Roland." The old maid quickly gave the young boy a hug while tearing up. The boy, on the other hand, looked more annoyed than sad at the small cuts and bruises that he had suffered. This was one of the many memories that were now rushing into Roland's head. He had just stepped out from the guild's corridor and saw someone that he didn't expect. It was one of his older brothers, the youngest of them called Robert Arden. Just like him, he was someone that came from a mistress. He had no claim to the main Arden estate and was treated more as a resource. The last time the two had seen each other was during a family gathering that was more than 6 years ago. Robert then was already at the Knight Academy working as a squire. The young teenage boy that he once knew was replaced by a large imposing young man instead. Even though he hadn't seen him for so long, he instantly recognized his older brother. The hell is he doing here? Why would he be here so far away from home? Did he recognize me? No, there is no way for him to know I'm still wearing my armor. Roland was now backing away from the corridor while slightly panicking. There was no reason for his older brother to be here. He should have been in a Knight Academy that was deeper inside of the mainland. There could be a few possibilities why he was here of all things. One of them was to find Roland, which he was the most afraid of. The other one was the more bearable explanation, which would make this only a coincidence. The young lords could transfer from academy to academy and also perform tasks to gain merits. The academies worked similar to schools where you gained credit. This dungeon expedition could have been one of those assignments that would give a lot of credit. It might have been the best option for him to finish his Knight Academy. Robert was 3 years older than Roland. The trainee knights would be done with school at around this age. This could really just be the last assignment for him. He would even get more merit points for crossing the sea and getting on this island on his journey, which would then allow him to be done with the academy sooner than most other young lords. Calm down. This doesn't have to mean anything. Why? While still being a bit shocked, he felt Agni poke his leg with his nose. He was finally able to snap out of it. Lobelia was now standing next to him after he had come to a stop. It was clear that she was confused after bumping into his red armor. "Hey, what are you doing?" Soon Armand appeared from behind and just walked through the door through which the guild hall was. Roland flinched a bit while backing off, still a bit afraid of showing himself. "So that's one of the nobles? Doesn't look that special to me." "Hey, be quiet, he might hear you." Lobelia elbowed Armand in the stomach that caused him to flinch a bit. The two were now looking at the knight that had come to the guild. Luckily for everyone, Silvio was there as well. He was the team leader and had already been clued into this meeting. "Good day. I'm the leader of the party that has been hired for this expedition." He stretched out his hand towards this young man in shining armor, but instead of a handshake, he got an empty stare. The young man continued to look over the people here before answering. "Good. We have decided to rest for the day. You are to meet us at the dungeon entrance tomorrow." Silvio retracted his hand while keeping his cool as the conversation continued. "At what hour should we meet?" "Just wait for us, we will arrive." It seemed that they wouldn't be getting a proper answer and that this knight might not even know when they would be there. They were not in a position to complain. They were already hired for a large sum of money. Waiting for a few hours outside the dungeon entrance was the least they could do. "Very well, we shall wait for you at the entrance tomorrow." "Good." The young man nodded and then quickly removed himself from the guild. He seemed to be in a rush while also having the look of disdain on his face. The moment he left the guild, Roland finally decided to peek out. "Who does that prick think he is?" "Yeah. He was being awfully rude to Mr. Silvio," Armand and Lobelia commented after seeing the scene being played out. It was strange to look at the young knight be disrespectful towards a person that was in the position of a Tier 3 class. "It's fine, you know how those nobles are. No respect for anyone other than themselves." Silvio didn't seem too concerned though. He even had a slight smile on his face as he continued to look at the door through which the young knight left. "Listen up, everybody. It looks like we will have to postpone the departure as our little noble guests have decided to stay for the day. It would be better if you avoided them altogether. We wouldn't want any incidents to happen, now would we?" Silvio said while looking at a certain muscle-bound person. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" "Don't worry, team leader. I'll keep him away from any trouble, Lobelia proclaimed while puffing out her chest. Hey, stop treating me like a little kid. Why would I get into trouble? He isn't very aware of himself, is he? Silvio turned to Lobelia while raising one eyebrow. This team leader has already been clued in by the guild master about Armin's tendencies. The half-elven girl just laughed while Armin's face turned to confusion. While all of this was happening, Roland was slowly entering the guild hall. Now, without the night being here, the coast was clear. Hey! Didn't that night look familiar? Lobelia turned to Armand while asking. Her older brother just shrugged as he wasn't someone that really cared about men's faces. Oh well. See you tomorrow at the dungeon, Wayland. Lobelia waved at the slightly spaced-out Roland while also pushing Armand out of the guild building. Soon everyone went on their way with only Silvio remaining here. You should go home. Get some sleep. We don't know how much rest we will be able to have with those nobles around. Ah, sure. See you tomorrow then. Roland nodded while moving towards the exit slowly. He was wearing his armor and his entire face was covered. There was no reason for him to be discovered. His voice had also changed, so in theory his older brother shouldn't be able to figure his origins out even if they talked. The only thing that he needed to watch out for is removing his helmet. Luckily, he was part of the adventurer party and not of the noble knights. He would not really need to comply if they even ordered him to show his face. After stepping through the guild's door, the first thing he saw was a large green man heading his way. It was the last party member that was already late, Korgak. The two stopped in their tracks and looked at each other. Roland wasn't really sure what to say to this guy as they had never really interacted before. Korgak, on the other hand, had a certain alcoholic smell to him and wasn't speaking either. The half-orc nodded and Roland nodded back, unsure of what was the meaning of this gesture. The two then went on their way with Korgak entering the guild building behind him. This was followed by a sneezing Agni that was a bit more susceptible to the odor. Let's go home for now, Agni. Woof! It seemed that the coast was mostly clear. He could see a carriage out in the distance. It clearly belonged to the nobles and was pure white. Roland also recognized the symbol of one of the magic academies that was there. Surprisingly, it was also one that was situated deeper into the mainland. Through this, his theory of the young nobles getting more points for the prolonged journey on this mission started making some sense. The not fully mapped out dungeon would also add to the mission's difficulty rating. The foolhardy youths were probably ignoring the dangers that could come out of this over getting better grades. Roland knew that the possibility of unforeseen dangers was low. Thus, this might have actually been a good gamble. He wasn't sure about how they rated this, but the added grade could allow the participants an early graduation. The Magic and Knight Academies took long and stunted the level of growth of their participants slightly. They focused mostly on leveling up skills over pure leveling that experience points gave them. Even with that, they came out stronger than their adventurer counterparts. Mostly from having access to better knowledge and unlocking more prestigious classes. I already signed the contract. I can't turn back now. His first instinct was to cancel this mission. Regretfully, he already signed one of those magical contracts. He was already promised the manufacturing knowledge after completing the mission. Only after that, his deal with the guild would be finalized. If he quit now, he would have to pay dearly, not only with money but also with his time. This was understandable as the guild's reputation with the nobles was at stake. The guild master needed to have everyone sign a contract that couldn't be broken easily. Otherwise, the whole party could fall apart even on the day when the mission started. Then the guild would need to pay a massive fine. The more gold you earned during the mission, the more was required from the guild. The nobles were sure to pay more to get some insurance. If the guild wasn't able to deliver their side of the deal, they would be punished accordingly. The mission that they would be taking on didn't seem that difficult, so it wasn't strange that the guild master agreed to these demands. To him, the nobles were already overpaying by a lot for something like one party of adventurers. They would be even doing most of the fighting themselves. It was almost like free money. Roland's party only needed to stay with them as lookouts and assess the situation. If everything went as planned, it would be similar to a camping trip. The carriage was far away, but he could see some of the armored knights following after it. He wasn't sure which one of them was his brother, but it didn't seem that his position was that high. They used him as a messenger. He clearly is only one of the grunts here. Roland had an idea as to why this was the case. It was all tied to noble status. Someone from a baron's household was mostly on the lower end of the hierarchy. Robert's mother was also only a daughter of a merchant. She was not nobility. Bloodlines were taken very seriously in this kingdom. His father Wentworth was also just a first-generation noble. He gained his status thanks to his military prowess. Unless the bloodline was connected to some old nobles or lasted at least 3 generations, a person wasn't yet seen as a proper member of the noble caste. Robert was probably fighting an uphill battle, a battle that Roland evaded with him, leaving his old home behind. He knew that as the 4th child of a baron, he would be treated like a commoner. Having to be bullied by smarmy noble kids for years to come was not something that he wished to do. For some reason, his brother Robert was the reverse. He was adamant in showing his own worth to his father. The moment Roland showed that he had an aptitude for mana, the two got into many fights. Roland had a few ideas about why this was happening, and Robert's mother had something to do with it. The kid has his own problems. Hope he matured a bit since last time. Roland wasn't really mad at his siblings for being like this. They were the product of their surroundings. The wives pressured their children into being the best while hoping for them to get high positions in society. The noble life where your image and status was everything was very cutthroat and fake. It wasn't rare to see one of your friends or allies throw you to the wolves the moment they find a better deal elsewhere. Everyone needed to prove their worth before they could achieve anything. Robert was clearly taking the same path as his father did. With a turn of his heel, he headed in the opposite direction that this convoy of noble people was heading. Bernier was quite surprised when he saw Roland being back already. There was not much to do besides checking if he didn't forget anything. He was sure to fasten his helmet to his armor as much as he could. It would have to stay on there for quite a bit. On the next day, he said his farewells once more and went to the meeting place. It took less time than going to the city, and he didn't need to force his way through the crowds. Praise the sun, was what he heard when he got there. Sister Kasia was already there, just like the previous day. He was the second person there. Roland started wondering if Sun Church clerics had some kind of sleep-resistant skill like he did. The woman had to have been here for some time, as she was sitting on a blanket and was already drinking tea. Would like to talk about the ladies' gospel while drinking tea, my friend? Now I'm fine. This place was outside the dungeon, right, and not far away from the forest. They were near the main path, so they would see other party members if they finally arrived. Roland leaned up against one of those trees while waiting. Silvio was the third person to arrive, with the brother and sister duo of Armand and Lobelia being third. Korgak, as before, was late by a whole hour, but this didn't matter much. The nobles took their time, and even when the sun was close to reaching the very sky, they weren't here. Damn nobles making us wait! Roland heard wood cracking as Armand punched a tree. They had been stuck waiting for multiple hours without anything to do. They had some noble ladies with them that were apparently mages. It was reasonable to believe that they wouldn't rush over here and only arrive after a filling meal. Hope they won't tell us to come back tomorrow, Lobelia commented while yawning. Don't worry. The guild will pay us more depending on how long this mission takes. The contract began yesterday, so we'll get compensated. Silvio started reassuring the party of mad adventurers. Woof! Think they are here, Roland proclaimed after Agni barked out. Soon the sound of horses and a carriage could be heard by all of them. The time to delve into the dungeon has finally arrived. Roland was sure to fix his helmet once more. His main task was to make himself inconspicuous. It's time to earn our keep. Silvio called out for everyone to get ready while also moving out first. He needed to discuss some things with the leader of the noble side. After that, it was time for some dungeoneering. Roland felt a little jittery this day. They had waited till almost the middle mark, and the longer it took, the more stressed he was. He had almost forgotten that his family could even be looking for him after all these years, but now he was about to face one of their members. His older brother Robert, that he didn't really get along with, was riding on the horse a bit behind an expensive-looking carriage. He was one of the accompanying knights that hailed from the Luxembourg Knight Academy. It was clear to him by the design of the silvery armors that they were wearing. This was one of the more prestigious schools that a noble could attend. He was sure that Robert only studied there due to his father's involvement in the academy. Wentworth, his father, like the members of the family before him, had attended this very academy. The Arden house had produced many knights, but only after his father rose to be the #1 position in the academy did the name start gaining fame. There was a strict hierarchy the students followed, and he managed to reign supreme. Martha was the one that told him this tale. In it, Wentworth was painted as a heroic man that went through many missions given to him by envious nobles. All of them were jealous of his talents and wanted him to fail, but he never faltered. He achieved something that was quite rare. He raised his house name into a proper noble rank. Knights were somewhat considered to be nobles, but they were mostly treated as mere soldiers. If one of the parents was in the possession of the knight class, the children would be able to pick this class later in life. Unless they went down the same path, the class would be lost to the third generation. This was also why parents usually pressured their children into becoming knights themselves. Only if they were raised to official nobles could the class be passed down without a limit. The noble trait was a hidden title that was not seen by the system. People speculated that it was connected to the bloodlines and would be unlocked only when approved by other nobles in a given country. Higher noble titles could also sometimes unlock more prestigious classes. Then there was the carriage. The name of this academy was Xander's Institute of Wizardry. It was named by some old legendary wizard that lived many millennia ago. The two schools were in close proximity to each other. This was also probably the reason why these two institutions were working together on this expedition. Roland knew this place quite well as he had researched it before his ascension ritual threw a wrench into his plan. If he had normal elemental affinities, he would have probably been attending classes at that very academy for young mages. Fate worked in strange ways. He was now looking at the two academies that he might have been a member of. If he had stayed behind, he would certainly be stuck in the school that Robert was about to finish. The adventurers that were walking towards the dungeon were forced to the side by the many knights. They were all together, which allowed Roland to count 20 greenhorn knights and 2 young girls that probably haven't even seen a goblin before. Next to him, Silvio was leaning against a tree. He, as the others, weren't looking that favorably at this group of nobles. Roland understood well where they were coming from. The mission was pushed back by more than a whole day. Having to wait without anything to do was not how these adventurers liked spending their time. Roland could have easily crafted some runic equipment in this time and gained some experience. Instead, he was stuck rechecking his equipment without anything else to do but to wait. Everyone wait here. I'll go talk to our young lordlings. Slowly everyone started to get up. Korgak had to be woken up with a smack to the head by Armand. This drunkard was probably the best-rested team member, as within the first half-hour of waiting he had fallen asleep on the rough ground. Isn't that helmet a bit stuffy? Roland's attention was brought to the side. Lobelia was there. She was in the process of stretching out, as she had also succumbed to drowsiness. No, I'm fine. Due to the danger of his brother recognizing him, Roland was sure to never remove this helmet out in the open. Even he instantly recognized Robert even after not seeing him for over 6 years. It was very likely that his brother would be able to do the same. If you say so, I'll be counting on you. The girl shrugged while also for some reason giving him a smack on the shoulder. He didn't really budge from his spot, and instead, he could see the half-elven girl's hand become a bit red. Ah, sure. Due to how the party formation was set up, he would be handing out with Lobelia in the back. Woof! You too, you cutie. Agni's mouth was open soon as Lobelia started rubbing him behind the ears. Roland was surprised that his ruby wolf opened up to someone so quickly. The girl seemed to have a knack for talking to tamed monsters, and Agni was clearly enjoying the scratches. While the girl was playing around with the pooch, Roland took his time in examining the noble party from afar. Most of the members were young adults. After some quick scans with his analyzing skill, he could tell that they were mostly at the onset of the Tier 2 Knight class. They were mostly split between the Shield Knight and Sword Knight class, which Robert was part of. all of his brothers like him were forced to master every weapon type that was used by a knight class. This was all for the sole purpose of easy advancement in the future. Most would focus on both of these variants, which would unlock the high knight class. There were also harder variations that would unlock the crusader or knight champion classes instead. There was one person that was above all of them when it came to levels and strength though. His armor looked bulkier, and he was the only knight with a nice blue cape attached to his shiny plate mail armor. That guy must be their commanding officer. Silvio was in the process of talking to this man. He was clearly past his 40s and also a Tier 3 class holder. Roland couldn't really see his stats due to the difference in levels. His identification skill still was lacking levels to allow him to peek on everyone's status screen. The only thing he could somehow tell was that his level was close to Silvio's. Probably a high knight. Don't think they would let anyone with a more prestigious class be an instructor at a knight academy. Roland knew that even though this man's level was high, he couldn't be counted on during combat. This instructor would prioritize the noble children instead of the adventurers. He would probably focus on the two noble ladies that were now coming into view. That one is a frost magician? First, he saw a young girl with long blue hair stepping out of the carriage. She was wearing a somewhat light-looking dress. It was white with a skirt that went down to her knees. Her feet were covered by long boots that also went up to about knee height. The upper part of this robe was form-fitting around the chest area but became looser around her arms. In one hand she was holding a large staff with a large blue crystal. This crystal was clearly a type of mana stone that would lower her casting requirements. The second person that stepped out from the carriage was also a girl, her hair quite blonde. She was wearing a similar robe, but the staff she had a more brownish stone embedded in it. That one seemed to specialize in earth spells. Frost was clearly the weakness of fire elemental monsters, but the reverse was also true. Earth would be the better option as it took quite the temperature to melt hardened stone into lava. It looked like the two mages put some thought into picking a fire-type dungeon for their mission. A frost magician would come in handy. A simple spell that lowered the temperature could cause some of the fire monsters to suffer quite a bit. The volcanic salamanders, for instance, were quite susceptible to these sorts of spells. On the other hand, a frost magician would find it hard to create their spells and concentrate with a high concentration of fire elements in the air. Thus, it was a double-edged sword. It depended on the strength of the magician. She would be able to deal more damage, but casting would become difficult. Either she is confident in her spells, or she is underestimating the difficulty. Roland, with his runic spells, could circumvent the casting difficulty. He didn't need to concentrate much. Inserting his mana into the pre-made structure was the only thing he needed to worry about. The two ladies were wearing various accessories like necklaces, rings, and earrings. Even from here, he could tell that they were all magical tools that probably either increased their mana capacity or spell power. There was a certain lack of mana stones on most of those accessories. They were clearly crafted with the help of the manufacturing knowledge that he was hoping to get after this expedition was over. Unless he got his hands on that, he would be forced to attach bulky mana stones to his creations. This would pose a problem later on, as these monster crystals only increased in size with the strength of the monsters they came from. While Roland was glancing at the two young ladies from afar, Silvio finally returned. Okay, listen up people, we will be clearing up the path for the nobles. All the way up to the boss room. It's time to earn our keep. Apparently, the nobles weren't interested in killing the lower-level monsters. From Roland's perspective, they wanted to conserve their strength before the Tier 2 monsters arrived. The first one they were going to be battling would be the 10th level boss that he faced. With so many knights and two Tier 2 mages, even if it was the Ruby Golem, they would probably survive. Agni, stay close to Sister Kasia. Your job is to protect her if something happens. Roland pointed to the nun from the church that was in the middle of the party's formation. Agni gave out a bark and quickly moved to his position. Oh my, what a gallant protector. The nun chuckled while looking down at the ruby wolf. His tail was swinging side to side while he was striking a pose. Wayland, I heard from the guild master that you can give us magical support from the back. HM? Sure. Roland nodded while taking out something from his own backpack. It was a long metal rod with a large blue crystal at the very top. There were also some smaller mana stones embedded on the rod's shaft to lower the mana usage. This was a runic staff of his own making. It was mostly straight with the top part looking like a hawk's claw holding the large mana stone in place. Roland didn't give this weapon any gimmicks or detachable parts. It had a couple of spells engraved into the spell structure that, thanks to his basic knowledge of the runic code, could be activated at will. It worked in similar fashion to the arming sword design that he made before. It was a more advanced version that would allow his spells to be activated faster. The only downside to this was the thick and heavy design he had to go with. This was mostly to save up on runic corrosion and so that he had a lot of material to perform repairs later. Due to this, the staff wasn't really something another magic caster would find a use for. Roland had a high strength stat, all things considered, while most mages had meager gains in that regard. The heavy weight would also allow him to use it as a weapon if he ever needed it. Here, keep it safe. Leave it to me. Roland handed his backpack to a certain person wearing a large backpack. It was even larger than the one Bernier was stuck wearing. This person was a regular human and a steel-grade adventurer that was hired as one of the porters for this party. The nobles had some of these carriers following them around with large spatial backpacks as well. This person was not really part of this party but would be staying with them in their encampment. A steel-grade adventurer was entrusted with this mission instead of a regular porter as they were going down into the lower levels. Mostly people that lacked combat classes took on these types of jobs that paid less than what a proper adventurer could earn. Because of the dangers below the 10th level, the notion of regular porters was abandoned. Roland knew this, so he didn't even ask if Bernier could come along. The young man that was coming with them was slightly older than he was. He was in his second Tier 1 class. His first one was the usual scout class, while the one he had now was archer. He looked to be mostly spec'd into agility and would have no problem of running away if things got too dangerous. With everyone finally ready, it was time to descend into the dungeon below. His party, with Silvio in the front, was awaiting further instructions. Before heading down, they had to wait for the nobles to get information as well. With Roland being directly in the back, he would be the closest to the knights in the front. Luck was really not on his side, as the furthermost knight just had to be his older brother Robert. He, like most of the other knights, was wearing silvery half-plate armor. There were two people from the group with more extravagant-looking gear. First was the Tier 3 High Knight instructor, and the second one was a handsome young man with golden hair and blue eyes. Is that the commander of the knight unit? Just like his adventurer party, the nobles had some kind of commander in their unit. A person like this had to be someone from a well-off noble house and also be quite skilled to get this position. At this moment, the lady that had the earth elemental staff was walking next to this man and blushing. Would be nice if they stopped flirting and we could get this over with. He and the others arrived early in the morning, but these nobles had gotten here about 15 minutes ago. It was clear that they didn't care if they made the commoners wait. Roland just gave out a sigh and turned in the opposite direction. One of the reasons was boredom, while the other was his brother. The less both of them interacted, the better. Oh, what is this? While minding his business, he felt someone approach from the back. At first, he ignored the call-outs as he thought that the nobles were talking to each other. Soon he felt someone poke the back of his armor. The voice clearly belonged to a woman. Where did you find this? These runic structures are so well made. Did a master craftsman fashion this for you? Ha! Roland turned around to notice the blue-haired lady mage standing really close to him. He looked down at her as she was more than a head shorter than him. Lady Lucille, please be careful. Robert quickly appeared like a lightning bolt and moved his hand between the two. Roland took a step back while being surprised. The noble lady, instead of listening to Robert, continued to look at his runic items while her eyes shone like bright blue moons. I see that the noble lady has a keen eye. For some reason, Lobelia, that was next to Roland, decided to talk. She clearly had no problem speaking up even in front of a noble. You might not know this, but Wayland here made this all by himself. He is a very famous runesmith with more talent than even the dwarven smiths. Roland tried glaring at Lobelia, but due to wearing his helmet, this was unnoticed. Instead, Lobelia gave him a thumbs up as if she thought that she was helping him strike some deal with these nobles here. This, sir, is a runesmith? I have dabbled a bit into runecraft, but I haven't seen such a unique runic composition before. Is this some kind of new spell? The young girl became quite chatty while Roland remained silent. The biggest problem remained his brother Robert that was giving him the stink eye. Luckily for him, the blonde man that was the commander decided to walk over. Lady Lucille, please don't inconvenience the adventurers. The moment the young man called out to this young lady, Roland could see an instant reaction. Ah, Lord Percival. I apologize. I shall return with haste. The young woman was quick to go back while evading this man's sharp gaze. Roland wasn't sure what this was about but was glad that this man could exert control over this girl. You, return to your post. Robert wasn't even graced with a name as Lord Percival ordered him to get back. Finally, everyone got into their designated spots and it was time to descend below ground. A group of annoyed adventurers was standing outside the Albrook dungeon. They had to stop as a large group of knights forced them to remain behind. They surrounded the whole entrance and were keeping people from going in or even from coming out. The thought of going over and pushing through never crossed their mind. The noble crests were a clear indication of trouble. No person with an inkling of intelligence would ever involve themselves with nobles unless it was work-related. Without much to do, some decided to wait while others listened in, curious about the meaning of them being here. Lord Percival, you may start. Thank you, Sir Bertold. I will do my best to finish this mission with haste. They could see two men in full-body armor talk to each other. One was old while the other quite handsome and young. After the little talk that the two had with each other, it seemed that something was happening. Everyone get information, we will be descending into the dungeon. Follow after the adventurer scouting party. With that order given, the people could see a party of adventurers entering into the dungeon. There were some unknown members in this party, but some people recognized Armand and the crimson armor of a certain person that was gaining notoriety. Interesting. That guy is also part of this. A shadowy figure whose face was mostly covered commented from the side. He and a few of his party members were sitting in some shade while examining the situation. Is something wrong? Don't know. It might be a gig. I'll have go ask my contacts to be sure. Oh. The robed man started rubbing his chin while grinning. His eyes followed the large armored man in red, and how not far from him the noble knights descended into the dungeon as well. Back in the dungeon, Roland and everyone had taken up their positions with their porter hanging out in the middle. Whenever the fighting started, he was tasked to search for cover and hide. All of the party members here were silver grade, so the dungeon monsters that were below the 50th level didn't prove much of a challenge. They were more annoying than anything and mostly fell to Lobelia's arrows. Roland let the fighting up to their two warriors in the front without wasting any runic spells. Armand and Korgak were actually quite proficient at taking out any monsters that they came across. The half-orc's weapon of choice was something that looked like a very large cleaver. It only took one swing of his weapon to kill a monster that came his way. Armand, on the other hand, used his hands. The monsters were either smacked away into a pulp or thrown to the side where they were finished off by Silvio or Lobelia. Don't really have anything to do here. Roland was somewhat relaxed while not having anything to do. Agni, on the other hand, was gaining some experience from finishing some lower-level creatures. His level had risen to 32, but he had a long way to go till his Tier 2 evolution. He knew that if he showed the shortcuts, they would be able to cut the travel time dramatically. However, he decided to keep this secret for himself. It was better to have an escape route for himself that no one else could follow in case of unforeseen circumstances. Even though there was a low chance of betrayal, it was better to be safe than sorry. Damn, those knights are slow. What's taking them so long? Lobelia commented from the side, while pulling out her arrow from a less evolved salamander-type monster's head. They all were seasoned adventurers that had gone through dungeons since a young age. The knights, on the other hand, were rarely forced to travel through tight corridors like this maze. Roland attributed their slow-moving speed to a few things. One was their choice of armor that, in a volcanic region like this, was mostly a liability. Without something to lower the temperature, someone with heavy armor would become fatigued quite fast. Due to this, they had to make some stops and have their frost mage cast a cooling spell from time to time. The second problem were those lady mages. They were clearly not used to long expeditions into unknown regions. Roland was sure that their physical stats were not much better than a Tier 1 warrior. With low endurance, they would need constant stops, and the heat would only get worse with time. "It's fine, Sister Kasia can use a break as well." "Oh, I'm quite fine thanks to Mr. Wayland here," Silvio called out to the nun that replied. Roland was just standing there while waving that large magical rod of his. From time to time, he would produce a chilling effect to make it more comfortable for the party. Thanks to it being a runic spell, there was no waiting time and he could do it easily while walking. "Wayland, want to come party with us after we are done with this mission?" Lobelia nodded. Roland could see that she was serious. He only started doing it after he noticed some of his party members sweating. This section of the dungeon wasn't that hot, but when some salamanders showed up, the temperature always increased. The dungeon wasn't that well ventilated, so fighting a fire-based creature always made it uncomfortable to be in. "I'll think about it," he replied while not really thinking that it would be such a good idea. Bernier and Agni were enough, as he was able to maximize on his experience gain. The other problem was the person he was looking at. He certainly didn't want to work with a certain punch-crazy brute. The only reason he took this mission were the costly crafting schematics he wanted. "I'll take that as a yes." "Oh, they caught up," Lobelia answered while notching an arrow into her bow once more. Roland glanced at this arrow for a moment and started wondering if he could add a runic effect to it. Regretfully, without the proper wood, it would be impossible. The only other option would be a fully metallic arrow, which costs outweigh its uses. "Maybe if we find one of those ash trees in the lower levels, I could actually make some." They descended down while Roland thought about what he would do for the weeks they were there. At the moment they had some work to do, but after getting to the second level they would be nothing more than lookouts. What would normally take a couple of hours turned to 8 as they finally arrived at the 10th level of the dungeon and were now right before the boss chamber. A group of angry adventurers greeted Silvio that could only apologize for taking so long. The adventurers here were tasked to block the dungeon chamber from being cleared out. This of course led to some pushback from the other adventurers, but they could do nothing more than wait. They must have paid quite a bit for this offer. The longer this chamber isn't cleared, the more money the guild loses. While Roland contemplated on the noble's deep pockets, the battalion of knights arrived soon after. He moved himself to the side as one of the first people here was Robert. Their first task was over now. The ones going inside would be the nobles first, and they would remain in the back. This would be their first test to beat the 10th level boss monster. The knights looked slightly tired, but they were still Tier 2 class holders. Their high physical stats would allow them to somehow recover in a short amount of time. On the other hand, the two mage ladies were not looking that well. Roland could tell with the help of his mana sense skill that they were using some cooling effects even at this very moment. Even when not affected by the heat that much, they still looked tired. There was no way to fit the carriage into this dungeon, which forced everyone to walk. The constant usage of mana to run magical trinkets was also probably taking a toll on them. The two more than likely had lower amounts of mana than him, and not many classes had skills that lowered the mana usage when using magical items as his did. "Heh, are those two okay? Maybe they need to take a cold bath." Lobelia and Armand were to the side smirking a bit. Roland noticed that these two didn't seem to like these nobles that much. They constantly commented on their slow pace. It seemed like there was some bad blood here, but that was quite the common occurrence. Most commoners either feared or disliked their noble overlords for one reason or another. Finding a common person that favored a noble was like finding a rainbow unicorn, which was a creature that actually existed in this world. "Lady Charlene, Lady Lucille, how do you fare? It's so stuffy in here. Someone give me some water." The blonde lady called out to one of the knights that quickly brought over a water bottle. "You expect me to drink from this?" She glared at the poor knight that shrunk back. Luckily for him, the blue-haired lady was quick to take the bottle of water and pour it into a proper glass container. "Lucille, you're too lenient with these knights. Charlene took the glass and started to slowly sip from it, which put the whole expedition on hold. Though the moment the commander walked over, the haughty look disappeared from this young woman's face. "We need to continue. Please get ready, we will be entering the boss chamber. I need both of you to be prepared for battle. I'll be counting on your support." "Lord Percival, I'll do my best." Roland rolled his eyes while looking from the side. The person called Charlene was quick to act like a little puppy when the correct person was in the picture. He could see Armand and Lobelia scoffing from the side as well. "Get ready. We will be going in after the knights." Silvio walked over to give some orders. Roland took this time to ask a question. "Will we need to get involved in the boss fight?" "We are to stand by and watch. Only when the knight formation crumbles will we act. Prioritize the mages and that blonde noble over the others." Roland and the others nodded. They were aware of the power dynamics in that noble party. The only important people that they were actually contracted to bring out alive were the two women and the noble called Percival. The rest were expendable knights that were in a situation similar to Robert's. This was the harsh reality of the boundaries between status. Robert and the others were placed very low on the pecking order. They were either bastard sons with no way of getting the rights to their estate, regular knights, or one of the many sons from a baron's estate. If he was there, he too would be quite expandable. "Get ready. They are going in." The knights took up an arrow formation with their shields raised and pushed through the boss chamber door. Following behind them were a smaller group of knights that surrounded the two mages along with their commanding officer. Behind them was Roland's party and the man named Sir Berthold. This was quite the number of people going in. It shouldn't be that hard to clear up the boss chamber with so many Tier 2 class holders here. Even a ruby golem that he faced would be unable to combat so many knights and two mages that gave them fire support. The only problem that Roland had in this composition was the lack of scout-like classes. They only had heavy warriors and two mages. They lacked the fire support a class like an archer could give them and had to rely on the mage's large spells. These spells packed more destructive power than an arrow but were also less accurate. Accidents did sometimes happen, so the knights would receive residual damage from the mage spells. A pack of volcanic wolves? The platform was the same as before, and on it was a small group of monster wolves. There were 4 regular volcanic wolves at level 50 with a slightly larger one in the middle that was level 60. "Woof! Calm down, Agni. This isn't your fight." The wolves were somewhat similar to Agni, but instead of rubies, they were covered in hard volcanic rock. Their paws were mostly covered in this volcanic rock with some fissures. These cracks were glowing with some kind of red energy that looked like hot magma. They were also adults and a bit larger than Agni's adolescent form. They were all waiting for their opponents to arrive. For the time being, the group of knights was slowly moving forward on one of the pathways that connected to the center platform. His party and the others had just entered the boss chamber and the door behind them slammed shut. With this also, the pathway they were all standing on started sliding towards the platform the monsters were on. There was no turning back, as behind them only molten lava awaited. There was enough time for them to move forward, but the party of knights was moving sluggishly. They seemed a bit unorganized. Some of them probably surprised after seeing the molten rocks below. "Are those guys okay?" Lobelia asked after seeing the group of knights clash against the Tier 2 monsters. To someone not versed in monster fighting, it would be hard to spot a problem, but a seasoned adventurer could see it. "They are hesitating too much," Silvio added from the side while preparing his own bow. "They do feel a bit sluggish. This heat takes a bit to get used to." Roland had to agree with Silvio on this one. The knights were successfully defending against the 5 volcanic wolves with their shields but were slow to counterattack. Then there were the 2 mages that had a hard time delivering a finishing blow. These wolves were fast on their feet. The long casting times were the biggest downside to the mage's battle tactic. After performing the spell, they needed to guide the attack not to where the enemy was but to where they thought it would move to. For a short while this was also a problem for Roland when he was training with his own spell casting. Oh! It seemed that finally the mages thought out some kind of strategy. The blonde girl finished up a spell that didn't target the monsters, but instead softened the ground under them, which caused their legs to slide in. After this effect subsided, the ground hardened up, which left 2 of the wolves stationary. I guess they did teach them something at the academy. Following this, a spear of ice pierced through one of the monsters before it could free itself. Then the second wolf received a stab from Robert that was close by. With one monster down and another one injured, the battle continued. The battle was quite boring to watch. The knights were efficient, and their commander used his troops to slowly encircle the remaining wolves. There were far too many enemies for these 5 monsters to come out on top, and soon they found themselves with many stab wounds. Is it over? I almost fell asleep. Armand was down on the ground, just sitting with his finger up his nose. Korgak next to him doing exactly the same thing. The battle was won with the last monster succumbing to their wounds after a long battle. After it was all over, the usual chest appeared, but before they could peek inside it, a little commotion came to light. What is the meaning of this? Why did you leave your position? Robert stood with a red cheek that was smacked by his commander. Apparently, he had broken formation during the time he stabbed one of the wolves. To Roland, it looked like the right thing to do, as the monsters weren't much of a challenge for these knights. The person called Percival didn't see it this way. He was probably the one who thought this defensive tactic was the best way to proceed. What if one of them made it through and one of the ladies got hurt? Robert was seen slumping his shoulders forward while dropping his head. After some more scolding, he could see his half-brother walking away with his fist clenched. He had earned guard duty for the first night due to not following orders. The chest was holding some kind of low-quality magical dagger that one of the knights took away. Soon the path towards the lower level was open and the expedition continued. It's hot. Too hot. A young lady moved the collar of her robe to the side to air it out. She felt warm and sweat was slowly building upon her ivory skin. Charlene, please. The knights might be looking. The girl quickly moved her hand away while looking to the side. For a moment she forgot that there were many men around this encampment that they were building. What are those useless knights doing? Is our tent ready yet? After the boss chamber was cleared out, the group of knights and nobles descended to the large underground volcanic area. However, they had taken quite some time to get through all the levels, mostly because a certain someone that liked to complain a lot had taken many breaks along the way. The leader knew that everyone was getting tired. Percival decided to build an encampment not that far away from the boss chamber. There they discovered a large cave. This area was mapped out well, so after clearing out some monsters they knew that they could rest here for the night. The monsters would respawn periodically, but they would not do it in areas that were populated by many people. The noble ladies had entered the cave as it was slightly cooler than the outside. The knights were still assembling the tents along with a few porters that were carrying them around. Here, this should help. Lucille placed a small metal plate and placed it on the ground. On it, there were various runic symbols and a little circular spot in the middle. Into that spot, she inserted some kind of blue marble. The moment she did, the magical device activated. The runes started shining in a blue hue while giving off a nice cool breeze. It seemed like in a small diameter around this device the climate started changing. What would I do without you, Lucille? Charlene quickly moved over to where the plate was. Soon she looked to the side of one of the knights that was stationed here as protection. Bring us some chairs. Yes, my lady. The knight nodded and quickly went outside to procure the items that the ladies wanted. Soon the two were sitting around the magical device, looking at the marble in the middle starting to dim. This pseudo-Elachian gem won't last for long. I know, but it will take a while to connect the fluid apparatus to everything. We'll get worse grades if we don't prioritize our defenses first. Lucille replied to Charlene, who was in a bad mood. Normally these two were given priority, but now they were on a mission. Percival was the leader, and if he continued to pamper part of his battalion, the teacher from the academy might lower their grades. The knights needed to set up the perimeter, build tents, and add any fortifications that could help against a surprise monster attack. With this, the two people that couldn't really do much were left here in the cave to their own devices. They were both mages, but they were not needed there to assemble the tents. These tents that the knights had were of the same type that the group of adventurers had. There were no actual craftsmen with them that could do any repairs. Everything would have to be done by the knights or by the people they hired to help them. The adventurers were also part of their forces, and even if they acted more as scouts, they could be given certain tasks without failing the test. Go! Huh? What was that? It sounded like a monster? The two girls looked at each other for a moment and quickly grabbed their magical staves that were placed against the wall. Following the strange sound outside, they could hear that the knights were shouting out something. Oh! Is it dead? When the two ladies arrived outside, they found two dead volcanic salamanders. One had many stab wounds, while the other a severed head. It's dead? Why did no one tell me? Charlene complained a bit while pouting. Before the girl ran outside, she had fixed her hair and robe so that Lord Percival would see her at her best. With the monsters dead, she would not be able to show off anymore. Lady Lucille, you should go back inside. It's not safe out here. Sir Robert, are you okay? The blue-haired girl looked at the young man from the Arden house. His silver armor was covered in some blood, and so was his sword. Don't worry, my lady. This is only the monster's blood. I am uninjured. Lucille took out a piece of cloth and moved over towards Robert. The young froze in place as the lady started rubbing the blood out of his armor. My lady, you shouldn't. The other knights started looking with narrowed eyes at Robert and the mage. Soon enough, Lord Percival arrived to scold everyone. All of you, get back to your posts. Lady Lucille, please return to the cave. Someone explain to me what occurred here. Robert flinched and turned back to the commander. After doing a salute, he gave a recount of the events that transpired here. The two monsters crawled out of the small lava pools and attacked them. Robert managed to chop off the head of one, while the other was taken out by two other knights. Any damages? Commander, one of the monsters damaged our tents. How serious is it? Another knight that was there came over and also started making a report. During the struggle with the volcanic salamanders, one of the tents was hit by its attack. The item was mostly intact, but its runic structure was damaged, so it wouldn't be able to be operated anymore. The cooling effect wasn't activated. Sleeping in this tent had become impossible now due to the heat. One of our tents is already damaged so soon. Lord Percival, can't we just replace it? Charlene moved in from the side. Her shoulder rubbed against the Lord while she batted her eyelashes in his direction. The girl wasn't really that interested in this conversation, but if the man she was eyeing as a suitor was involved, she saw it as a chance. Yes, we do, but... Percival knew that the tent could be replaced, but this was still a finite item. This was far too soon into their expedition to be losing their resources. He was already contemplating on letting more of the knights sleep in the cave instead and saving the tents for the future. If only we had someone able to repair it, Percival mumbled. Don't we, Lady Lucille? Lucille looked at Percival and then pointed out into the distance. There the two small tents of the adventurers were situated. They could also see a man dressed in crimson armor looking from afar. However, the moment he was noticed, he quickly made a 180-degree turn and slipped into one of the tents. The adventurers? Yes, I've read their roster. That man is a runesmith. He might be able to repair the tent. While most of the nobles ignored the adventurers, Lucille had gone through their abilities. The guild supplied them with their names, ranks, and general skills. The man dressed in red armor was quite the particular person, as his class was listed as Unknown Runic Craftsman. Are you sure, Lady Lucille? Yes, I heard one of his party members mention it. She was quite boisterous about it. That armor he is wearing is also a runic item. I'm sure that he made it himself. H.M. Percival looked to the damaged tent and then to the group of adventurers in the distance. Using their runesmith to repair the tent would not be seen as a demerit, so there was no reason not to try. You bring the runesmith over. Tell him to repair the tent. Report to me when he is done. Percival looked over to Robert, that was already standing at attention when facing the expedition commander. Yes, sir. Oh, see, can I come with? Before Robert could leave, Lucille poked her head into the conversation. She looked to Percival for approval. The young man looked back, not sure why the young girl wanted this. Lady Lucille? Oh, I'm interested in the runes. Aren't they just so interesting? They are similar to the magical language in so many ways, yet also so much different. The girl's eyes started shining brightly as she started talking about her love for runic items. Her blonde-haired friend from the side gave out a sigh while moving over to Percival. "Lord Percival, why don't you allow Lady Lucille to leave? The knight will protect her." Charlene was quick to wrap her arm around her target while yanking him away. The man looked a bit baffled by this, but he didn't back away. People that knew the ice mage knew that she was quite the brainy type. She loved spending her time reading old texts on magic languages and spells. Even if she didn't have the class to make them work, she would study up in hopes of gathering more knowledge. Fine. Percival soon gave in to the request and Robert was left with the blue-haired lady there. The two looked at each other for a moment before Robert decided to speak up. "My lady, please remain close to me." "How reassuring, but I can protect myself, Sir Robert." The girl raised her magical staff up and gathered up some frost elements as she showed off. Robert gave an awkward smile and the two departed towards the adventurers' small encampment. What's up with them? Roland had ducked into one of the tents that he helped set up. There was not much to it, as the instructions were quite easy. He had only managed to build this one up while the other one was being fiddled on by Armand and Lobelia. The two troublemakers started egging each other on and finally, Armand made a vow to set up the other tent himself. He was now in the back, fiddling around with the metal pipes while Lobelia continued to tease him about his slow pace. "Oh, Mr. Wayland, would you like some tea this time?" "Oh, no thank you. I'll have some later, Sister Kasia." He and Kasia were the two people that weren't required to be on guard duty. However, this also meant that they would be staying together in one of the tents while the other party members switched up in the other one. Roland was not really worried about having to sleep next to a rather charming woman. No, the real problem was that she just wouldn't stay quiet about the Sun Church. She would offer him tea and crackers, but then the sermons would start. She would constantly pray and praise the sun. There was almost nothing else that she wanted to talk about besides Solaria and tea. Roland gave out a sigh while relaxing. Their encampment was a bit further away, but he could clearly see the nobles. He was there when Robert defeated the volcanic salamander and he had to give it to his older brother. There was some talent there. While the other knights poked the other creature to death with their long swords, Robert managed to behead it with one strong swing. It was clear that his swordsmanship was on another level compared to the other young knights. I guess anger does motivate some people. Another memory of his brother popped into his head, one of constant training. Even though Robert didn't have any particular gifts, he did have a good training ethic. There was no day that he didn't see him swinging his sword or doing some weight training. With the stigma of being a bastard son, he did have to prove himself more than the first and second son. This wasn't really time to think about the old days. Roland couldn't remove his helmet outside, but he also didn't want to stay in the tent for too long. With this, he decided to take a step outside and help the others with the second tent, as he was also worried about something going wrong. You really can't trust this guy. After arriving at the spot where Armand and Lobelia were, he noticed that something wasn't right with their creation. The leather had not yet been placed over it, so he could see the tent's skeleton. These runic pathways are broken. He could see that the tent poles were squeezed in repeatedly into the wrong sections. Some of them were bent out of place or scratched. Runic structures had no protection against physical damage. If the metal was damaged, cut, or bent too much, they would stop working. "See, I told you to be more gentle." Lobelia delivered a swift boot to Armand's behind while they continued to fight. "Can you fix it?" Silvio asked Roland, that was kneeling down and looking over the damage. "No problem. Just give me a moment." Roland moved his hand into the spatial bag and went digging. Soon he pulled out his hammer and a thin piece of metal. The others looked with interest. This would be the first time that they would actually see Roland do some runesmithing. The thinner piece of metal was used to heat up the damaged parts. The sections that were heated up would be then gently struck with the face of his hammer. This hammer was somewhat smaller than his usual crafting hammer, and it produced sparks fueled with mana each time it connected with the damaged part. "Oh, that's neat." With the small hits of his hammer, Roland pushed in his mana into the runic structure. When it was softened up through the use of his wand, the runes were easy to mend back up into shape. In this case, he could have even used his rune mending skill, which would make the whole process a lot faster. It would be a waste of mana and resources as the structure would just degrade. There. This should do it. Try not to damage it again. Yes, sir. Lobelia performed a somewhat half-hearted salute that mimicked the knight's. She then turned around and invertedly collided with some chest armor. She fell back onto her posterior only to spot a rather large man looking down at her. This man was the same knight that visited the guild the previous day, and he looked grumpy as ever. Hey, what's the big idea? Lobelia wasn't paying attention as she was focused on Roland's runesmithing. For someone like her that had a class with high perception, this was quite a blunder. Is there a problem? Armand appeared almost instantly and placed himself between his friend and the large man. The two had similar builds, but Armand was still slightly wider while also wearing less armor. Roland, on the other hand, froze in place while holding his crafting hammer. The man that he wanted to avoid was right here, and it was still just the first day of the expedition. Fascinating. What pristine mana control. The silence was broken by the blue-haired ice mage that came from the noble side. She focused on the item that Roland was holding in his hand and quickly moved forward without even looking at the other people here. Robert even tried to stop her, but even before he could stretch his hand out, the girl was gone. There was also the problem with Armand standing in the way, which increased the tensions even more. Is this a runesmith's hammer? Haven't seen one like this before. Did you make it yourself? I can see that it has some runes that help conserve and control mana. What type of mana stone is this? The girl moved over while constantly talking. Roland didn't know what this was about, and the girl kept looking at his hammer. He was quite surprised that she figured out what runes he was using. This wasn't something a normal person would be able to do. Yes, I made it. Can I help you with something? The moment he casually spoke out to the noble lady, Robert's face showed a frown. Adventurers were seen as commoners, so addressing a noble without the title and proper diligence was considered very rude. Thus he stepped forward, but a large tanned hand held him by his shoulder. Hey! I'm not done talking to you. Armand was also not someone that held nobles in high regard. Thus he had no problem stepping forward and get physical. Robert reacted by moving his hand to his hip where he had his sword and giving Armand a quick warning. Take your hand away or you will lose it. Ha, try it, greenhorn. Armand was not scared. He was facing a novice knight that probably didn't have that much experience in close-range fighting. He had already made a mistake by stepping into his range. A quick submission move would take care of his opponent swiftly. What's going on here? Roland started to sweat. He couldn't really hear much as the blue-haired girl was babbling about runes without even looking back to Robert. It seemed that a fight would break out if no one did anything about it. I should have never signed that contract. What's going on here? Sir. Robert. Please behave yourself. We didn't come here to cause a ruckus. Silvio arrived at the scene to pull Armand away from the confrontation. Lobelia needed to have Roland point out that her bodyguard was close to fighting one of his party members before she reacted. It was a bit strange to see two people that he disliked almost get into a fight while he had to break it up. If the situation was somewhat different, he would just grab a bag of popcorn and let the two have at it. His money would be on Armand, though. His level was higher and he also had more experience. He didn't see Robert being able to tank the heavy fisting. Regretfully, they could not offend the nobles. They were outnumbered almost 1-4, and the noble side also had a tier 3 high knight with them. Armand would be in a heap of trouble, and they as well by association. If Lady Lucille wishes it. Robert frowned a bit more than usual, but he moved his hand away from the sword hilt the moment the blue-haired girl entered the frame. It was clear to Roland that there was something between these two young adults. The way his older brother looked at the girl was a dead giveaway. After observing Lucille's body language, he was also sure that she appreciated Robert's company. I'll have to apologize for one of my party members. How can we help? Silvio moved in front of Armand, who spit down on the ground while moving away. Korgak was observing the whole scene from the side, but he looked saddened by the fact that a fight didn't break out. With nothing to do, he was also itching to do battle. Excuse me, I was a bit rude. Let me introduce myself first. I am Lady Lucille de Vere. The girl curtsied before Silvio, who just looked baffled by the gesture. He lowered his head a bit and nodded while not being sure how to react to a noble lady. Ah, I'm Silvio. Just Silvio. In this kingdom, something like a family name was mostly given to people of noble descent or to merchants that liked to put their businesses under their family name. Commoners, on the other hand, would only be given a name. If they had enough money or achieved greatness, they would be allowed to pick a name for themselves or have someone in a high position gift them one. This is Sir Robert Arden. She pointed to her bodyguard that looked quite grumpy. His eyes met with Silvio's and he found himself twitching slightly. Roland noticed it while observing from the side. It was clear to him that his brother realized that this adventurer was a Tier 3 class holder. Sir Robert? Good day to you. Yes. Likewise. Then how can we help you? The contract stated that we shouldn't get involved much after we descend to this area of the dungeon. Ah yes, let me explain. Lucille gave a recount of what happened in their encampment and how one of the runic tents was damaged during a monster attack. Apparently the gentleman there is a runesmith. We'd like to borrow his services. Soon everyone turned over to Roland, who heard the whole conversation. The party here had seen the monster attack from afar, but it wasn't up to them to react to small pests like that. Want to borrow Wayland? I don't see a problem with that. Just return him in one piece after you are done. Silvio laughed and soon removed him from the conversation. His main purpose here was to warn people about monsters above a certain level. Unless one at the Tier 3 level appeared or a swarm of Tier 2 monsters attacked, he and the party wouldn't have much to do. Roland wanted to give his party leader a smack to the face as he wasn't even given an option to refuse. Finally, the others started removing themselves from this spot and Roland was left alone with the strange girl and his older brother. He now stood before the two while silence fell upon them. He was the one to break it as he introduced himself. It's Wayland. Ah, a pleasure, Sir Wayland. I'm not a knight. Just call me Wayland. He replied in a somewhat monotone voice. It didn't seem that his brother had realized that he was his younger brother. From what he could tell, he looked somewhat annoyed, probably from the way Roland was talking. Due to being a person from the modern world, he wasn't that used to showing proper decorum. Then he had spent quite a bit at a noble's house, but no one really cared to give him any ethics classes. Things like that would be brought up at the mage or knight academy that he would have been forced to attend if he didn't run away. Ah yes. So you want me to repair some of the tents? Yes. Do you think you could take a look? Yes, sure. Roland nodded as he knew that refusing now would not be something he could do. Even though he didn't want to involve himself with the nobles nor with his brother, he had to. He was obligated due to the contract that he had signed. Let me get this over with. Why is that girl looking at me like that? Ah, should we go? After his reply, there was a moment of silence. He noticed that this blue-haired girl stopped and just continued looking at him. Soon he realized that she wasn't really looking at him but at his runic armor instead. She did say something about runes and was quite focused on his hammer before the two idiots started bickering. Yes, of course. Excuse me, it's just your armor. So fascinating. Did you really make it yourself? MHM. After another awkward moment, they finally moved towards the night camp. The girl took up space to the right of Roland while Robert was to his left. He could see that his brother wasn't amused and he was even holding his hand on his sword. Trust was certainly something that he didn't have here. One wrong word or move and he might have to defend himself. And that hammer of yours, I'm sure that it was one of these runes. Wait a moment, Sir Wayland. Lucille stopped for a moment while putting her hand into a pouch on the side of her robe. After some digging, she pulled out a thick book that had some runic symbols on it. The girl started flipping pages through it and finally opened up on a section that had one of the runes that he placed on his hammer. Here it's the common mana proficiency rune. Roland stopped in his tracks and looked at the content of this book. And it was indeed the rune that he used, or at least a variation of it. He was well informed in many runes and with a glance, he could see some flaws in the runic structure. Something like this didn't even require his debugging skill as he had gone through so many runic structures that picking out flaws had become easy. This wasn't the interesting part about this diagram. That was the book in question. It looked quite thick and even had a small magical academy crest at the side. Yes, that's a similar rune, but it has some flaws, he replied while focusing on the parchment. Due to having had to mostly teach himself about runes, he was astonished to finally see a proper book about runes. It had descriptions of common runes. The most he could hope of buying himself would be a book with lesser runes. The ones at the higher grades were hidden away by dwarven craftsmen that only allowed people from their circle to go through them. Flaws? As an intermediate rune model, you can tell just by looking? How magnificent! The girl's eyes went wider while looking between the rune on the book's page and the armored man before her. Roland, on the other hand, felt goosebumps all over his neck. He could tell that his dear brother was glaring at him. Which parts have flaws, if I may ask, Sir Wayland? It seemed that Lucille was keeping up with the Sir part even though she knew that he was a common adventurer. The mage types did sometimes look at a person that was more knowledgeable than them as someone above them. This girl seemed to be interested in runes, and this was something that he knew well. Sure, may I? Roland looked to Robert to measure his reaction, but his dear brother continued to glare. It looked like he wanted him to do what this lady asked him. Thus he asked to be handed this book of runes, doing it also out of curiosity. Here you go, Sir Wayland. He thought that the girl would not relinquish such a costly book that would go for many gold coins on the auction easily. However, she instantly put it into his hand when he asked her about it. Here, this runic pathway is out of alignment, and this strengthening component needs to be moved a millimeter to the left. He mentioned some easy flaws that he had spotted which only made the girl's eyes sparkle even more. Fascinating. Wait a moment, Sir Wayland. The girl quickly put her hand into her spatial bag and pulled out another book. She quickly flipped through the pages. Indeed, this would remove the small mana blockage and increase the spell output by about 6%. And you could tell just by a glance. The girl started going berserk in front of him while showing him another diagram, this time of the same rune but of a higher grading. The diagram also had some explanations to the side. It seemed that it was clarifying the flaws it had. Sure. I am a runesmith. Roland wasn't really sure why this young woman was acting this way. These were still only common grade runes. All runesmiths should be able to work on them. Not just any runesmith could do something like this. Sir Wayland must be a master at his craft. Thank you. It was unclear to him how he compared to the other runesmith, but by this girl's reaction, it seemed that he did something rare. Maybe it was a lot harder to spot mistakes in the schematics as he did for the common runesmith. Is that the tent? To get the girl's attention somewhere else, he pointed to a damaged tent that had a hole in the salamander leather. It looked like the monster somehow charged into it before being killed by the knights. There was still some fresh blood on it to prove his point. The other knights were also looking at him now. The cooling inside of his armor had to go into overdrive to keep him from sweating. He had hoped to never go into this camp filled with nobles. Saying the least while lowering his intonation was the most he could do. The tent? Can you look at this rune before that? Lady Lucille, I think we should let the adventurer do his job. Robert finally spoke up after remaining silent for the past few minutes. It didn't seem that Roland's cover had been broken. Yes, you are right, Sir Robert. Please proceed. Robert moved to the side and Roland moved over to the damaged tents. These models were exactly the same pre-made ones that he saw the schematics for. The two ones that were at his party's camp had been slightly improved upon. He had risen the rune quality to the highest. Let me fix this fast and get out of here. Do I get paid extra for this? Roland thought to himself while moving over to the damaged tent. After investigating, he noticed that some of the scaffolding was bent and out of shape. The leather wasn't that ripped, which was good as it needed to keep the heat at bay. It didn't seem like the other people would be helping him much, so he needed to pull the leather to the side. It was bloodied a bit, but nothing that wouldn't come out if it was washed thoroughly. The side of this tent was hit by the monster. There was a clear dent in it along with some scratches in a few other places. This tent was made from a lesser alloy that included deep steel-like properties. It was similar to aluminum and made it much lighter but also less resistant than deep steel. It was a softer alloy that was good at holding runic spells, which it was made for. Roland couldn't see any embedded mana stones anywhere, which meant that it was made with the manufacturing technique that he was working towards. Good. At least I won't need to play with mana stones. First came the bending of everything into shape. Even though this was a softer alloy, Roland did activate his runes to give him more strength. With a better grip and added stats, he started bending the pipes back into shape. His evolved runesmith lord's eyes allowed him to spot all the broken runic structures without having to go through them one by one. This was one of the features of this skill besides looking into the deeper sections of the runes to reveal their code. The rest of it was similar to the previous tent that he worked on. With the help of the runic wands, he heated up the broken parts till they were nice and red. He then started tapping them with his hammer while getting the runic structures into the correct shape. Luckily for him, there weren't that many broken parts and none of the rods snapped. If that was the case, he would need to weld them into place. The problem with welding was that he didn't have the same alloy to melt onto the damaged parts. Thus, he would need to put ethereal pathways into the components instead. After about 30 minutes of working, he gave the tent a go with his own mana. The scaffolding started glowing blue and the small podest on the ground started releasing cold air. It was a success. The only thing that remained was to connect this to a mana fluid container that also had the proper runes on it. This container was placed in the middle of the tent on a small plate in the middle. This plate was connected to the rest of the tent and used the container with the mana fluid as fuel. There, it's fixed. You just need to place the leather over the tent. When he turned around, he saw a rather excited blue-haired woman. Robert was next to her, sweating a bit. He thought that the two would just go away and resume whatever they were doing, but instead, they stayed to watch him work. "Sir, Wayland, you must teach me about the runes. That red glow, is that some sort of strengthening spell? Does that armor have a cooling effect? You seem to be fine in this heat, even when wearing thick armor." For some reason, the girl was relentless. He wasn't sure what this was about. She was clearly a frost mage and not a runesmith. Without the proper skills, she wouldn't be able to craft any runes or affect them in any way. Is there some kind of rune mage class? Does she want to get it? Never heard of it, though. Excuse me, Lady Lucille, but this wasn't what I was hired for. He was interested in the books that the woman had, but he also didn't want to remain in this encampment. Now that he was done with the repairs, he just wanted to return to his party. Without him around, he also feared that they might screw up the second tent again. Leaving it Armin's sausage hands was not something he wanted to do. "Hired? Do you require some payment? I can pay. Is this enough?" "Huh." The lady quickly moved her hand into her bag once more and pulled out a satchel with coins. Roland opened up this satchel, and if his helmet was exposed, they would see his eyes bulging. It was filled with large and small gold coins. He would need to work at least for a few months to get this kind of cash himself. So what exactly did you want to know about runes?" "Bored. I'm bored," Lobelia called out while looking at a piece of grilled meat in her hand. "It's stuffy, hot. I'm all sweaty and there isn't anything to do. We've been sitting here for 4 days already. Stop complaining. This isn't that bad." Armand was sitting next to her, just chomping on a similar piece of meat which was much bigger. Both of them were sitting outside the camp area without much to do. A bit over 4 days had passed since they set foot in the middle regions of this dungeon. This region was different from the upper levels of the maze dungeon. It was a gigantic area that wasn't fully mapped even after a year had passed. It was also filled with Tier 2 monsters which already brought in some good coin. Most adventurers liked to keep it safe and didn't push in that deep. Though the biggest reason for the slow mapping out of this level was the smoldering biome. The further a party went in, the hotter it became. Lava-filled dungeons like this were historically hard to progress in. A party without a frost mage or magical items that controlled heat had no way of progressing. "We get to sit around and do nothing. This is the best possible job we could get." Armand gulped down a large piece of meat that came from a salamander they had hunted. Surprisingly, this monster was very sought after for its meat and leather. It could be eaten without much preparation, as the hard part of this monster were its scales. After getting through them, the juicy insides could be devoured. "I know that it's easy money. But there is nothing to do. Armand rolled his eyes while looking at the encampment of the knights. The group had been slowly advancing further into the dungeon while returning here with their loot. He had no idea what their purpose was here, but not like he cared. They had just returned from a small expedition an hour ago, so there was some movement now. While lazily looking around, he saw a certain armored man leaving one of the tents. Roland had been noticed by him acting strangely, and now, for some reason, he was constantly visiting the noble camp. Heading out to your little noble lover Wayland? Ha! Lobelia had noticed him leaving each day to go to that camp as well. This would be his third time heading there. You can't fool my elven eyes. I see you going into that cave where they are keeping the two mage ladies. Didn't know you were such a charmer, Wayland. She started shaking her hips provocatively while describing the situation. Soon Armand joined in on the questioning, as he did not pay that much attention. He is? The blue-haired one or the blonde? It's the blue one, Lobelia replied while Armand rubbed his chin for a moment before looking back to Roland with a dumbfounded look on his face. Whoa, good choice. She might not look like it, but she can't fool my eye. Huh, what do you mean? Lobelia turned to Armand as she wasn't sure what he meant by that comment. Ha! Not like a pancake, as you would even understand. Hey, what did you say? Roland looked at the two idiots fighting. Lobelia was quick to jump on Armand after the comment and started hitting him with her small fists. He was a large man, so he just covered his head while laughing. Those two sure get along. But I feel like I'm losing intelligence points the more I listen to their conversations. After a few days had passed, not much seemed to be happening. The knights were periodically patrolling the area around their encampment. They faced off against the monsters that were living here, mostly the volcanic salamanders and wolf types that were similar to Agni. There was also a monster called Firefly that liked to spit lava at its enemies and was the size of a domesticated cat. It was hard to defeat with only knights and mages in the party, but some of the knights, like Robert, did have some lesser archery skills that could be used on this occasion. He wondered if the teacher that came with them would lower their score for not bringing any archers to this expedition, but it might have been a requirement to only use knights. Agni, stay here. Roland leaned down to his ruby wolf companion that gave out a whine and started to look at him with those puppy dog eyes. I don't trust those knights. They might confuse you with one of the monsters living here. Agni, after his first evolution, had gained a lot of intelligence. Roland felt that explaining the situation to him would actually bear some fruit. Agni! But before he could convince his wolf to stay without giving an order, he was tackled from the side by an overzealous half-elf. Who is a good boy? The girl started rubbing the ruby wolf's belly, and his hind leg began to twitch. Soon he flopped his tongue out and was in bliss. It looked like Lobelia had grown fond of his tamed monster, and with nothing else to do, she bombarded poor Agni with pets and scratches. Don't worry, Wayland. I'll keep him busy. He just nodded while turning to the camp of the nobles. One of the knights greeted him along the way without doing anything to stop him from entering. He had made a small deal with the blue-haired woman. For money and access to the runic books she had, he would help her with some runic research. Roland was previously unaware of this, but mages could somewhat affect the runic structures themselves. Not by changing them with runecraft, but they could empower their effects with their own mana and even convert some simple runic spells to more complex ones on the fly with their own magic. These runic mages were somewhat able to affect the magic language that was embedded into the runic structure. They were unable to affect the outside of these runes. This was all dependent on the runesmith. This mage type was not that sought after due to this limiting factor. They relied on runic weapons without being able to actually alter the hardware part of the runic structure. If anyone wanted to maximize that class, they would have to get a runesmithing class as well. However, mages and craftsmen weren't that similar in that regard. Hammering hard metal into shape and working in a smithy wasn't something that magical types liked to do. Thus, it was a very rarely seen profession. Roland was now aware of this class. It was also a Tier 2 profession. He wasn't sure if he could even acquire it due to the lack of elemental proficiencies. He could not ask Lady Lucille about it, as him not having any elemental affinities would be a dead giveaway to his true identity. If it was a worthwhile class was also up to debate. He could already affect the runic code with his Runsmith Lord class. It might have not added anything new, and the skills could very well overlap with one another. The only thing he would be getting from it would be the mage focus stats if he went with it after his current class was maxed out. You may enter. Roland was greeted by a new knight this time around. Luckily, his brother Robert wasn't this lady's exclusive knight. Her bodyguards switched out from time to time depending on who was on guard duty. Sir Wayland, I've been waiting for you. Have you read through the research material? Do you need more time? Inside of the cave that the two girls were living in had changed a bit. There were some curtains made from some flame-resistant materials hung up all over the place. It separated each of the girls' sections. Further in the back there was even a toilet and a hot tub. It didn't look like these two were in any kind of danger. It was like a vacation. Yes, I've read through them. It was very insightful. Thanks to this girl, he was getting hidden resources that no one besides nobility could get their hands on. This blue-haired girl was really interested in runic magic and even had some proper skills related to them. He was unsure if she was trying to become a runic mage though. From his perspective, it would be a bad idea. The girl was already a frost mage, which was more of a traditional caster. If there was something like a Tier 3 runic frost mage class was unknown. Even if there was, would it be better than all the other Tier 3 classes that didn't need runic weapons? Really? So today we can discuss the lecture about... Roland wanted to ask if the girl was really serious about this, but he was not that nosy. She was already a proper adult and had to make the choices herself. If she really liked runic structures this much, she might actually be the right person to go for a runic mage profession. For a couple of hours a day, he would explain the runic schematics to her and how they worked. At first, there was a slight barrier between the two. He was self-taught, so he had no idea how proper mages were taught. Thanks to this encounter, his eyes were also open to the world of magic. He was given runic spell books and gained even a lot of experience by creating improved schematics of some of the runes from the books. Money and runes were given to him. This expedition already bore fruit. Even if they returned now and he didn't get those manufacturing secrets, he would be able to progress with his golem design. Just like that, a week had passed with not much happening. The knights continued to slay monsters left and right, and the corpses kept piling up. Soon it was time to move out as the first part of the expedition was complete. With the order given, they all marched out. This time Roland's party was back to scouting out from the front while others followed after. Silvio was quite good at detecting any danger, which then was eliminated by either some arrows or runic spells. The fire-type monsters were just too susceptible to the cold effects. However, the further they ventured in, the warmer it became. With this, the ice magic started to falter under the heat wave that were the many lava pools. Wait, we have arrived at the Molten Lake. Silvio looked at the map that the Adventurer Guild prepared for them. This section was quite far into the lava dungeon. In front of them was a large section with molten rock. It made it look like a giant lake that went on for a kilometer. In the middle of it was a sort of bridge that would periodically get flooded by this lava. Luckily for them, they had gathered the information beforehand. One unlucky party of adventurers fell to this trap. The lava would flood at certain times and engulf anyone foolish to walk through the bridge. We need to get the timing right or we will all die here, Silvio commented while Roland nodded. Are you sure those lordlings will pass through it fast enough? Armand chimed in from the side while throwing a rock into the lava lake. He, as some of the party members, were a bit unconvinced about these knights. They were quite slow and this section required a faster pace. It should be fine. That's not something we should be concerned about. Silvio looked at the sinking stone that Armand threw into the large pool of lava. It was quickly engulfed by it as it sank down. He used one of his detection skills while looking further than anyone from this party could see. There are a few of them. Get ready for a fight while we go across. A lot of what? I don't see anything. Armand called out while looking at the empty lake of lava. He could see anything besides bubbles of magma bursting. No monster in sight. There should be some monsters in the lake. Roland stepped forward. In his hand was a ball of metal. He injected his mana into it and a strange holographic landscape appeared before them. What's that? The party members' eyes widened after seeing the green light that this ball of metal was producing. This was an improved version of his previous mapping system. Now, with some more knowledge about the inner workings of runes, this could be called a map. It's a map. See those red dots? Those are monsters. The explanation was quite short, but Silvio, who was versed in tracking, didn't take long to figure this map out. This map was showing a lot of red dots below the surface of this lake. There were monsters, lurking to jump out at the chance of people crossing to the other side. Lot red, Korgak proclaimed while poking the light that was produced from this runic sphere. The moment the large digit poked one of the red lights, it was dispersed. This product was something that Roland wanted to introduce to the guild master after the expedition, so he wasn't worried about showing it off to the others. It could even be used as free if the group found use in it and told their adventurer friends. By this point, he had already decided on partnering up with the Adventurer Guild. Everyone also knew that he was a runesmith, so there was no reason to hide his wares anymore. The more people saw them in action, the more he could sell later. Quite a bit of them there, but we should be fine if we cross the bridge in time. If not, we could take the other path. Silvio mumbled to himself while Roland also inspected the area. He had been here before, but he had not ventured in further than this spot. From the previous adventurer teams that had gone past this point, they had gained some information. They reported that there was just enough time to get past to the other side while running at a moderate pace. Roland examined the distance a bit beforehand and also thought that if they bolted it, they would be safe before the whole thing was flooded. Even if the monsters appeared, they just needed to move forward to the other side without looking back. It seemed like an easy task of moving forward, that is if they didn't have certain two people that liked to slow down the others. Right, there was another path, he said while turning to Silvio. Yes, we could travel further west. It will take half a day, but there is another way. It's longer, the danger level is about the same, but we wouldn't need to move fast. There it was, two options, and the decision would be left to the noble leader Lord Percival. Though without even asking, Roland had an idea of which path he would choose. Silvio went away to make a report while the rest of the party waited. Armand and Korgak just stood there while yawning. Sister Kasia was right next to him and his large magical rod that gave out chilling air. Lobelia just continued to ruffle up Agni's fur. The poor ruby wolf's leg was in continuous motion. At this area, the heat started to become quite uncomfortable, and it would only get worse the further they traveled. Luckily for him, the armor he was wearing had a constant chilling effect. He had made some armbands which everyone from this party was wearing that had a similar effect. They were all made from deep steel and could cover the body of the person wearing them in a thin layer of chilled energy. This wasn't an item that most of this group could use for a prolonged time due to the mana drain, but it could be used to periodically cool them down, or even save their lives if they found themselves against too much heat. So, where are we going? Silvio returned with a slightly annoyed look on his face, and Roland's hunch was confirmed. We'll be taking the side path. The lordling doesn't think that it would be proper to expose these noble ladies to danger. Ha! Why are they even here then, to have a picnic? Armand asked while also groaning. Has anyone from you visited that path? Silvio asked as he was still a first-timer in this dungeon and quite a bit of work was shoved on Lobelia that knew the layout. Not really, we always went through here. This time around she just shrugged as most people didn't bother with taking the long route as there wasn't anything profitable there. They also just ended up back at this lake, but on the other side instead. Great. Okay. Let us head out. They moved forward. Only when the nobles took a break and set up a new encampment would they be allowed to rest with them. For now, they needed to act as scouts and pave the road for their employees. This is supposed to be the safer path? A certain half-elven girl kicked a small rock down into a deep chasm. She leaned over to look down, but even after some time passed, she couldn't hear the stone hitting anything. Just don't fall down, Silvio replied while looking out into the distance. Roland was also there looking at this mapping device. This time around there weren't any monsters here. The path looked clear, but the fall down below would probably be a death sentence. The path looks clear. Roland didn't see anything out of the ordinary in this place. They journeyed half a day to the west and finally, the large lava lake ended. The molten rocks at the end were pouring into a large chasm that at one side had a long winding path through it. They only needed to cross it to get to the other side, and that would be it. On the way here they had to battle through quite a bit of Tier 2 monsters, their levels mostly between 50 and 60. Even he managed to level up and finally reached the 80th level. Thanks to the Book of Runes, he had managed to use his old cheat to gain levels faster. Even with that, his progress had slowed down. If he wanted to hasten it, he would actually need to fight monsters closer to his own level. Name: Roland Arden L80. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L5. Primary: T1 Mage L25. Secondary: T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25. Tertiary: HP 2696/2696. MP 7641/7641. SP 3636/3636. Strength 71. Agility 50. Dexterity 100. Vitality 72. Endurance 81. Intelligence 131. Willpower 120. Charisma 17. Luck 10. He took a glance at his status screen and now was convinced that it was the right choice to get this class. He mostly gained 2 points in each stat, with agility lagging slightly behind the others. Roland had a choice to make. The Tier 2 class change requirements were a bit different, as he could push this class all the way up to level 50 instead of 25. Yet, he could switch to another class after 25 levels were gained in it. This left him with the option of getting more classes on the way to Tier 3. The minimum level limit of a Tier 3 class was 150, which left him with 25 levels of another class after he was done with the Runesmith Lord class. He felt like going to the very end with this class would be the best option. It could be a requirement for acquiring a similar strong job for his Tier 3 life. This was something to think about, but not something he needed to worry about much yet. His progress would slow down exponentially now. Unless he battled through hordes of high-level Tier 2 monsters or gained massive amounts of runic diagrams to copy over, he would remain a Tier 2 class holder for many years to come. I hope the noble ladies don't slip and fall. I bet those knights would blame us for it. Armand chuckled with his arms crossed over one another. He was looking behind them at the group of nobles that he had no respect for. Even now they were slowly moving here. Their sluggish pace had now become annoying to him as well. If this continues, we will be stuck here for over a month. Roland gave out a sigh while remembering the plan of the expedition. After going through this passage, they would arrive at another wider area. There they would make camp for another week, and the knights would sharpen their blades on larger monsters. The secondary encampment would last for a longer period of time than the first one. That one would be closer to nests of monsters and beasts, which would be the main test for these young nobles and knights. Their group, on the other hand, would be quite bored and just on constant guard duty. Silvio, as the best monster detector, would have to stay awake for prolonged amounts of time. At least, it's easy on us, we don't need to rush much. Lobelia commented while leaning back against the rocky walls. This area of the dungeon was quite spacious. The place could even be mistaken for a smaller mountain range that went mostly downward. They caught up with us. Let us move on. Roland nodded and they started walking. The path was wide enough to allow 2 people to walk side by side. Even with that, everyone decided to keep to the walls. If someone slipped and fell, it would be over for them. From what Roland knew, some adventurers did try to climb down from here. There were even some attachments that had some thick ropes on them. This never bore fruit as the party abandoned the descent. The further down they got, the windier it became. This was no summer breeze, as the heated air didn't allow anyone to get past a certain point. They walked and walked, then walked some more. The path stretched for a lot longer than most expected. They were still underground, but this dungeon seemed like it was a world of its own. Roland started wondering about how these dungeons were created. Did this thing expand for many years below ground and finally connect to the outside a year ago? Maybe it was just created by the dungeon core in a burst of magic energy that filled out this large cavern that was here before. Some smart people even theorized that dungeons were just portals into another world that somehow existed on this plane of existence. This would somehow explain why the living monsters could never leave the dungeon unless their bodies died. What is this? Silvio suddenly jumped forward and increased his pace. The rest of the party didn't comment and just followed after the experienced adventurer. What the hell? Armand grumbled after seeing something that would just stall this expedition even further. Blocked. When Roland finally arrived, he could see the path blocked by rocks. It seemed that part of this underground mountain range had slid down and was blocking the path. This made Roland think back to the barricade those bandits built that one time. Luckily, there was no place for a bandit ambush as the path they were on connected directly to the ceiling above them. Why did you stop? They were moving slowly with everyone else behind them. The knights caught up to them quite fast and Percival had moved to the forefront to see what the problem was. There must have been a landslide. It's blocking the path. There wasn't much space here, but both the knight commander and the mages came over to take a peek. Lord Percival, let me. With my earth magic, I'll move these rocks in a matter of moments. The blonde girl looked pumped up. She was the earth specialist here and would finally have a moment to shine. Wait. If you use magic, the path under us could give up. Silvio interjected rather quickly. It was a good idea which would probably hasten their progress. It was also very risky as the earth mage was limited in creating earth out of thin air. Certain spells could create earth like bullets, but they required a lot of mana. In this situation, the girl would be shifting the existing earth to push the rocks out of the way. This could affect the foundation of this pathway, which in effect could cause them to fall down to their doom. Yes. Adventurer is right, Lady Charlene. It could cause another rockslide. Lucille the Frost Mage backed up Silvio's proposition. The old man nodded his head as a thank you to the young lady, while the blonde fummed a bit in disappointment. Very well. We will move the rocks out by hand then. Ha! Why are you looking at me? Armand was leaning up against the wall while Silvio and Percival looked at him. Armand. There isn't enough space for the knights to go through. Korgak will help you. Korgak and Armand had the highest physical stats from the whole party here. The knights didn't compare to them either. There was just enough space for the two and they could just throw the boulders down into the chasm below. Ah, here, take this. Silvio handed Armand a pickaxe that they had brought along the trip. The porter that was with them had a large variety of tools, including shovels. They were bought for just this sort of occasion. I'm getting paid extra for this. Don't you forget it. Armand looked dejected at the fact that he would need to do this sort of work. Korgak, on the other hand, didn't seem to care as he started to pick up the rocks with his bare hands and toss them down into the hole below. He even started smiling at the large boulders that he threw. This is going to take a while. Yes. Roland answered while both him, Lobelia, and the nun went back to give the two muscle men space. He was still holding onto the large magical rod, which continued to exude cold energy. One person in particular saw this magical item that he previously didn't show off that much to her. Sir Wayland, what type of ice magic is that? Ah, this is... He had talked with this girl about runes for some days now, but this didn't mean that he wanted to disclose all of his secrets. This rod was a spell structure that he himself created and also had its own operating system that no one besides him or a runic mage would be able to activate correctly. It's just an altered chilling rune with a couple of other modifications. Where the blue-haired frost mage was, there was always Robert. Even when he was on guard duty, Roland could see his brother glancing at where this young woman was. It didn't take a genius to put two and two together. There was clearly something going in between these two. By how the girl sometimes looked to Robert, it also seemed mutual. This was not really something that he cared about. The love life of his brother or any other person didn't matter one bit. The problem was that he was getting paid by this woman and also given runic research that he could not easily turn down. Due to this, he found it hard to be around her. Robert was constantly looking over his shoulder and was highly overprotective. Roland, on the other hand, acted suspiciously and never took his helmet down. He explained it by telling the two that he had a breathing condition and could not remove the helmet due to it. The lie seemed to have worked, but he feared that his brother would somehow find things out. He needed to get that research though, and as fast as he could. We are almost through. Armand whipped the sweat from his eyebrow while tossing a large boulder to the side. Thanks to his enhanced stats, he didn't really feel that tired, and even the larger boulders weren't that much of a problem. Soon the other side could be seen and the path ahead of them looked clear. But then, as everyone was chatting away, used to the lack of monsters, Silvio felt something. The Tier 3 adventurer's detection skills kicked in as he could feel something moving. Wait! Hurry up, we need to leave! He rushed over to Percival to tell him something while Roland started at the adverse reaction. It seemed that they were in trouble, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. There were no screaming monsters or any movement for now. Thus, to be sure, he took out his own detection device to see if there were any enemies around. After the initial look, he didn't see any red dots anywhere. Silvio continued to explain that they needed to hurry up though, which he took very seriously. Agni, stay close to me. Woof! The ruby wolf raised his nose up into the air while sniffing, but even he didn't see a problem anywhere, which caused him to just look at Roland with a vacant expression. It didn't seem that his canine companion could detect any danger yet. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a red dot. Then another one appeared, followed by many more. The dots just started increasing till there were hard to count. What is this? But this is coming from... He looked to the large rocky wall that connected to the ceiling above. The red dots were coming from this wall. Were there monsters behind it? Could this wall be hollow? No. It must be those. We need to move. The path wasn't fully opened up, but they needed to move forward. There was a little problem here. The group of nobles was not listening to Silvio's warnings. This blunder would cost them, as finally a rumbling sound came from within these very walls. What is that? If it was only Roland's party, then they would have been fine, but with so many knights behind them, it would be troublesome. Roland moved his hand into his pouch and took out some card-sized scrolls and quickly ran towards the half-cleared path. "Ha! What are you doing?" Armand asked while being shoved to the side by Roland. "We don't have time. Get back. I'm going to blow it away." "What? Are you crazy?" Armand protested, but Silvio somehow appeared right between the two men. "Do as he says, we need to get off this passage." Armand pulled away and nodded. He looked behind him and could see that the nobles were a bit in disarray. Percival did not give the order of blowing it up, but not like they had to listen to the knight commander if their life was at stake. "Get behind me, everyone!" Roland shouted while also taking out the large kite shield that he wore on his back. It was covered in runes, and on the inside was a vast array of mana stones. After placing the runic explosives that were just plain old runic scrolls, he jumped back and raised his shield. He injected mana into the structure and the shield lit up. A barrier made of blue energy pushed itself out from the shield and covered most of the area in front of Roland while the people behind him covered up. Before Percival could shout, the runic scrolls detonated, causing a flash of fire. "What are you doing?" Percival shouted while covering himself up with his own shield. After the smoke had cleared a passage wide enough for at least one person was blown through and the road ahead was open. The knight commander was not happy about getting ignored. He was about to give a peace of mind to this party of adventurers that were ignoring his orders. Before he could do that, a strange rattling sound was heard by him, which caused his gaze to wander towards the chasm below. What is that? A strange worm-like creature was spotted by him and the other knights. It just appeared out of the wall and flew down into the chasm while gnashing its teeth. Soon enough, more of these strange creatures started to appear, and they were burrowing through the walls. "Volcanic worms, we must flee. They can tunnel through hard rocks." These monsters started to appear from below them, but soon enough one appeared out of the wall beside one of the knights. The creature had no eyes and wasn't that large. No one here would have a problem killing one of these creatures, but that wasn't the problem. There were just too many of them. It looked like an avalanche. Most of them appeared right below them, while others from above. Many of these volcanic worms just fell down into the chasm, but others made their way towards the party of people below. The moment they spotted other living beings, they attacked. The knights had never seen something like this before, so they started to panic. Percival shouted out orders and somehow managed to get them in line. They all pushed towards the opening, with the adventurer party moving first. On the other side, Silvio and Lobelia gave the knights range support. Roland also joined in by sending arrows made from ice towards the monsters. This didn't even put a dent in their numbers, and they continued to burst through the rocky wall. Luck was not something Roland was known for, and this time around it would prove his weakness once again. He wouldn't be the only one though, as at a certain point the large volcanic worms burst through the nearby rock. Lucille the Frost Mage was the unlucky person hit by this pile of creatures, which sent her tumbling down the chasm. Robert quickly followed suit. His attempt of saving the young woman was ineffective as he fell down right after. Before he knew it, Roland was also feeling gravity pulling him down as a massive pile of rocks and monsters connected with him from the side. Why always me? That was what he thought before falling down the cliff along with his tamed beast that for some reason decided to jump right after him.